The Columbia Workshop presents Someone Else by Lucille Fletcher with Martin Gable.
Elizabeth, my dear, you asked me this morning at breakfast if there was someone else. And I knew at last that you sensed a little of what had happened to me. I wanted to answer you then, but I couldn't. Now I must tell you, darling. There is someone else. Something else. And it's been driving me half crazy now for months. It's a madness, a nameless, terrible nostalgia for blood. It's taken my mind from my work, from this house, from you. Yet it's not living. I still love you and only you more than anything in the world. I say in the world, for this thing that has me in its power is beyond you and me, beyond life itself. It began one rainy night, less than a year ago. It was your bridge night. You'd asked me to stay in New York and have dinner out. I ate alone, and then, since it was still early, I went for a walk down Madison Avenue. I got as far as 56th Street. Then it began to rain harder, and I stepped into one of the shop doorways for shelter. It was an antique shop, and she was in the window. Darling, have you ever been in a strange city, pushing your way through a crowd, and seen a face that was for a moment hauntingly familiar? Or have you perhaps glimpsed someone you were sure you knew, and realized only after that person had passed by that it was someone who had died years and years ago? That was the feeling I had that night when I stared in through the glass at her face. And yet she was only a little porcelain figure, a Dresden shepherdess, no taller than my hand. It was a sad face, a face singularly full of indefinable tragedy. And though small, the features had a distinctness, an actual expression. No one looking on that face could ever forget it. But it was the old familiarity that haunted me. The overwhelming sense that I had seen that face somewhere long ago. I stood there trying to capture the association. A long time after the rain stopped. I was still thinking about it when I came home that night to Maplewood.
Oh, is that you, Burton, dear?
Yes.
Come on in. We're just having refreshments. Icebox cake and everything. I saved your piece.
Thanks just the same, darling, but I'm kind of tired. If you don't mind, I'll just go upstairs to bed. Somehow I didn't want to go into that living room and see the girls all sitting around the bridge tables, eating gooey slabs of icebox cake. And for the first time in my life, I didn't want to see you. I wanted to be alone. All night long, the feeling of recognition kept recurring like a name on the tip of my tongue. But I got nowhere with it. Well, you know how it is with a little thing like that. At noon the next day, I went up to the store and took another look at her. The familiarity was even stronger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I help you?
Yes, if you don't mind. It's rather curious, but you know that shepherdess you had in the window?
The mice and shepherdess?
The one with the basket of pink roses and the three-cornered hat. It's funny, but I seem to have seen her before.
We got it from Europe 2 weeks ago. It came over on a convoy from England. It's from the collection of the Earl of Faversham.
I see.
It's
It's a very rare piece. Would you be interested in pricing it?
Oh, no, thank you. Thanks just the same. Well, thank you for your trouble.
Oh, no, thank you.
I put it out of my mind. Until one night, 2 weeks later.
What time is it, dear?
I don't know. About 9:30.
Oh, good. I don't want to miss it. Oh, wait till I turn on the radio.
Miss what?
The Yummy Crackle program. Don't you remember? It's Tuesday night.
Oh, yes, I don't want to miss that myself.
It's so funny.
Darling, what's that?
What, dear?
That tune they're playing. I've heard it somewhere before.
Have you? It's pretty, isn't it?
Pretty.
It must be on the Exploring Music program. That always comes before Yummy Crackles. You'll probably tell what it is in a few minutes.
I'd heard it before. I'd heard this tune 100 times before, and yet I couldn't tell its name or where I'd heard it. I knew only that it was somehow connected with a palace, a blaze of candlelight, a gold staircase carpeted with red velvet, and windows, countless long, high windows beyond which in the darkness fireworks like great roses were bursting. But most of all, it was connected in my mind with her. With that lovely, tragic, porcelain face.
You have been listening to Exploring Music, another in the weekly series of concerts.
I'd heard it somewhere before, and she had been with me. In some way, it was associated in my mind with love and grief.
Symphony and excerpts from Aristide Dubois' pastoral opera, Diana and Hercules.
Aristide Dubois.
Burden, what's the matter?
Dubois. I know that name.
You're so pale all of a sudden. Here, sit down. I'll get you a glass of water.
No, thank you, darling. Whom do we know named Dubois?
Why, no one, dear. No one I know. It's just an 18th century composer's name. Well, I've heard it before on the radio.
It isn't that. I know a man named Dubois. He's huge, ugly. Has a wart on his lower lip, a little pig-like eyes. He has 2 daughters, extremely conceited with a violent temper. Gosh, I don't know what's the matter with me.
You're tired out, dear. You're just tired out after the end of a long, hard day. Now, you lie down for a while. Yummy Crackles now.
Presenting Yummy Crackles.
Turn it off, Elizabeth, please.
But, darling, I thought...
Turn it off. You hear me? Can't a man even think for a minute without having to listen to that loud...
There. I thought you said the program was funny. I thought you said you liked it.
I sat there with my head in my hands. Your words, Elizabeth, had no effect on me. I sat there, and it was just as if I wasn't sitting in the parlor at all. But somewhere else. Out in the night on a stone balustrade, perhaps. Or at the edge of some enormous fountain. I was sitting there waiting for something to happen to me. For someone to come. I was waiting for her. The next day I went back to that antique shop. As a man might go to a rendezvous.
Mr. Lafleur?
Yes.
There's a gentleman waiting to see you.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, monsieur.
Good afternoon.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes. That shepherdess in the window. I want to inquire about it. I want to know everything there is to know.
You wish to purchase her, monsieur?
Well, no, I hadn't thought about that, but I just...
Because if you are interested, monsieur, I warn you, you must make up your mind quickly. There happens to be another gentleman very, very interested in that shepherdess.
Another gentleman?
Yeah, you have heard of Monsieur Fischer, Ludwig Fischer? He's the greatest collector of Meissen in the world, monsieur. And only this morning he was in here personally to examine that shepherdess. Why, at any moment...
You mean it's valuable?
Valuable? Monsieur, that little figure is one of the rarest pieces of Meissen china in existence. It was made by the great Meissen artist Kendler himself.
Kendler? Who's he? I never heard of him.
A very, very great artist, monsieur. He was the leading sculptor of all Meissen porcelain from 1731 to 1775. This little piece was made sometime around 1775. You collect Meissen porcelain, no?
No. As a matter of fact, I've never even heard of it before.
Oh, monsieur. What a pity.
I was just passing by this store the other night, and her face, well, it looked just like someone I knew. But I don't suppose if it's that old, it could look like anybody I've ever known.
Oh, who knows, monsieur? Perhaps a painting of the period you have seen and forgotten. Or a well-known lady of the 18th century. The Meissen artists sometimes used living models. But let us take her from the window and examine her.
No, really, thank you very much.
Oh,
but
it's quite all right. Here she is. Faces are strange things, are they not? Resemblances? What makes resemblances? A nose, an eye, a mole on the chin.
May I take her, please?
LaFleur's Antique Shop? Oh, yes. Oh, one moment, please. It's Mr. Fisher, Mr. LaFleur. He wants to speak to you about that shepherdess.
Ah, yes. If you will excuse me.
Just a moment. Before you go, Mr. LaFleur, how much is she?
I will be with you in a minute, monsieur. Mr. Fisher...
Tell him you can't have her. I want her.
She is $350, monsieur.
$350? That would have bought you a fur coat, Elizabeth. Paid 2 years of taxes on our house in Maplewood. Given us a vacation trip to South America. $350 was almost 4 weeks' salary. But I was like a man in a dream. The thing in my hand wasn't porcelain. It was something alive. Something terribly close and precious to me. I couldn't give it up, ever. To anybody.
Mr. Fisher is waiting for me, monsieur. What shall I tell him?
Tell him and his collection to go to the devil. This shepherdess is mine. I took a walk that afternoon through Central Park. I was excited in a curious, have-to-find way. And now that I had her in my pocket, this precious, sad, beautiful thing, everything about me seemed sordid and ugly. I came home at last, but I had no sooner come there than I wanted to run away again. Our little house looked so bare and cold and dreary. I'd planned to show you the shepherdess, to break down and tell you. But, darling, when you came to the door, forgive me. You seemed suddenly like a stranger. Elizabeth, it was a malady. It was something I couldn't resist. You must understand that. You've known me for 10 years. Have I ever been a nervous man, a jittery man? And yet, from that day forward, all sorts of little things began to drive me crazy. There was the telephone, for example. I jumped every time it rang as though it was something new and unfamiliar. There were the auto horns. Suddenly they seemed twice as loud and terrifying. There was the incessant, irritating drone of airplanes in the sky. The dusty clatter of subways. Everything in the world seemed to be growing harsher and more jarring. I was happy only when I was alone. In very quiet places. In very old places. Like the still stone rooms of the Metropolitan Museum. Or the graveyard of St. Paul's. I was happy only with old things. With clocks. All grimy with dust, with pewter candlesticks, with furniture from which the gilt and paint had long since fallen away. I began to buy these things, secretly, to lay them away where she was hidden, under a pile of old clothes in the front part of our attic. I began to read books that brought me nearer these things, books on the 18th century. I haunted antique stores, auctions, old houses. And last night, Elizabeth, at an auction, I discovered for sure how deep my malady really lay.
And now we come to item number 35. A handsome so-called Lowestoft plate of the 18th century. Slightly cracked, with a design of blue and yellow flowers.
I had dropped in at the Park Bernay Galleries. They were holding an auction that night of 18th century china. I'd been standing at the back of the room for about half an hour when somebody tapped me on the shoulder.
Good evening.
I turned around. Before me stood an old man with thin, rather long white hair and nose glasses. I'd never seen him before.
My name is Fischer, Ludwig Fischer. We have met before, no?
I'm sorry, I don't quite recall. My name's Simpson, Verdon Simpson.
Mr. Simpson, are you not the gentleman who purchased the little Meissen shepherdess in Lefleur's antique shop 6 months ago?
Well, yes, I am.
Then pray permit me to introduce myself once more, Mr. Simpson. I am Ludwig Fischer, your rival for that charming piece. I, too, collect Meissen, and I, too, wish to buy her.
Well, I'm glad to meet you.
And I have always had a very great curiosity to meet the gentleman who purchased that delightful and most curious little work of art.
Curious?
But shall we go outside, Mr. Simpson? It is very warm in here and not good for speaking. Or do you wish to bid on that foolish sport?
No, I wasn't bidding.
Good. I perceive you have good taste in more ways than one. You collect Meissen, Mr. Simpson?
No, not exactly. Just that one piece.
Uh-huh.
Rather curious. You are knowing that I bought that shepherdess. Even remembering my name so many months afterward.
No, not at all. Mr. Lefleur told me your name, and the little shepherdess which you purchased is one of the rarest things of its kind in existence. I am attached to it for many reasons. That is why, naturally, I would be interested to know who snatched her away from me.
Snatched her?
Well, please, do not misinterpret me, Mr. Simpson. I feel no resentment toward you. To the victor belong the spoils. But that little shepherdess is one of the most famous figurines ever made. Excuse me, are you walking my way, Mr. Simpson?
I don't know. I haven't anything to do this evening.
I live on 58th Street near the river. If you care to, I have histories, a great deal of interesting information at home.
I'll walk you over.
Excellent.
I had the feeling, even as we started down 57th Street, with its lighted shops, its hurrying people, I had the feeling that I was on the brink of something sinister and frightening. It was raining, a thin drizzle, the same kind of rain that had fallen on that night when I had first seen her.
You say then, Mr. Simpson, you know nothing, absolutely nothing about the marvelous little work of art which you have purchased?
Nothing except what Mr. Lefleur told me.
And what was that?
That she was made by Kendler, I think it was, sometime around 1775.
Oh, poof. She was made by Kendler, that is right, but he told you nothing more?
No.
That shows you how much these art dealers know. She was the last thing ever to be made by Kendler, the great Meissen artist, before he died.
Oh, I see.
She was to have been his masterpiece, his swan song to the world. I say was to have been. That is, the rather tragic thing about your shepherdess, Mr. Simpson, the art piece of which she was to have been a part, was never carried through. The dream of the artist was never finished.
I don't quite understand you.
No, you would not, perhaps, unless you knew the story. Have you never heard of Aristide Dubois?
Dubois? Oh, Dubois, yes, I have. He's a composer. Plays the harpsichord and has 2 daughters.
He was an obscure composer of the 18th century, and he had 2 daughters, that is right. You have heard, perhaps, of the younger one, Antoinette.
Antoinette.
She was named for the Queen of France, and according to 18th century history, she was 3 times as beautiful. Now, you do not know her story in its own way. It is a very famous one. But then, if you are not a historian...
Please, go on.
Well, she fell in love when she was 18 with a flute player in her father's orchestra. Her father, who had bigger hopes for her, forbade the marriage and sent her off to a convent. She escaped and by various means arrived back at the palace, and disguised as a shepherdess, she... Oh, but here we are.
Where?
At my house. Come in, won't you, Mr. Simpson?
We'd arrived at an old brownstone house, set in the middle of a quiet street, near the fog-hung river. It was dark. I didn't want to go in. For some reason, I didn't want to hear any more of his story. Yet, something impelled me to follow him. We went up the steep stone stairs into a pitch-black hallway. He lit a match.
You will observe, Mr. Simpson, that my whole house is lit with candles. It shows off my collection much better.
One by one in that ghostly silent hallway, he lit candle after candle until the whole place was ablaze with light. Then he went into an enormous front parlor. There were candles there, too. And he lit them, and I saw that the room was full of glass cases, great tall cabinets in which stood porcelain figurines of every size, shape, and design. In one corner, an old clock ticked. The room was musty, overpowering with its countless little toys. And yet, darling, horribly familiar.
Sit down, won't you? Some coffee?
No, thank you. You were saying...
Oh, yes. I was saying about Dubois' younger daughter, Antoinette. She escaped from the convent and returned to the palace disguised as a shepherdess. A fancy dress ball was being given. Her lover was playing the flute solo in a piece of her father's. It was a great moment for the composer, a triumph before all the court. But the flute player recognized his sweetheart. He stopped short in the middle of his solo. He stared. He hesitated. He could not go on. And in that moment, with all the court looking on, the father knew. He turned, saw his daughter, saw double disgrace staring him in the face, and in a mad rage, for he was a violent man and an egotist, he rushed upon the player and struck him to the heart with a ceremonial sword. The daughter... But, Mr. Simpson, you're looking so pale. Shall I open the window?
No. It's all right. Please go on. You were saying.
Well, that's all there is to the story, and quite a famous little bit of 18th century scandal it is. But the real point is that Candler took it as a theme for his swan song, his final work of art.
Yes.
It was the last thing he planned before he died, and a charming conceit it was, too. There were to be the 2 lovers executed in porcelain, one to stand on either side of a fireplace. Antoinette was to be dressed as a shepherdess, and the flute player as a shepherd playing the flute.
Yes.
But only the little shepherdess, the figure that you purchased, Mr. Simpson, was ever finished. He sketched the two figures in his sketchbook, and in a moment I will show you the old drawings of them he made. But he died before he could create the shepherd. Sad, isn't it?
Sad.
You know, even in porcelain, those two poor young lovers were never united.
No.
Only in this little pencil sketch which Kendler made. Only in this were they ever together. Would you like to see the drawing, Mr. Simpson?
Please.
The drawing, Mr. Simpson. Charming, are they not? Is not the drawing like your little shepherdess? Perfect. Perfect in every way.
Yeah.
And have you noticed something else, Mr. Simpson? It has just struck me. It is quite amusing how very much the little shepherd's face resembles yours. You remember how I was sure I knew you at the auction tonight? Well, but where are you going, Mr. Simpson?
If you don't mind, I'd like to open the window.
Oh, but certainly it really is quite stuffy in here. And then we must have some coffee.
Elizabeth, I don't know what it means. I can't explain it. I know only that there's dust upon it, and corruption and terrible sadness. I walked last night, up and down 57th Street, up and down, trying to fight it, trying to disbelieve the memories. But they crowded in on me. The voices, the faces, the very rustle of silks and the smell of tallow, and sedan chairs and theaters. They crowded in, above the honking of the taxis, the rumble of subways. I saw her world last night, completely. I felt the pull of her upon me more powerfully than anything I have ever known. But I don't want to go back. If I go back, what will it be to? What? That's what I keep asking myself. Where will it be? Do you think this drivel, Elizabeth? Do you think I need a doctor, or can you find it in your heart to understand and to forgive me? I need you, darling. Believe me, now more than I've ever needed you before. I don't understand what's happened. But as surely as I know everything I've said is true, I have a feeling we can conquer it. So, darling, do for me what I have not the courage or the heart to do. Go up there quickly. She's in the front part of the attic under a pile of old clothes. Destroy her. In any way you wish, but destroy her, so that not a fragment of her remains. I warn you that she's beautiful. That she's the rarest bit of Meissen in the world. But until she is destroyed forever, the man you call your husband is only dust. And the shadow of a love 200 years old.
You have been listening to the Columbia Workshop production of Someone Else by Lucille Fletcher. The part of Simpson was played by Martin Gable. He was assisted by Helen Clare, Margot Stevenson, Stephen Schnabel, Julian Noah, and Carl Emery. The music was composed by the 18th century court musician Andre Compra and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. The entire production was directed by Earl McGill. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
He's back in the saddle again. for Melody Ranch and Gene Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Timpson weed. I'm back in the saddle again.
That's right, folks. It's another visit with all the gang here at Melody Ranch. There's Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, the Gene Autry Blue Jeans, Carl Cotner's Melody Ranch Hardway 6, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. Right now, though, meet the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
Be honest with me, dear, whatever you do. Remember your mind, dear, so always be true. Wherever you wander, on land or on sea, if you really love me, be honest with me. Someday I'll return, dear, and make you my own. And how I will yearn, dear, when I'm all alone. I'll never forget, dear, your sweet memories. If you really love me, be honest with me. My poor heart would break, dear, if you were untrue. Asleep or awake, dear, I dream about you. Oh, you are my darling, you're all that I see. If you really love me, be honest with me. Well, howdy there, friends and neighbors. Yes, it's good to have you at Melody Ranch again. So let's make the most of our time together. I'd like to mention a pleasant memory and one of the bright spots in my career. It happened during my first trip to England. Two young men came to me with a song, a Western song. I guess that's not unusual, unless you know that these boys had never seen our West, and for that matter, had never seen a cowboy. I liked the song, so Columbia recorded it, and a couple of million of you took it home with you. It goes like this. South of the border, down Mexico way, that's where I fell in love when the stars above came out to play. And now as I wander, my thoughts ever stray south of the border, down Mexico way. She was a picture in old Spanish lace, and for a tender while I kissed the smile upon her face, for it was siesta, and she was so gay. South of the border, down Mexico way. Then she sighed as she whispered manana, never dreaming that we were parting. And I lied as I whispered manana, for our tomorrow never came. South of the border, I rode back one day. There in a veil of white by candlelight, she knelt to pray. Some mission bells told me that I mustn't stay south of the border, down Mexico way. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay.
He's getting worse than a woman. That's what he's getting.
There you go. Complain. That's all you ever do is complain.
Oh, yeah? Well, you'd complain, too, if you had to take care of that silly dog like I do. One minute he's wagging his tail at me, next minute he's barking at me.
So?
Getting so I don't know which end to believe.
Sort of a split decision, huh, Patrick?
Yeah, you might say that. Incidental, while I'm on the subject of complaining, I might just as well get another beef off of my shoulders, namely the food around here.
I see. And just exactly what, may I ask, is wrong with the food around here?
Well, to put it simple, I ain't getting enough square meals for my round stomach.
Is that so?
Of course, I must admit, you got to be part octopus to get anything to eat at that table with all them other starving maniacs around it. In fact, just the other night, now you won't believe this, but the cook had just given me the main course. Well, I stooped down to pick up my napkin. When I looked up, she was asking me what I wanted for dessert.
So let that be a lesson to you, young man.
Brother, you can say that again. That's how I lost my watch.
Now, wait just a minute. What's losing your watch got to do with how much food you get to eat?
Well, just this. The other noon, I took off my watch and I put it down on the table beside me while I helped myself to some gravy.
I still don't get the connection. What happened to your wristwatch?
Well, I ain't quite sure, but all through dinner, the guy next to me was a-ticking.
Well, Patrick, now I'll tell you. It's probably just as well that you don't get more to eat. As it is now, you look like a bale of hay with the middle wire busted.
Very funny. Middle wire busted. Well, don't think you can hurt my feelings, because for your information, I'm going on a diet. What's more, I'm going to keep right on eating anything I want.
Oh? Now, hold on there just 1 second, pal. How can you get thin by eating?
It's simple. See, when a person eats, he gets fat. When he gets fat, he gets lazy. When he gets lazy, he don't work. When he don't work, he don't get no money. When he don't get no money, he don't eat. And when he don't eat, he gets thin.
So long, Mr. Artery. So long there, Patrick. Yeah. I think that's about enough words without music. So we'll turn to the Cass County Boys and the Blue Jeans, who have both. So, kids, take it away.
In my 10-gallon hat, I feel like $1 million. In my 10-gallon hat, I'm as brave as I can be. I can rope in a mountain lion, shoot down a buzzard flying. Wow, that's what my 10-gallon hat does for me. In my 10-gallon hat, I can ride the range like lightning. In my 10-gallon hat, I'm as fast as I can be. I can outspeed a prairie rabbit. Don't need a riding habit, boy. That's what my 10-gallon hat does for me. Just like Samson's strength was in his hair. In his hair. Just like David's strength was in his sling. In his sling. In my 10-gallon hat, I can go any old where. Do any old thing. In my 10-gallon hat, all the West is at my feet, and in my 10-gallon hat, I am quite a sight to see. For my hat makes me feel much bigger, much bigger on the trigger. That's why I've come to figure out that my 10-gallon hat is something I can't do without.
Thank you, boys and girls, for showing something new in 10-gallon hats. I remember when I made you cry, ages and ages ago. I'll never blame you for our last goodbye. Ages and ages ago. Something told me when you walked away that time would make me miss you so. And though it happened only yesterday, it seems like ages and ages ago. Now I'm waiting with a broken heart. How wrong I was to let you go. I've lived a lifetime since we've been apart. It seems like ages and ages ago. Well, thank you, gang. Many, many thanks. And now, for this week's story. It starts back when I was a freelance cowpoke and Melody Ranch was just a dream. I had just checked into a small hotel, one of the first to be built in Hidden Valley.
That'll be $2, cowboy.
By the way, you know anybody around here who's looking for a good ranch hand?
Well, you might check with Red Meadows.
Who's Red Meadows?
Easy to tell you're a stranger in the Hidden Valley territory. Red Meadows happens to own practically everything in this town, including this hotel.
You don't say. Where do I find Mr. Meadows?
I try the Sagebrush State Bank, which, incidentally, he also owns.
When I entered the bank, I walked over toward a sign marked manager. Two men were seated across the desk from each other, and one of them, a man about 50, I'd say, didn't look too happy.
I'm sorry, Mullins, but the week is the best I can do.
The best Red Meadows can do, you mean? Maybe Red Meadows can ruin me, but he'll know he's been through a battle before he does it.
And now, stranger, something I can do for you?
No, sir, I guess not. I just changed my mind.
Well, young fella, what can I do for you?
My name's Gene Autry, Mr. Mullins. I'm looking for a punching job.
I can't pay you much right now, but if you're willing to string along a while, I'll promise to do better by you later on.
Mr. Mullins turned out to be a fine man. He soon told me all about his troubles with Red Meadows, and I hoped I could help him out of his jam. I didn't have to wait long to try, because late the next afternoon, Steve Nolan from the bank, Red Meadows' #1 skin flip, drove up.
Oh, boy. Oh. Good afternoon, Mr. Mullins.
Hello, Nolan. What's on your mind besides trying to cheat me out of my ranch?
Now. Let us just say that the stockholders have overruled my decision, and the bank must have the money by Saturday, or we'll have to take suitable action.
So it's like that, huh? All right, go back and tell Red Meadows you carried out his orders. And since this place is still mine till Saturday, you can't get off my property too fast.
Look, Mr. Mullins, your bank loan is $10,000. How about the cattle you've already planned to market? Won't they bring in that much?
Just about, Gene, but, well, they're not quite ready for market. I need another 30 days.
Who do you sell to?
I've been selling to Lawford and Company.
Wonderful. I know Gabe Lawford. Used to work for him as a buyer.
Well, that won't get me $10,000 by Saturday.
Maybe it will. I'm going to make a buyer's appraisal of your herd right away. Come on, let's saddle up. Well, Mr. Mullins liked my plan, even if he didn't think it would work. I talked to Gabe Lawford by long distance to make sure he'd be coming into Rimrock on his weekly trip. Well, he planned to be there Friday, the day before the bank was planning to foreclose on Mr. Mullins' spread. I was waiting for the train Friday and grabbed Mr. Lawford as soon as he got off.
Gene, even though I trust you with my last dime, business just ain't done that way.
If there's any loss on this deal, Gabe, I'll go back to work for you for nothing till I've made it up.
If this means that much to you, Gene, guess I'll do it. Hey, Joe, take over, will you? I'm going down to the bank.
Champ and I headed back to the Lazy M with $10,000 in cash traveling with us. Mr. Mullins couldn't wait for the bank manager to show up the next morning. And he didn't have to wait either.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Nolan. We've been expecting you. Do come in.
Yes, thank you.
I think you met Gene Autry the other day.
Yes. Look, Mullins, I hate doing things like this, but...
I understand. You're only following orders.
Correct.
Well, Nolan, since this whole thing's going to cause so many people so many heartaches, maybe I ought to relieve you of any unnecessary suffering. All right, Gene, give him his money.
That'll be a pleasure. There you are, Mr. Nolan. $10,000 in cash.
And before your hand starts shaking too much, you better mark my note paid in full.
Well, Mr. Mullins was feeling mighty fine about 2 hours later when there was another knock on the front door. And this time, our caller wasn't expected.
Well, howdy, Sheriff. I guess you haven't seen Nolan or he'd have saved you the trouble of coming out here. He's already got his money.
I saw Nolan all right, Mullins, but he didn't say anything.
In that case, what are you doing out here?
Nolan's dead, Mullins, and I'm putting you under arrest for his murder.
Of course, I'd known where Mr. Mullins was every minute since Steve Nolan left the Lazy M Ranch, but nobody paid much attention to me. The sheriff was in cahoots with Red Meadows, and he had a hand-picked jury. Meadows was the coroner. The sheriff even produced a witness to the murder at the coroner's hearing.
Now, Mr. Adams, just tell us exactly what you saw.
Well, Sheriff, it was like this. I happened to be coming down the road from Dark Canyon Pass, and as I got to where the road forks with the Lazy M Road, 2 fellows were riding like crazy. I thought it was Mullins here, chasing Steve Nolan. Mullins pulled his gun and fired, and Nolan fell off his horse. Mullins pulled up fast and headed back toward his own place. I saw there was nothing I could do for poor Nolan, so I hurried to your office to tell you what I'd seen as quick as I could.
Adams had his story down pat, and Coroner Red Meadows sounded pretty convincing when he told the jury that murders have been committed for a lot less than $10,000. The coroner's jury was only out 15 minutes.
Quiet, please, quiet. Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict as to the cause of death?
We have. We find that Steve Nolan died at the hand of Charles Mullins, and we recommend that Mullins be charged with murder in the first degree.
Red Meadows seemed mighty pleased with the verdict. Instead of going back to the bank, he got on his horse and headed out into the country. I thought he might be going to the Lazy M. Wherever he was heading, I wanted to know about it. So I untied Champ from the hitch and rail and followed him, being careful to keep him from seeing us. That wasn't as hard as it might have been because he headed up an old abandoned road with only one outlet and stopped at a weather-beaten hunting shack.
It's me. Open up.
Well, how'd it go?
Just like I knew it would. They charged the old coot with first-degree murder. Your murder, Nolan. I'll get the Lazy M Ranch yet.
Oh, what about my half of the money? The $5,000 you promised me.
Why, Steve, you're dead. A jury said so. You died at the hand of Charlie Mullins.
Oh, wait, you wouldn't murder me, Red. Now put the gun back. What?
Oh, we gotta have a corpse before the trial, Steve. We could get away with a closed coffin for the coroner's hearing, me being the coroner. But when it comes to the real trial, we'll have to produce a body.
You've gotten away with a lot, Red, but you can't get away with murder.
Why, how could they accuse me of killing you? After you're really dead, I'll discover that you stole most of the depositors' money out of the bank. I'll clean it out.
Well, if you're going to shoot me, go ahead and get it over with. Go on.
Anything you say, Nolan.
Don't reach for that gun, Meadows. I'll shoot it out of your hand again. Only this time my aim might not be so good.
Smarter than I thought you were, cowboy. All right. How much do you want?
You're not buying your way out of this, Meadows. You're signing a full confession, implicating the sheriff and that phony witness, Adams, you called him.
Yeah, you might as well, Red, because whether you do or not, I'll spill everything I know about you, which is a plenty.
Looks like you made a bad mistake, Meadows. You know, a fellow with as few friends as you have should try to keep them, not kill them. Folks, you know Mother Nature plays a prominent part in the way of a cowboy's life and the way he thinks, acts, and lives. Somebody must have had that thought in mind when they wrote the words to our cowboy classic for today. The always popular and plaintive melody from the sky. Love is everywhere. Its music fills the air. All nature seems to hum a melody from the sky. Over on the hills, I see a whippoorwill. I hear his song become a melody from the sky. And there's a bluebird singing to his lady love above. A love song taken from the whispering breeze in the trees. Love is everywhere. Its music fills the air. All nature seems to hum a melody from the sky. And there's a bluebird singing to his lady love above. A love song taken from the whispering breeze in the trees. Love is everywhere. Its music fills the air. All nature seems to hum a melody from the sky.
Well, Gene, we sure have had our usual good time at Melody Ranch. Though I must admit we didn't get much work done around here today.
No, we didn't, Charlie. But we had a lot of fun, so maybe we'll be reconciled to go back to work again tomorrow. Well, folks, I guess that's just about it. And this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Kraft Music Hall, starring Don Amici with Connie Boswell, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Jerry Lester and the Music Maids. Don's special guests for this evening include the star of United Artists' forthcoming picture, The Corsican Brothers, Lieutenant Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., USNR.
Hey, what's that USNR?
What, Jerry, that's United States Naval Reserve.
Oh, yeah.
Don is also happy to welcome Robert Coote, the young Hollywood actor who is now a flying lieutenant with the RCAF.
What's that RCAF?
What, Jerry, that's Royal Canadian Air Force.
Oh, yeah.
Don's third guest is one of America's outstanding musicians, Duke Ellington.
Oh, you mean Duke Ellington, JJRZ.
Well, what's that JJRZ?
Jump and jive with a root zoot.
And here's that headman himself, Don Amici.
Oh, you mean Don Amici, IDA.
Oh, what's that IDA?
Ida. Let's hear it, Don.
Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Come out in the silvery moonlight, of love will whisper so soft and low. Seems love can't live without you. Listen, oh honey, do. Ida, I idolize you. I love you, Ida, deed I do.
Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweet as cider, sweeter than all I know. Come on out in the silvery moonlight, of love will whisper so soft and low, soft and low. It seems as though I can't live without you. Come on and listen, honey, please do. Ida, love you, Ida, deed I do.
Seems love can't live without you. Listen, oh honey, do. Ida, I idolize you. I love you, Ida, deed I do.
Say, Don, do you do any singing in your new 20th Century Fox picture, Confirm or Deny?
No, Ken, no singing. It's a newspaper yarn.
Oh, that's a good title, Confirm or Deny.
Yeah, it took them a long time to decide on that title. They looked at the picture half a dozen times before they finally tagged it Confirm or Deny.
Different from my first picture. They looked at it just once and tagged it File and Forget.
Well, say, that's very interesting, Jerry. I didn't know you'd ever made a picture.
Oh, just one, Don. The sequel to The Bride Came COD.
Well, what's the sequel to The Bride Came COD?
The Groom Refused Delivery.
I see. Mm-hmm. Isn't it thrilling, though, Jerry, going to the sneak preview of your first picture and getting the audience reaction?
Oh, we never have sneak previews for my pictures, Don.
Well, why not?
Can't get enough sneaks to fill the theater.
Well, look, Jerry, if you're serious about working in pictures, I might be able to speak to Darryl Zanuck about you.
Honest?
Yep.
Oh, gee. You know, you can tell Zanuck I was once leading man in a popular traveling company.
Really popular?
Yeah, as long as we kept traveling.
Well, you must have stopped once in a while to sleep and eat.
Only to sleep. We once played a town so small that we had to put the shows on in a barn.
Is that so? Did you have a big crowd?
Played over 500. Chickens.
Just chickens?
Uh-huh. It was the first comedy show I'd ever seen where the audience laid the eggs.
Oh, fine.
But I've been trying to improve my acting by attending Blintzberger's dramatic school. Oh, it's a humdrum. You ought to see how handsome their makeup department made me.
Mm-hmm.
Want to hear how they made me handsome?
That I'd like to hear.
Well, first, they covered my face all over with a mask.
Yeah, and then what?
And then I was handsome.
I see. Well, when they finally got you all prettied up like that, what did they do to teach you acting?
Oh, they gave me a scene to play.
Huh?
Gee, the way I did it, I thought I was sensation. Coloss. Terrific.
What did your teacher say?
He said I was low.
My respect for his judgment is growing.
Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I heard my teacher was so bad in a play that every time he took a bow, the footlights kicked him.
Yeah, well, be careful the spotlights don't spot you, Jerry.
Oh, Don.
And remember, if an actor makes one misstep, the public will forget him overnight.
Well, that's Hollywood. One day putting your footprints in cement, the next day mixing it. But I did very well. I did very well in school yesterday registering emotions. For instance, like this.
What was that?
That's how I register joy. Now get this.
What's that?
That's how I register passion.
You got any more?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my flat feet. Oh, my flat feet.
What's that?
That's how I register for the draft.
I don't know, Jer. This school you're going to doesn't sound as if it used the most modern methods. For instance, what are they doing about your posture?
Well, for an hour every morning, I have to walk around with a book balanced on my head. And it's an awful strain on my eyes.
How can walking around with a book balanced on your head be a strain on your eyes?
It's so hard to read it in that position.
Well, at least they're trying to straighten you out. Another very important thing about acting is proper breathing.
Oh, don't I know it, Don? They worked on my breathing for 2 full months.
Oh, yeah? And are they satisfied?
Nope, I'm still breathing.
I see. You know, you should learn diaphragmatic breathing. You know, the diaphragm is almost as important to an actor as the profile.
Well, maybe, but somehow I can't imagine calling John Barrymore the Great Diaphragm.
You should have seen him as Hamlet.
Yeah.
Now, let me show you how diaphragmatic breathing works. Hold your hand over your stomach. That's it. Now, take a big, deep breath. That's right. Now, recite something.
I wish I were a kangaroo, despite the way he prances. I'd have a place to put the junk my girlfriend brings to dances. How is that for a dramatic reading, huh?
I wonder, Jer, is your dramatic teacher extremely capable?
Oh, deaf, Donzie, deaf.
You're convinced thoroughly that he's the best there is, huh?
Oh, deaf, Donzie, deaf.
Then how can he stand that untheatrical, hollow, raspy, squeaky, miserable little voice of yours?
Oh, deaf, Donzie, very deaf.
Honestly, Jerry, I can't understand why unprepossessing, cut-down, foreshortened little guys like you are always trying to get into pictures.
Well, keep flattering me, and I'll tell you. Would you really like to hear the story of my arrival in Hollywood?
Yes, by all means. Tell us how you came here by bus and of those first early decades of struggles. How after stopping to death twice, you finally landed his job as a stand-in for Shirley Temple.
Well,
Tell us how you refused small roles, how you objected to bit parts, thinking bits were for horses.
Well,
Tell us how you knew you'd find ultimate success because you came to pictures from a long line of actors. A long line of actors in front of the casting office.
Hey, can I get a word in? It's my turn.
Who is it?
Yes, you know, Ken, I think Don has an impediment in his speech.
Well, what makes you say that?
He stops every once in a while to breathe.
Yeah, and I'm stopping right now for a good long breath as Connie Boswell sings Bayou, Bayou, the Louisiana lullaby, as only a lady from old New Orleans could sing it.
Bayou, Bayou, the Louisiana lullaby. It's sweet and low. You sing it as you rock a by. Bayou, Bayou, the Louisiana lullaby. It's blue, I know. It makes the weeping willow cry. Each night by the light of the moonbeams, I can hear it calling softly. It seems to whisper, come back with your June dreams. South wind's waiting, Dixie wants me. Bayou, Bayou, I wish I hadn't said goodbye. I love it so, the Louisiana lullaby. Bayou, Bayou, Louisiana lullaby. It's sweet and low. Sing it as you rock a bye-bye, Bayou, bye-bye, oh. Louisiana lullaby. It's blue, I know, makes the weeping willow cry. Each night by the light of the moonbeam, I can hear it calling softly. It seems to whisper, come back with your June dreams. Southland's waiting, Dixie wants me. Bayou, Bayou, I wish I hadn't said goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. The Louisiana lullaby. Bayou, Louisiana lullaby. Louisiana lullaby.
Oh, that is really, really swell, Connie. Say, Jerry,
What's
that
that?
gives me an idea. If you want to get into pictures, why not get in the way Connie did, by singing?
You know a kid by the name of Crosby got in by singing, too?
Why, sure, it's a cinch. Why not try to get in singing?
I did, but they wanted me to supply my own bathtub.
Oh, no, on the level, Jer. Music seems to be the open sesame to a film career. Take Duke Ellington, for instance. He's preparing a new picture with Orson Welles.
I thought Wells was a lone wolf.
Well, I don't know now. I've kind of heard that, too, you know. But we're only interested in his professional career. You know that, don't you?
I think what you meant, Jerry, was that Orson Welles worked out his own pictures all by himself, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant, Connie.
That's what I thought.
That's what I say. He not only writes, directs, and acts in his pictures, but he takes close-ups of himself by working the camera with his foot.
Well, Orson has a very special reason for collaborating with Duke Ellington. He's doing a history of swing. Or am I wrong, Duke?
That's right, you're right. At present, the picture's called It's All True.
Oh, it's about the World Series. It's all true.
Didn't you hear the Duke say it's to be a history of swing? Say, you know, Bing recently finished a picture with a similar background. The Birth of the Blues.
Birth of the Blues? Sounds like another Dr. Kildare picture. You know, Duke, I was in a review once that reminded me a lot of your review, Jump for Joy.
In what way?
Well, we used to jump from the sheriff. What a show. The cast was so hungry that when people in the first row put their feet on the stage, the actors snapped at them.
Did you dance or talk in this review?
Oh, I had a scene with where a girl and I danced and talked at the same time.
Oh, yeah? Was it a good scene?
Well, it was sort of a vicious circle. The girl stepped on all my lines, and I stepped on all her feet. Say, could you speak to Wells about me, Duke?
Well, have you had any straight dramatic experience?
Well, I was once in a drama that had the whole audience crying.
No kidding. How did you do it?
Printed the program on onion skin. Oh, how they cried.
I suppose the play was a sellout.
Sellout? It was a washout.
That's too bad. Too bad.
Oh, I'm not so bad. They once divided up a Pulitzer Prize among me and two other guys.
Which part did you get?
The first two letters. P.U. I said it, and I'm glad.
Well, I'm afraid we'd better drop your theatrical aspirations, Jerry.
Hear that, Duke? That's the way he talks. He's in. But me, all I want is to get into one picture and make love to one of those beautiful English actresses.
Why do you want to make love to an English actress?
I want to do some bundling for Britain. Say, would you please speak to Wells about me, Duke? I'm sure he'd be interested.
Well, what I'm interested in, Duke, is what inspired your show, Jump for Joy.
Well, the whole idea grew out of a jam session.
Oh, that's for me. I love a jam session.
Oh, you like music?
No, jam.
Yeah, well, that's too bad, Jerry, because right now the Duke is going to make music, not preserves. And like Jump for Joy, it's another type of jump that has the Duke's music beautifully in the groove. With John Scott Trotter's group and James Blanton Jr., the Ellington combination, on the bass, the Duke plays Take the A-Train. Go on, take it, Duke. is really fine, Duke. That is fine. And we'll be hearing more from Duke Ellington later. At the moment, we ask you to turn your thoughts from the Dukes, take the A train, in the hope that you'll take the K hint. The hint, please, my friend.
These days, wise homemakers are as much on the alert for tips on nutrition as they are for new recipes. So first of all, we bring you information about the food value of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious cheese food. Hidden in Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is an abundance of milk protein and milk minerals. This cheese food is an excellent food source of vitamin A and vitamin G. Velveeta is pasteurized and digestible as milk itself. In short, Velveeta is one of the foods that help build strong Americans. It's good to know all this when Junior comes in begging for a little snack or when Dad starts reconnoitering in the refrigerator past midnight. It's nice to know that when you treat the folks to a golden Velveeta rarebit, that rarebit is an ample dinner main dish from the nutritional point of view. So let the family revel in the nutritious cheese food with the flavor they love so well. Buy the thrifty 2-pound Velveeta loaf to have ready for snacks and sandwiches. You'd better do that tomorrow.
Home on the range. Home on the range. Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, skies are not cloudy all day. Home on the range, where the deer and antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. How often at night, when the heavens are bright with the light from the glittering stars, have I stood there amazed, and I ask as I gaze if their glory exceeds that of ours. Home on the range, where the deer and antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and skies are not cloudy all day. I went out stepping with a city pal of mine, didn't get to bed till way after 9. I was having lots of fun until the waiter handed me the bill. Now I'll take my home on the range. I was a fool to think that I could stand the pace. Sage and tumbleweeds are written on my face. I like to hear those jive bands swinging, but I miss my cowboy singing way, way out on the range. Where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home on the range.
Oh, that is magnificent, Connie. That is really a stirring Home on the Range.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Don. You know, kind of figured we'd get pretty hungry if we didn't have something stirring, Home on the Range.
Connie, honey, please. Some people have to say things like that for a living.
Oh, I'm sorry, Don. I don't seem to be able to ever say the right thing at the right time.
Well, then I'm sure we can all benefit by having Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. here with us in the Kraft Music Hall this evening. Doug has always been a diplomatic sort of guy. Been around the world a couple of times. Would you care to give us a few lessons in diplomacy, Doug?
Well, I'm afraid I'm hardly qualified to give any lessons in anything, let alone diplomacy, Don. Except to say, never believe what a poet says about it.
Poet? Well, let's see now. Do I remember something from college dramatics? Was it the play Leglon where Rostand says you can tell a diplomat by the skillful way he hides his claws?
Well, I wouldn't know about that. I was thinking of John Hayes' lines. There are 3 species of creatures who, when they seem coming, are going. Diplomats, women, and crabs.
That's probably the first time I've ever heard women classed with diplomats.
Don, mind your chivalry. Women are the greatest diplomats in the world.
Oh, and that really was diplomacy.
No, I really meant it.
Oh, then it couldn't have been diplomacy.
No. No, I meant to say well, don't forget that women have been the powers behind many an empire.
Yeah, and what happened? Empress Eugenie hats.
Very well, belittle their empires and you'll find any catty woman is diplomacy personified. At least according to Isaac Goldberg, who claimed that diplomacy is to do and say the nastiest things in the nicest way.
Well, you know, that should make Jerry a diplomat.
Oh, thanks a lot. Oh, I'd love that, Don. I'd like to be a great diplomat and be sent on a special mission.
Well, at least it'd get you out of the country.
You mean there's some place where it isn't Los Angeles?
You want a special mission, eh?
Yep.
You think you can learn all the things a special envoy must know, Jerry?
Think so?
Well, you know, you've got to be specially trained to handle diplomatic errands. You know that.
Well, I'd study. I'd learn. Gee, I'd give anything to be sent on a special errand.
Good. Here's a nickel. Get me a paper.
Gee, and 3 cents for going.
Just what would you say is the most important job of a diplomat, Doug?
Well, that's something you'd really ought to ask a diplomat. But I've always imagined that an ambassador, for instance, is expected to know exactly what's going on in whatever country he's accredited to.
Yeah.
And to keep his government accurately informed, of course.
You mean an ambassador's got to be kind of nosy?
Well, what's wrong with that? A great nose indicates a great man. Genial, courteous, intellectual, virile, courageous. Those are the qualities Cyrano de Bergerac says a man with a large nose has.
But you know the best thing about a man with a large nose?
What?
He can go through a revolving door with no hands.
You know, that remark alone, Jer, ought to rule you out as a diplomat.
Oh, gee, fellas, no. My ambition is still to be a great diplomat, no matter what you say.
Hey, careful, Jer. A diplomat can never take a no matter what you say attitude about anything. Can he, Doug?
Well, it seems to me it's a dangerous attitude for anyone to take. He'd be sticking his neck out. And I've been told that it's a diplomat's job to save face.
Well,
why should you want to save that face?
So I'll have something to stick my tongue out of. Gee, I've even trained for an ambassador's job.
How, Jerry?
Well, I've thrown members of my family into a concrete mixer.
Well, do you think throwing members of your family into a concrete mixer will make you a diplomat?
It's bound to show me how to cement relations.
I'm afraid you'll have to learn to cement better relations than yours, Jerry.
Yeah, you'd have to do something about your manners and your wardrobe.
And I imagine diplomacy is a lot more than mere manners and wardrobe. You've got to know something, too.
What did you know?
I don't like the way you said that.
Well, then, what did you know?
Nothing.
Oh, that's different. Yeah.
Must be a lot of work just getting used to the complicated conventions of diplomatic phraseology.
Well, the roundabout way some diplomatic conversations are conducted is far beyond guys like us.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'd need an interpreter on almost any sort of diplomatic discussion.
Yeah, I guess we both would. But still, I'd like to get me an interpreter and be an ambassador. Say, Ken, do you think you could dream up a mission for me, huh?
Sure, you could, huh? Dream, dream, dream. Of a world where every diplomat has his own interpreter. Dream, dream, dream. Of the little kingdom of Borscht. Ambassador Amici and his faithful interpreter Lester approach the kingdom of Borscht. The Secretary of State of Borscht, D. Fairbanks, meets them at the gates. Ambassador Amici's party stops. There they go. Secretary of State Fairbanks speaks in the language of diplomacy.
As Secretary of State for the Kingdom of Borscht, I welcome you and give you the assurance of my government that we have every anxiety for your welfare and every hope to bring our peoples ever closer together in a truly binding friendship.
My government thanks you and pleads for a translation.
The Secretary, he say, hit the road, bum. You don't get nothing out of us.
But in that case, I say to you that my government has sent me to this wonderful kingdom of Borscht in the interest of friendship and self-perpetuating goodwill.
My government requests a translation.
Just a moment, please. My translator seems to have disappeared. Oh, there he goes. Hey, Lester, come back here. What's the idea of following that rumba dancer?
Well, you told me a diplomat should follow all national movements.
Tell Secretary Fairbanks that for generations upon generations, our countries have enjoyed unguarded frontiers, and that in the interest of our mutual goodwill, I am here to see that our borders remain that way.
He says there's some murderous border disputes.
Tell him you can always trace all border trouble to one thing.
What's that?
The borders don't like the meals.
So I speak to you in the simple language of the Kingdom of Borscht. In plain Borscht, with border clashes going on, and with our nationals inside your territory, I demand to know, in case of trouble, what happens to our nationals.
In plain Borscht, be advised that we plan to handle your nationals in the way the Yankees handled the Brooklyn Nationals.
And is that your last word?
Yes. Now what do we do?
We each go back to our capitals and announce that as a result of our conversations, a new and deeper bond of friendship exists between our two great countries. Thank you, Mr. Fairbanks. I return to tell my countrymen all that has happened. And after I have talked to them, I'm sure they'll be happy to hear Connie Boswell sing, "I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire."
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Well, you keep on singing like that, Connie, and you may set the world on fire in spite of yourself. But till that happens, here's our colleague to warm up the world a bit to all our mutual benefit.
Does your family include a man who fancies himself as a good cook? Well, here's a recipe for one of those occasions when that man of the house decides to show his talents. You ready, men? First, you tell the storekeeper you want a half-a-pound package of Velveeta, and then put that famous cheese food in the top of the double boiler. That's the double-deck two-saucepan affair, and you have boiling water in the underneath pan, of course. When the Velveeta's melted down, you slowly stir in 1/3 of a cup of milk or cream, seasoned to suit yourself. And then Man alive, look what you've done. You've got a smooth, golden, tantalizing cheese sauce that would do credit to a real chef. Into that glorious sauce, toss some lobster, crab meat, shrimps, chipped bacon, or whatever strikes your fancy. Serve the whole thing on toast. And if that concoction doesn't fetch you a real reputation as a cook, I miss my guess. Of course, I'm apt to miss my guess if you make the mistake of not taking care to use Velveeta. Yes, sir, smooth, melting Velveeta is what ensures the success of that sauce. And that's why so many expert cooks always use Velveeta for all cheese cookery as well as for snacks and sandwiches. Professor Amici, I've just discovered arboriculture. That's the study of trees, and it's fascinating.
What is fascinating about the study of trees? Or are you planning to go back to living in one?
Oh, no. Professor Amici, that's another long tale. But right now, now that colorful autumn is here, I find that my time is constantly occupied by thoughts of beautiful trees.
You sound trunk drunk.
I'm sap happy. I love to gaze upon sturdy oaks, admire their shapely boughs, their graceful leaves, and their beautifully formed limbs.
And how long have you been interested in beautifully formed limbs?
Ever since I first went to Minsky's.
Well, for a lad whose time is always occupied by beautiful thoughts of trees, your mind certainly gets around.
Well, sir, it was at the theater when I first began thinking about trees. You know, I used to hear baritones singing trees.
And that made you want to plant trees?
No, that made me want to chop them down.
But you enjoyed the baritones?
No, sir. Those I wanted to plant.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we straightened that out.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful picture, Carpenter. I mean, you as a child reveling in nature, ever questioning the ways of the woodlands. I dare say many a time you stopped to wonder why little nuts into giant oak trees grew.
Well, not exactly, but now that I look back, I can't help wondering why some of the little nuts that I saw as a child grew up to be such big nuts.
Well, I'm not interested in discussing your family tree, Carpenter. It's quite obviously suffering from the Dutch elm disease.
Now, please, Professor Amici, don't try to mock my love of trees. Why, sir, I can spend hours just trying to tell the age of some grand old tree by the rings.
Well, I'm really interested in that. Do you think you could teach me to count tree rings?
I could try. Now, here we go. Follow me carefully, and I'm sure you can count tree rings. Professor Amici, what did you think of the tree rings?
Carp, I'd be very happy if you'd make a noise like a tree.
Oh, you mean rustle?
No, I mean leave.
I'm going.
While I carry on Kraft Music All Matters with Robert Coote, Doug Fairbanks Jr., Duke Ellington, Jerry Lester, and at the moment, Connie Boswell.
Hi, neighbor. That's a cute
Hi, neighbor.
Hi, neighbor.
What do you know?
And what do you say?
Hi, neighbor.
Hi, neighbor.
Throw all your worries away.
Come on and shake my hand and let a grin do the rest.
It makes you feel so grand to get your chin off your chest.
I'm shouting, hi, neighbor.
My neighbor, time to play and say hi. Hi, Connie.
Hi, Donnie.
Tell me, gal, what do you know?
Well, I don't know much. What do you say?
Hi, Connie.
Hi, Donnie.
Throw all your worries away.
Come on and shake my hand and let a grin do the rest.
It makes you feel so grand to get your chin off your chest.
I'm shouting, hi, neighbor.
My neighbor.
It's time to play.
Time to say. Time to play and time to say hi.
Oh, that really rates, Gates.
Well, Jerry, we hear so much about our neighbors south of the border, Connie and I thought something ought to be said to one of our neighbors from north of the border. That would be our friend Robert Coote, the young motion picture comedian whom you may remember having heard before here in the old Kraft Music Hall. Bob Coote is now a flying officer in the Royal Canadian Air Force. I'm sure we're all interested in hearing something about the RCAF, Bob.
Well, Don, if you'll forgive me bragging about an organization that was daring enough to chance even me, it's a perfectly amazing, remarkable organization, oh boy. You know, I never thought when I went up there to Canada that things would be as they are.
Well, how are they?
Well, I mean, they're fine. Fine, thanks. Haven't changed a bit.
Oh, I see. Well, now, pursuing that thought just a little further, how were they before?
Oh, no, I don't know. I wouldn't know. I wasn't there before.
Yeah. Well, that clears that up beautifully. But you do like it up there in Edmonton, Canada?
Oh, yes, like it, definitely, Don. A splendid thing ever happened to me, as a matter of fact. Clean living, all that sort of thing, you know. Every man is on his own. No one cares what you were or what you did before. I mean, it must be awful for people who actually have done something. You know, it really is a great place. Up at 6 every morning, Don.
Right away, I don't like it.
I suppose you have your own plane.
Own plane? Oh, yes, of course, yes. You know, you can't do without one if you want to fly, you know that.
Just, what kind of a plane do you have?
Well, you know the model. It's a blue.
Blue?
Yes, you see, I look awfully well in blue.
Doug, you and Bob are pals. Would you like to sort of lead him on to talk about himself a little bit, will you?
Well, I'll try it on. Well, Bob, you might tell us about flying conditions up in Canada.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted to, old boy. You see, the silly thing is that I fly, the thing I fly, it isn't an airplane at all. I mean, it's exactly like an airplane, but it isn't. It'll do everything an airplane does, only there are a few things that an airplane can do that it can't. So even if it were an airplane, it couldn't be, you see?
Could we have that once again in waltz time?
Oh, no, listen, old boy. No, it's frightfully simple, honestly.
Not the way you're telling it, Bob.
Well, you see, it's like this, man. When I went to Canada and did a lot of training and all that sort of thing, they finally put me to work on the Lynx.
The Lynx? Fine thing. He joins the Royal Canadian Air Force and they make him a caddy.
No, Jerry. Not golf links. Bob's talking about the famous American device for training airplane pilots. The Link Primary Trainer.
That's it, of course. That's it, yes. You know, it's one of those jolly trainer things. It acts like I would if I were hit by Joe Louis.
I see what you mean.
It's coming, old boy. You can't get it off the ground. See?
Can't get off the ground. Oh, that's very good. Can't get off the ground. Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, you know what I mean, Don. You know what I mean. Oh, say you do, please.
Oh, yes, of course I do, Bob. I know exactly what you mean. But do you?
Oh, no, of course not, old boy. But, I mean, if one of us knows, don't let's overdo it, huh?
Perhaps it might simplify matters, Bob, if you were to explain just how a link trainer operates.
Oh, well, it's very, very, very simple. I'd be delighted, Doug. It's a very simple thing in a complicated sort of way. You see, it's got it all over an aeroplane. I mean, in a plane, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, there's always the possibility that you might go up. And say nothing of the fact that occasionally you might come down. But you see, in this link thing, you're absolutely certain that you'll never go anywhere at all.
In brief, gentlemen, it's something in which they teach the men to fly blind.
Oh, no, steady, old boy. No, that's that, no. No blind flying, no. None of us ever touch the stuff at all.
I take it that it's actually possible to learn to fly in a link trainer without ever having gone up off the ground, huh?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Huh? Once you've learned to fly in a link, you're able to land by instruments and able to go off the ground by instruments.
Well, for instance, Bob, what instruments do you use to get up by?
To get up? Oh, the alarm clock, something like that. Any more questions?
You know, this link trainer sounds like a remarkable thing, Bob. Even as strained through you.
Oh, yes, thanks. But it really it has everything you could possibly think of for training.
How about a rumble seat?
Oh, no. Look out, old boy. No rumble seat. You see, we're not doing that kind of training at all.
No? Aren't you soldiers taught how to make advances?
Oh. As I understand it, the link holds only one man. But you do have another job that holds an entire crew, don't you, Bob?
Oh, yes, rather. We have one type of training thing that not only holds an entire crew, but the ground flashes by underneath, and overhead you can see the stars just as they actually are in the heavens at any given time of the year.
Sort of a planetarium.
Yes, if you like, only without fish, of course.
Oh.
You know, there must be a number of fellows who fail to qualify as pilots, aren't there?
Well, those who don't make pilots, they're shifted on to other positions, in air crew, observers or wireless air gunners. You know, for a time I thought that I might possibly be an observer.
Oh, yeah?
I've always been rather good at observing and got my face slapped many times in the old days.
Well, while you're clearing things up, Bob, about how many men do you actually have in training up there in Edmonton?
Oh, now, let me see. It's a million and a half. There's old Tap and Mac. It's quite a few. Anyway.
Well, I'm glad.
And a very large percentage of boys from the States, too.
Uh-huh. I'm glad that's answered. How far is Edmonton from here?
It's about 2,500, 300 miles.
That's as the crow flies.
Oh, no, we won't get a crow to fly near the place, old boy, at all. Much too cold, old boy. You know, it actually starts snowing September the 27th.
Oh, well, that's not so bad.
Oh, no, but they tell me that it keeps on snowing right through until September the 25th. 2 lovely days of summer.
Well, I'm sure we all admire you for being able to take it in your stride and still remain your same bright, bubbling self.
Oh, well, after all, Don, you know, we've got to keep our sense of humor, haven't we? A little bit of bubble. You know, these are the days when we really need the sense of humor. It's about the only thing a man's got to help him retain his perspective under any circumstances. Huh? So there you are. Here I am, and here's Duke Ellington.
Well, say, tell me, Bob, do you care for Duke's music?
Oh, for years, I adore it.
Really?
After all, you know, I'm a rug-cutting alligator thing who digs deep in the center when you beat me dopey, 8 to the barfly.
Now, Bob, don't tell me you're hemp.
It's ghastly, isn't it? You know, but ever since I heard him in England, I've always been absolutely fascinated by Duke's music.
Hey, Duke,
did you hear that?
That's very encouraging.
Oh, you don't need encouraging, old boy. You see, when you were playing in London, I was playing in a musical comedy in a rival theater across the street. And the only way we got any audience at all was by going across the street and looking at yours.
Well, that Ellington music always packs the hall. And just tell me, Duke, just what is there about your music that sets it apart?
Well, I suppose it's because we attempt to describe the activities and moods of the American Negro and try to avoid other composers and arrangers, what they're doing, that is.
I see. Well, here is an example of how Duke does that. Ted Gruya's Flamingo, played as only the Duke can play it, assisted by James Blanton, Jr., the Ellington Aggregation on the contrabass, and the John Scott Trotter Group on the obligatos. Flamingo. Bravo, bravo, Duke Ellington, and may you continue to make fine music.
Gee, wish I could play the piano like that. Wish I could write great music. Wish I was a great actor.
Say, Jerry, I just happened to think Doug Fairbanks Jr. used to be an associate producer with United Artists Pictures. Maybe he could do something to further you along, huh?
Oh, I'll be glad to, Don. About how much further along would you like him?
Oh, yeah? I think maybe I'd be in pictures today if it wasn't that once I was talking when I should have been listening. You see, a producer and I couldn't agree on the best place to shoot my pictures.
Well, where did the producer want to shoot you?
Up against a wall.
That, Doug, will give you a fair idea of Lester, the actor.
I say, Jerry, old boy, about this school or the theater thing that you're up against, all that, it is a frightful, it did me a world.
Yeah.
Absolutely a world. I couldn't say a word without getting all mixed up, all running the thoughts mixed up with mind and talking and things. And then I went to the dramatic school.
And they taught you how to speak clearly, precisely, and to the point.
Absolutely, old boy, yes. How did you guess?
That I shall never know.
Obviously, Jerry, they've done wonders with your diction.
Yeah, but, I had a lot of trouble, Doug. I used to say G instead of K. Like, for instance, I'd say thing instead of think. Like, I don't think I'll go.
Yeah, but everything's all right now.
Well, not exactly. You see, my teacher got my habit.
Really? Instead of saying G, instead of K.
Uh-huh. I didn't notice it until the day she told me that I had read a sharp, tough, biting speech so that it really stung. But, gee, I'd like just a little bit of success.
Well, the trouble is, Jerry, a little bit of success sometimes goes to a man's head. A lot of people in this community get unbearably high hat.
Oh, I know one actress that really went snooty. She built a home in Beverly Hills that's so ritzy, it has Venetian blinds on the keyhole.
One day she'll meet her Waterloo.
She did, and she married him.
As a matter of fact, old boy, all this dramatic school thing, it's frightful, teaching you to act. Well, after all, what's the good of teaching to act? What are directors for?
Well, a director is a man who, pardon me, after the studio has spent $20,000 teaching you how to act, tells you to forget how they taught you to act and act the way you acted before they spent $20,000 teaching you how to act. And that's just as clear as you talk.
Oh, yes. Exactly. Now, all these boys, the boy in the putty things and the cap on backwards and all that sort of thing, they're jolly well. They know how to behave and all that. But, if you have a love scene with Hedy Lamarr, the director tells you what to do.
With Hedy Lamarr, I know what to do.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jer. When you get out of the school, give me a ring and I'll arrange a test for you.
Oh, gee.
Say, Jerry, have you got a sock piece of material to use for your screen test?
Oh, wonderful, Don. It's a sort of a soliloquy. That is, it's a dramatic monologue done on the telephone.
Oh, you mean something like that wonderful piece that Dorothy Parker wrote?
Oh, only much more dramatic.
Oh, well, let's hear it, will you?
Well, how can I let you hear it? I need the prop, the telephone. I can't work without a phone.
Well, fortunately, Jerry, I happen to have a phone right in my pocket.
Oh. Well, swell, Belle. Always carry samples, eh?
All right, now you got the phone. Do your dramatic monologue, will you?
Okay. Hello? Yes? You don't say. 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 Goodbye.
Who was that?
He didn't say.
Well, call him back and find out. While Connie Boswell sings, Wasn't It For You?
Wasn't it you who wakened my lonely heart? Wasn't it you who showed me a world apart? it all been thrilling? Living from kiss to kiss, and weren't you more than willing to keep it forever like this? Wasn't it you who planned each exciting day? Heaven for two, didn't you lead the way? Wasn't it you who said our love would never die? Can it be you now saying goodbye? In my poor lonely heart, wasn't it you who showed me a world apart? Hasn't it all been thrilling, living from kiss to kiss? And weren't you more than willing to keep it forever just like this? So wasn't it you who planned each exciting day? Heaven for two, didn't you lead the way? Wasn't it you who said our love would never die? Oh, tell me, can it be you now saying goodbye?
That is very, very, very lovely, Connie. Surely that could be calculated to put us in a receptive mood for what is to follow. Follow me, sir.
In your family, are there some pantry raiders, those folks who like a little snack at bedtime or in the late afternoon? Well, then you should be always stocked with Kraft's delicious cheese food, Velveeta. You see, this pasteurized cheese food is digestible as milk itself, and it's an excellent source of milk protein, milk minerals, vitamin A, and vitamin G. In short, Velveeta is one of the foods that help build strong Americans. But Velveeta is also very good eating, very handy for snacks. Just spread it thick on crackers or toast or apple slices. It's great toasted. And, of course, if the party really reaches proportions, you can always whip together a wonderful Velveeta rarebit in a hurry. So tomorrow, get a thrifty 2-pound loaf or a half-pound package of this cheese food with the rich milk flavor. Ask for Velveeta.
You'll never remember our first moonlit rendezvous, when we shared a dream or two, one starry night. Our new love will find you, no need to deny. All memories behind you may be dismissed with a sigh. You'll never remember we danced in our stocking feet, we kissed in a rumble seat, I held you tight. You've even forgotten The night that we met, you'll never remember, and I'll never forget. Stocking feet, we kissed in a rumble seat. I held you tight. You've even forgotten the night that we met. You'll never remember, and I'll never forget.
Before closing the old Kraft Music Hall this evening, we take just a moment to thank Doug Fairbanks Jr., Robert Coote, and Duke Ellington for being with us, and to take a moment more to tell you proudly that next week we've invited Joan Bennett of the Motion Pictures, also Herbert Marshall, as well as Rose Bampton of the Metropolitan Opera Company, also Wingy Manone of the Swing Spots. So won't you plan to join us then next Thursday, same time we got started this evening. And in the meantime, in this hour when every man's thought is turned toward cooperation, and more than ever before, we must think of ourselves as a vital part of a great national effort. May I remind you of a few lines by John Donne. A few lines for those who may perhaps think of themselves as being self-sufficient under all circumstances. John Donne says, "No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clot be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends, of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind. And therefore, never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee."
Now more than ever, America needs strong citizens. Every hungry child, every underprivileged boy or girl, every broken home is a weak spot in our defense. Help your community build strong citizens by giving now, giving generously to your local community chest. The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
Does the dinner hour sneak up on you sometimes? Well, you won't care. You'll have a wonderful dinner main dish ready in just 7 minutes cooking time. Yes, you will if you have a package of the product called Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Kraft Dinner gives you tender light macaroni drenched in cheese goodness with just 7 minutes cooking. Remember that, all you hurried homemakers. Tomorrow, get your pantry shelf ready for quick, delicious meals by stocking up on Kraft Dinner. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Texaco time.
Texaco, from Maine to Mexico, wherever you may go on any route. Texaco,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy Wallington saying hello for Texaco while Fred Allen takes a vacation and opening the third edition of the Texaco Star Theater Summer Show. Welcome to this new half hour of America's newest tunes and old favorites, played by the Texaco Star Orchestra under the direction of Al Goodman, sung by Jane Froman, Bob Hannon, and the Texaco Star Singers, and presented for your summertime enjoyment by Texaco dealers from coast to coast.
Texaco, from Maine to Mexico, remember roll with Texaco.
From Texaco to America's fighting men all over the world who will hear this show by shortwave, greetings and salutations. Said salutations in the shape of a tune that is currently getting plenty of play in Army camp jukeboxes and elsewhere in our land. Bob Hannon is featured with the Texaco Star Orchestra and singers in Put Your Arms Around Me.
There was a lake, a boat, a boy and girl together, sailing like a feather in the breeze. The moon was bright that night, and while they sailed together, up and down and all around, the words he sang were these: while the ripples on the lake are playing, can't you hear the little motorboat saying, Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine. Listen to the way my heart keeps beating, like the meter of the motor repeating. Put your cares behind you. Love for two is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpity blue, zigging and zagging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things a little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine.
Ripples on the lake are playing, and the motorboat keeps saying,
oh, put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine.
Listen while my heart is pounding, while the little boat is bounding.
Put your cares behind you. Love for two is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpity blue, zigging and zagging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things a little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine.
Now the Texaco Star Theater's lovely singing star, Jane Froman. Tonight, Jane brings us a beautiful new ballad that takes its inspiration from the heroes who man America's fighting plains. He wears a pair of silver wings.
just a simple love affair. Two people met, they learned to care and found themselves in heaven. To you, maybe the story's nothing new. To me, it's all my wildest dreams come true. Although some people say he's just a crazy guy, to me he means a million other things. For he's the one who taught this happy heart of mine to fly. He wears a pair of silver wings. And though it's pretty tough, the job he does above, I wouldn't have him change for a king. An ordinary fellow in the uniform I love, he wears a pair of silver wings. I'm so full of pride when we go walking. Every time he's home on leave, he with those wings on his tunic, me with my heart on my sleeve. But when I'm left alone and we are far apart, I sometimes wonder what tomorrow brings. For I adore that crazy guy who taught my happy heart to wear a pair of silver.
Thank you, Jane Froman. Jane will be back again in a few minutes. Tonight, in hundreds of cities, air wardens scan the skies, alert for danger. Less dramatic, but also vital, is the watch that is being kept daily from coast to coast by Texaco car wardens. For these car wardens are Texaco dealers, and the enemies they watch for are waste and wear. Waste of gasoline. Your Texaco dealer can guard against that by helping to keep your car running well and economically. Waste of rubber. Your Texaco dealer fights that with correct inflation and expert advice on rotating your tires for longer wear. And every time he gives your car Texaco's famous 40-point Marfax chassis lubrication, he's waging a battle against wear to increase the life of vital parts. So make a Texaco dealer your car warden. Drive in tomorrow and put his skill and experience at work to care for your car, for your country. Now to a starry night and a campfire gleaming, the old gypsy air, two guitars in a new and unusual setting by Al Goodman.
Again this evening, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater sends you melodic tickets to a great musical show. Tonight, it's a show you certainly haven't forgotten if you saw it on either the stage or screen. For its scene, the shop of a Parisian dressmaker gave an unusual opportunity for beautiful costumes, beautiful girls, and beautiful music. The star composer Jerome Kern wrote that, and Al Goodman recreates it for us now, as he, with the Texaco Star Orchestra and singers, takes us to Roberta. First, a clever, listenable, danceable tune whose beauty is typical of all the music of Roberta, I Won't Dance.
I won't dance, don't ask me. I won't dance, don't ask me. I won't dance, madam, with you.
My heart won't let my feet do things they should do.
You know what? You're lovely.
So what? I'm lovely.
But oh, what you do to me.
I'm like an ocean wave that's bumped on the shore. I feel so absolutely stumped on the floor. When you dance, you're charming and you're gentle, especially when you do the continental. But this feeling isn't purely mental. For heaven rest us, I'm not asbestos,
and that's why I won't dance. Why should I? I won't dance. How could I? I won't dance. Merci beaucoup.
I know that music leads the way to romance. So if I hold you in my arms, I won't dance.
And this is a lover's caress set to music, the touch of your hand. The locale of Roberta, a Parisian modiste, suggested this melody, lovely to look at, sung now by Bob Hannon.
Lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss. A combination like this is quite my most impossible scheme come true. Imagine finding a dream like you. You're lovely to look at, it's thrilling to hold, high. Oh, we're together, the moon is new, and oh, it's lovely to look at you tonight.
Look at, delightful to see.
When a lovely flame dies, smoke gets in your eyes. For a finale to Roberta, Jane Froman sings this great love song.
They asked me how I knew my true love was true. I, of course, replied, something here inside cannot be denied. They said someday you'll find all who love are blind. When your heart's on fire, you must realize smoke gets in your eyes. So I chopped them and I gaily laughed to think they could daunt my love. Yet today my love has flown away. I am without my love. Now laughing friends deride tears I cannot hide. So when a lovely flame dies, smoke gets in your eyes.
I won't dance, don't ask me. I won't dance, don't ask me. Even though you're wonderful, even though you're beautiful, even though I can't help saying you're
Lovely to look at, delightful to love. Smoke gets in your
The song, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, suggests a slogan all of us drivers might observe these days. Keep your eyes open for smoke. For when you see smoke pouring from the exhaust pipe of a car, that smoke means trouble, and also wasted gasoline. You see, smoke is a common indication of excessive engine wear, and excessive engine wear means a waste of gasoline and oil, too. In many cases, such extreme wear could have been prevented by a good oil like your Texaco dealer's insulated Haviland. That word insulated means that Haviland is especially processed by Texaco to protect your motor at all operating temperatures, hot or cold. Haviland is distilled, too. Carbon-forming impurities that steal gasoline and rob your car of power are taken out. Remember, if you're careless today, you may be carless tomorrow. So before your car begins to smoke, drive into your Texaco dealers and change to insulated Haviland motor oil. A tuneful novelty that's beginning to work its way up in the popularity ratings, strictly instrumental, in a strictly Al Goodman arrangement that's strictly solid. A new show opened across the street from the Texaco Star Theater on the 4th of July, ladies and gentlemen. A show that's all set for a long run, a longer tour, and a closing night in either Berlin or Tokyo. For that show is the All-American All-Soldier Review, This is the Army, presented by an outstanding cast of enlisted men and filled with music by that master of popular tunes, Irving Berlin. Tonight, Al Goodman and the Texaco Star Orchestra and Singers bring you a sampling of the song hits from This is the Army. Here's the song in which the boys in the barracks introduce a rookie to the rigors of military life. This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before,
but you won't have it there anymore.
This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean.
You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore.
Do what the bugler commands. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
And now, one of the best of all of Irving Berlin's songs in This is the Army, I Left My Heart at the Stage Door Canteen.
I left my heart at the stage door canteen. I left it there with a girl named Eileen. I kept her serving donuts till all she had were gone. I sat there dunking donuts till she caught on. I must go back to the army routine. And every doughboy knows what that will mean.
The Army routine.
A soldier boy without a heart has two stripes on him from the start.
and my heart at the stage door can hear.
Mr. Jones, no private room or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the builders command. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your Navy went to town. She had you worried that this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. Won't worry you anymore.
And that brings down the curtain on the third Texaco Star Theater Summer Show, presented for your summertime enjoyment by your neighborhood Texaco dealer. We'll be dropping around again next Sunday evening, same station, same time, with another 30-minute serving of America's favorite music from Al Goodman, Jane Froman, Bob Hannon, and the Texaco Star Orchestra and singers. This is Jimmy Wallington saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you to drive slowly and save your time. Stay under 40 miles per hour. And drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tire pressure checked. Remember, you're welcome. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here's a job for New York women who want to assist civilian defense forces in guarding their home city against all emergencies. Volunteers between the ages of 18 and 45 of cool, steady temperament are needed to serve as telephone clerks at fire department borough control centers. Enroll now at your local civilian defense volunteer office. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
Starring Dean Jagger as the Wild Young Man, a new radio play based on the story of Stephen Decatur on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Out from a landlocked Australian harbor tonight darts a speedy little PT boat. Across the Atlantic rolls a mighty battle wagon of the line. Everywhere, above and below the seven seas, the might of the United States Navy is beginning to make itself felt in the fight of the peoples of the world against tyranny. And the men that sail the ships of our Navy have a tradition on which they draw. A tradition that means John Paul Jones and Commodore Perry and Admiral Farragut and Admiral Dewey. And it means as well Captain Stephen Decatur, the man that fought the Barbary pirates to a standstill and showed that free men would never be slaves. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, again presents the distinguished character actor of stage and screen, Dean Jagger, as the Wild Young Man, a story of Stephen Decatur, written for Cavalcade by Peter Lyon. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. The shores of Tripoli were not mentioned in that song of America's fighting men because they happened to fill out a line of poetry. They have a very real meaning. Tonight's story begins back on a May afternoon of 1801, 141 years ago, on the southern Mediterranean shore, where the Bashar of Tripoli was absolute ruler and clapped his prisoners in a honeycomb of dank, fearsome dungeons cut deep in the rock, far below the light of day.
Do you remember which cell we put him in?
Of course I don't. Why should I trouble to remember? This is what comes of the Bashar asking to see his prisoners. Once they are snug in their dungeons, why don't he forget them? So much trouble.
Bainbridge. Peculiar name. But then an American. I have an idea it was this cell.
Try it.
Hey, in there. Speak up. Speak respectfully, Moore. Hold your lantern up, rise.
Yeah. That's the American captain, all right.
How do you like that? A good guess, I make, no? Come on, dog of an American, to your feet and with speed. The Bey himself has sent orders to bring you to his presence.
Take your hands off me. I walk by myself.
Captain Bainbridge, I bid you welcome.
I am honored by your attention.
You blink so in the sunlight, Captain. I trust your apartments below are not so uncomfortable that you will lose your health during your long visit with us.
I'm afraid my visit will not last that long.
Oh, you think so. American, I have had you brought from your dungeon because I wish to watch your reactions to a little ceremony. You see yonder your flag waving from that flagpole? A very pretty salute, Captain. I am grieved that the change should hamper your movements, a technical necessity. The ceremony may begin.
What is it all about?
Oh, the workmen chop that Yankee flagpole, Captain. And when it falls, we are at war with your America. Presently, your flag will be in the dust.
Your greed for tribute has finally caught up with you, has it?
Move my throne about just a trifle so that my view may be better.
You are magnificent.
So. Yes, Captain. The weaker the state, the higher the tribute demanded. The flagpole, you see, is nearly chopped through.
Freedom has a peculiar toughness, Basha. Lends the state a great strength.
So, you see, the flagpole is chopped down. The Yankee flag is in the dirt. Look well at it, American. Now, Tripoli is at war with the United States of America.
Don't you confess to a small fear, Basha? Yankee frigates are not far from your harbor.
Oh, and in the harbor, our forts, our gunboats, including your flagship, the Philadelphia. We can sneer at your tiny American navy.
I would sneer now if I were you while I still had time.
And now, American, you begin to bore me. I have had enough of your presence. My game is with you over. Take him away. Back to the dungeon. And forget which cell you put him in.
President Jefferson, I've just had news brought me from abroad, sir, on the situation with the Barbary Coast pirates in the Mediterranean.
Barbary pirates again? What now?
Mr. President, they were successful in capturing our frigate Philadelphia, Bainbridge's ship. Our information is that Bainbridge is himself being held prisoner by the Bey of Tripoli.
Well, this is outrageous.
There is worse to come, sir. Our courier likewise informs me that the Tripolitans have declared war on us and can be expected to prey on every American ship that sails into the Mediterranean or along the coast of West Africa.
Is there no end to their audacity?
We stand alone, Mr. Jefferson. The Danish, the English, the Spanish, they're for a policy of living and let live.
Unfortunately or not, we cannot turn the other cheek. What steps have you taken?
There is very little we can do, sir. On our fastest frigate, I am sending over instructions that we shall fight with all the power we have.
Yes, I know. It'll be 3 months before we'll know what effects our instructions have had. And in the meantime?
In the meantime, sir, Commodore Preble is in command of our fleet in the Mediterranean.
He's a good man, strong in action, committed to the attack.
Well, let us hope he stands by his commitments. Let us hope that Commodore Preble stands ready to show the world that our country and our Navy will not tolerate any interference with the orderly pursuance of our American commerce.
You are challenged, sir.
I'm Lieutenant Stephen Decatur of the schooner Enterprise to see Commodore Preble by appointment.
Very good, sir.
Decatur?
Yes, sir?
I sent for you. The Tripolitans have captured the frigate Philadelphia.
The Philadelphia, sir?
Bainbridge ran her aground on an uncharted reef. That's 36 additional cannons to fight us off.
And Bainbridge, sir? Was he captured?
The Pasha holds him in prison right now. This letter here was smuggled out with the help of the Danish consulate. Watch.
Invisible ink.
He wrote in lemon juice. The heat of this lamp brought out his writing.
Implore you send in party to burn my ship.
That's impossible. What's wrong with Bainbridge?
As a matter of fact, sir, I don't think it is impossible.
What do you mean?
You've heard that I captured the Tripolitan ketch Domestico.
Yes?
But it was a band of picked Marines, sirs. I could slip into the harbor of Tripoli, tie on to the Philadelphia. I could set her afire before the guards knew what was about.
Nonsense. You've never been inside that harbor.
I have the pilot to conduct me, sir. A Sicilian, Salvatore Catalano.
Mistico cannot carry more than 100 men. Can you find the volunteers to risk such a venture against twice their number?
My men are itching to go, sir.
Very well, Lieutenant. You have my permission to call for volunteers.
Quiet, all hands. I've called all watches on deck to ask for volunteers for a desperate venture. We're going to scuttle a captured Philadelphia. It's manned by twice as many Tripolitans as we number. Volunteers. Marines, sailors, and boys. One step forward.
All hands volunteering, sir, to the last man.
Thank you. Now I'm forced to select from among you. As I call your names, please to drop aft for further orders. Lieutenant Reuben James?
Yes, sir.
You're with Midshipman McDonough and Laws and 10 men to fire the berth deck and the forward storeroom. Lieutenant Bainbridge?
Yes, sir.
You to avenge your brother by firing the wardroom and the steerage. Midshipman Morris?
Yes, sir.
To fire the cockpit and the after storeroom. And Lieutenant Thorne?
Yes, sir.
Your men are to guard the ketch and cut off all possible escape from the Philadelphia.
Right, sir.
Now is the plan all understood?
Yes, sir. Aye, sir.
Oh, where's my pilot?
The moon is quartering, my lieutenant. But we should move soon.
We're off, Salvatore. You have a tongue for Spanish.
Enough for these Moorish men, my lieutenant.
I then stand forward with me to wait for a challenge. All hands to their stations. Take cover. I'll wait the signal from the other pilot.
The wind shifts to the northeast, my lieutenant.
There she lies off our starboard bow. She's dark, huh, Reuben?
I don't like the wind, Decatur. We'll drift just beneath our guns and lie becalmed.
That's the chance we take. Did I hear a man singing?
He who keeps watch, my lieutenant. He sings from the bow of the Philadelphia.
Now the wind dies.
We'll ask him to throw us a rope.
Alto! Here, Raven! Hey! No se acerque!
What does he say, Salvatore?
He does a challenge.
We'll tell him we lost our anchors in the storm. Ask his permission to moor alongside the frigate.
Yes, sir.
¿Podemos anclar al lado de su fregada?
Sí, puede.
He tells us we will throw a rope across their fortunes, my lieutenant.
Reuben, see that the men are standing by the board.
Americanos!
We're discovered. They're forcing our hand. All hands on the sheets and heave to the frigate.
Stand by to board the pirates.
Hold your fire. We're roused to shore. You steal that powder. Come on, lads. Up and at 'em. Thorne?
Yes, sir.
Bainbridge?
Yes, sir.
Where's Morris?
There he comes, sir, with all his men.
Well, then we're all accounted for. Come on, with the light of this fire, there's short batteries. There's short batteries will riddle us. We'll have to row. Detail your men to oars. Starboard oars, stand by to guide us. Lieutenant Decatur reporting, Commodore.
The Philadelphia?
It's destroyed, sir, completely.
How many losses from your company?
One man slightly wounded, sir.
One man? Believe me, I shall see that you get your captaincy for this night, Decatur.
They put a cannonball to the mainsail of the ketch, sir. Otherwise, we're in order.
You've earned a rest, Mr. Decatur. My compliments to your men. You may inform them they'll be given double rations of grog.
If you'll permit me, sir.
Yes? What is it?
Well, I don't think we have time yet for that rest, Commodore.
What do you mean?
Well, they'll never believe in Tripoli we gutted the Philadelphia with only one catch. Now, I believe they know our ships are standing off just outside the harbor. They'll be sailing out to meet us.
They'll surely outnumber us. Yet I'd rather give fight than turn tail.
Now, I have a simple little stratagem, sir, if I may.
I think you've earned the right to speak out, Mr. Decatur.
Well, it would cost us only one frigate. Would it mean the whole pirate fleet?
Talk sense to me, sir. Because you effect one miracle at once, you must start thinking in terms of others.
Oh, it's no miracle, sir. Strip a frigate of her armament. Load every grain of gunpowder we have aboard her. Take a skeleton crew to man her. Sail her right into their fleet where it rides at anchor in the harbor and blow up the whole collection at one fell swoop.
Yes. It might be done.
I'm sure of it, sir. Make of the frigate one enormous bomb.
But how to get the skeleton crew back out again?
Well, we'd try to slip out of the harbor in a lifeboat, sir. During the confusion, of course, that is a slim chance. But the men I've picked, they know that. They're anxious to try it anyway.
And you want my permission for the venture?
I do, sir.
It's yours, Mr. Decatur. And good luck.
You are listening to Dean Jagger in the role of Stephen Decatur on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Under a broiling Mediterranean sun, a lean black American frigate, manned by a handful of picked veterans, her hold one vast powder barrel, pushes steadily toward the pirate port of an enemy country.
Can you make him out, sir?
Yes, he's flying the pirate flag, all right. It's probably one of the thieves who calls himself port inspector. Salvatore.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Point up in the wind a little closer. Stand by to haul your sheets in.
Aye, sir.
What ship are
You answer, Salvatore.
Yes, sir.
Royal Arms, British merchantmen, cargo of cotton. All in your sail! We're sending an inspector aboard.
What shall I tell him, Lieutenant? Tell him nothing. Let the inspector come aboard. Inspector.
What if he should look below,
Mr. James?
Yes.
Go below and watch the men with the powder. Yes. Salvatore.
Aye, sir.
Order your sail close hauled.
A thousand pardons for this intrusion, gentlemen. We were assailed with the notion that this was an American ship. A foolish error, was it not?
Well, now that you recognize your mistake, perhaps you'll be good enough to get...
Cotton, you said? A cargo of cotton?
Cotton, yes, from Liverpool. Do you wish to see our papers? This is a humiliation, I need hardly remind you, which will not be light.
Captain, rest assured, I do not plan to inspect the cargo. I will simply see you safely into harbor. A formality. These men, they are all your crew? It seems a small number for the long voyage from Liverpool.
Yes, this is just one watch. The others are below.
Ah, just so. I trust you will pardon my inquisitiveness, Captain. The Americans, you understand.
Well, what about the Americans? You went to war with them?
Myself, I went to Cambridge, although I'm still Mohammedan. That was in the days when Americans were throwing tea into the harbor at Boston. As an Englishman, Captain, you will sympathize with my attitude towards Americans. They're quite mad, you understand, quite mad.
So crazy they won't even pay tribute to pirates, huh? Salvatore, further up into the wind.
Aye, my captain.
Now, pirates, that's a harsh word, Captain. The Sultan wishes only to protect the shipping in these dangerous waters, yes? Naturally, he must maintain a navy to do it, yes? And the Navy, it is not a cheap toy. Americans must pay their share to maintain it as the others do, or what? Or we take their ships away from them.
You see, kind of tribute. You impress the American seamen into slavery, that it?
Really, Captain, you have a talent for selecting the ugliest words. Slavery? We simply allow them to work out their own ransom as a favor to them.
Sounds like a profitable enterprise, Inspector, so long as it works.
We flatter ourselves it will all work out quite well, Captain. The Americans, being mad, are inclined to be stubborn, but they will learn. They will become accustomed to our order.
We are in the harbor lane, sir.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that our pleasant little trip is so near an end.
Yes. Tell me, Inspector, that is the Sultan's fleet anchored over there, isn't it?
Yes, that's the biggest part of it, yes. We like to keep the lower harbor clear for merchantmen like yourself. Ships that pay us their tribute.
Oh, yes, of course. Salvatore.
Right, sir.
3 points to leeward.
3 points to leeward it is, sir.
Captain, I think you are confused. The merchantmen don't dock over there. I just told you.
I'm in command on the ship, Inspector.
But you're sailing right into the midst of the fleet.
Your powers of observation improve, Inspector. Mr. James.
Yes, sir.
All hands to man the 2 lifeboats. Everything ready.
Yes, sir. Right away, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, what sort of joke is this? Who are you?
Lieutenant Stephen Decatur of the United States Navy, Inspector, who proposes to blow your fleet out of the water. Right the wheel, Salvatore.
Yes, my lieutenant.
Very well. Set the fuse. The order is to abandon ship.
But, Captain, what about me?
A seat in this lifeboat will cost you $50,000, Inspector.
But, Captain, what ghastly joke is this?
Cling to the oars.
No, wait, I'll pay.
All right, hold on, lads. All right, hold on. Come along, then, Inspector. Climb aboard.
I have just a few gold pieces in my purse, but I swear the rest will be paid later.
No, I'm not so much interested in your money, Inspector, as in giving you a taste of what it's like to pay tribute for your life. Now, all hands, lean to those oars and row for all you're worth. Yep.
Fuel won't last more than a minute, sir.
Any second now. Steady on, everybody. Watch out.
All our fleet in ruins. And it's my fault.
Tell the Inspector, if my cargo really had been cotton, would you ask for a bribe when we got ashore?
A fee for my services, perhaps, Captain, but not a bribe.
Fee for your services, I see. Well, now I'm going to ask you a fee for my services, since the situation's been reversed.
Anything within reason, Captain, if you'll get me safely ashore.
I wish to be taken directly to the Sultan.
Sultan himself? But I could
the port authorities would care to know about the fees you charge for not inspecting cargoes, especially my cargo of cotton.
You can depend on me, Captain. I will arrange that you have an interview with the Basha.
His Royal Majesty the Basha, defender of Mohammed, Prince of Princes, protector of all who bow thrice toward Mecca.
Gentlemen, pray be seated. Bring chairs for the infidels.
We prefer to stand, sir.
You are the Americans, no? I say it was not nice of you to blow up my ships. I have scarcely any left. We shall have to take more of yours, I am afraid, to make up for the loss.
Your Highness, we were informed that your navy was so expensive to keep up, you therefore were forced to levy tribute from merchant ships. We thought to relieve you of your burden.
You are mad, young man. You are likewise insulting.
Oh, and yes, another thing. There's the trifling matter of $200,000 worth of indemnities, and the immediate release of the Americans you hold prisoner.
Be very careful what you say to me and how you say it. You seem to forget you are completely in my power at this moment. Do you realize I could have you clapped into one of my dungeons for the rest of your natural life?
I rather think not, Your Highness. We have quite a few ships standing just outside the entrance to your harbor.
What?
Ships with guns, Your Highness. And unless we return to those ships within 3 hours, the American fleet will come into the harbor firing, and it will not stop firing until there's no more Tripoli.
Harsh treatment.
It should be done in any case to pay for the piracy, the kidnapping, the slavery into which you forced American prisoners.
Why do they send wild young men to treat for peace with old power.
$200,000, Your Highness.
$200,000 for indemnities. I have noticed before this peculiar moral attitude that Americans take in relation to tribute or to prison.
Freedom's not to be bought and paid for with money, Highness. Money is for restitution. There are many things for which Americans will pay dearly, but not 1 cent will we pay for tribute. Right there lies the difference between freedom and slavery.
I will take you into my confidence, Captain.
Just, Lieutenant.
You heighten my embarrassment. I realize I am beaten. But my subjects, frankly, they will think it rather odd if I let you go without some little token exchange of gifts. Just as a token, Lieutenant, a promise, shall we say, something concrete I can show them.
I repeat, Your Highness, not 1 cent for tribute and $200,000 from you as an indemnity.
Well, have the Grand Vizier sent in to me $200,000.
And then I will ask you to sign a treaty, Highness. The United States of America demands assurance that you will pay permanent respect to her integrity, her free commerce, and her national honor. She'll tolerate no further insult to her flag.
Gentlemen, please. Pray your attention. President of the United States.
All right, gentlemen. We have drunk to our homecome hero. I should like to propose another toast. Our Navy, with such an auspicious dawn, what may we not hope will be its meridian splendor. And now, a toast from Captain Decatur himself.
Gentlemen, I'm deeply honored by your, dare I say, your tribute. Mr. President, may I assure you that I'm sensible of the great honor you do me at this banquet. We've toasted the Navy, you've been good enough to toast me. I submit there's one thing that's not been given her due. Our country, gentlemen. In her intercourse with foreign nations, may she always be in the right. But our country, right or wrong.
And now, the star of tonight's cavalcade, Dean Jagger.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to point out how you, the civilian, can help increase the tin stockpile. Save all the tin cans that you can lay your hands on. Preparing it for reclamation is simple. Just remove the top and the bottom of the can and step on the hollow cylinder and flatten it out. Then put it away in a dry place. Otherwise, it'll rust. Rusty tin can't be reclaimed. And hang on to that tin until the government asks you for it through your local salvage committees. The call might come in a month, or it might be a little longer, but please keep that tin. The need is urgent. Thank you.
Next week on Cavalcade, a new radio play about a man whose inventive genius helped save America when another European dictator threatened our liberty. That man was Eli Whitney. Our star will be Carl Swenson of the Cavalcade Players. Don't forget, next week, Carl Swenson as Eli Whitney in Man of Design. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! Oh, Silver! Hi!
It happened 10 years ago. But to Mary Ashley, it seemed only yesterday that a freckle-faced little girl in pigtails and astride a wiry cow pony rode a winding trail up to Wild Horse Mesa. When she had reached the top of the level tableland, she urged the pony forward.
All right, Billy. They're right behind us. Come on now. Here we go. Come on, Billy. Come on.
She raced across the mesa as though she were pursued by 1,000,000 wild Indians. That's one of the privileges of being 11 years old and riding your own pony. You can pretend a lot of things. At the end of the run, she pulled up breathless.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Oh, Billy, that's enough. We outran them anyway, didn't we?
She remembered that ride so well because it was on the day that she first met Danny Walsh. Danny was riding bareback on a white-stocking brindle, and if it hadn't been for his carrot-colored hair flying in the wind, Mary could have pretended he was one of her imaginary Indians.
Whoa, Jack. Whoa, boy. Oh, I thought maybe you were an Indian.
Don't look like an Indian, do I?
No, not with that red hair.
What's your name?
Mary Ashley. What's yours?
Daniel Walsh. Most folks just call me Danny.
My pa calls me Sis.
Got a name for your pony?
Of course. It's Billy.
Mine's Jack.
That's a silly name for a horse.
No, it isn't. I name all my horses Jack.
Do you have more than one?
Only when I rope a new one up here in the mesa.
You mean Jack's a wild horse?
Well, sure. That's why I don't use a saddle.
Danny, you're funny.
What do you mean?
Riding wild horses that are all named Jack. Bet Billy and I can beat you back to the trail.
I'll bet you can't.
Give me a head start. Then I'll pretend you're an Indian.
All right.
Come on, Billy. Come on. Come on, boy.
Come on, boy. Stretch it, Jack. Hey, Mary, look out for a red-headed Indian.
That had all happened 10 years ago. And now a very pretty and grown-up young woman stood in front of a ranch house and spoke to a bashful cowboy named Danny Walsh.
And remember how we used to race our horses up on the mesa?
Yeah.
You'd ride hard and yell, "Look out for a red-headed Indian."
That was fun. I still go up on the mesa every once in a while.
To lasso another wild horse and name him Jack?
How'd you guess?
Oh, because I think you're part wild horse yourself.
Maybe I am. I sure like him. A wild horse has spirit, fire. Something other horses lose when they're broken to a saddle.
I know.
By the way, Mary, how's your pa?
Oh, fine. He's awfully busy now since he's been elected sheriff.
I've been meaning to see him.
Why don't you stop in and see him on your way through town?
Yeah, I believe I will. It'll give Sorrel Jack a chance to look at a town. He's never seen one.
Is that Sorrel Jack hitched to the rail over there?
Yeah. Isn't he a beauty?
Oh, he certainly is.
You want to ride him?
No, thanks. I'll leave all the wild horses to you.
Well, I guess I'll be loping along. See you tomorrow night?
Of course.
I'm going into town and chin a while with your pa. Good night, Mary.
Good night, Danny.
Oh, Jack. Oh, boy. Quiet, Sorrel Jack. Quiet, boy. Now, don't get nervous. I'll just hit you here in front of the cafe. Now, you wait right here. I'm going next door and call on Mary's pa. He's the sheriff. Evening, Sheriff Ashley.
Danny, come right in.
I got something I want to talk to you about.
Is it about that wild stallion you're riding?
No, it isn't about Sorrel Jack. Well, you see, Sheriff, it's like this. Well, you see, Mary and I have known each other for a long time, and, well, you see,
Yes, Danny, I see.
Do you?
And you have my consent. I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, gee, Miss West.
Say, Sheriff, have you
What
seen...
is it, Fred?
I was looking for Danny Walsh.
Me?
Yeah. Paul Daggett is next door in the cafe. He's full of red-eye and says he's gunning for you.
Gunning for me?
Claims that wild stallion of yours snapped at him a few minutes ago, and he was tying his horse to the hitch rack.
Why, Sorrel
Old
Jack...
Daggett's pretty hot-headed, Danny. You better go over and talk to him.
Why, sure. Come on, Fred.
I'll be over in a minute, as soon as I finish the work.
Why, Paul Daggett must be crazy. Sorrel Jack won't snap at anybody unless they pester him.
Oh, he claims the horse is vicious.
That's not true.
Well, here we are.
Where is he?
Right over there by the bar.
Daggett, I hear you want to see me.
You heard right.
What about?
That man-eating four-legged coyote you got hitched outside.
Sorrel Jack? What's wrong with him?
Ought to be a law against bringing a sidewinder like that into town.
If it's law you want, why don't you see the sheriff?
Wouldn't do no good. Seeing as how you're sweet on that daughter, I hear.
Mary Ashley has got nothing to do with this discussion.
Oh, she ain't. Well, maybe if I was to shine up to Mary, the sheriff would let me bring hyenas into town. Eh?
Listen, Daggett. I wouldn't mention her name again if I were you.
Yeah, who's going to stop me?
I am.
Boys, listen to the redhead. I think I'll go right out the Ashley Ranch tonight and start courting her. Still, if she runs around a cheap puncher, she can't be
You
mine.
asked for it, Daggett?
What will you? Danny's gonna draw. Danny, ain't you gonna...
If it's a gunfight you want, Daggett, I'll take that, too.
Watch out, boys. You're swinging last.
Where?
Right through the heart. You got him, Danny.
I can't understand it. I'm sure those last two shots weren't mine.
Oh, what do you care? He tried to kill you, so he got what was coming to him.
Yeah, but
Make way for the sheriff, boys. Here he comes.
Yeah, what's going on?
Kill him, Sheriff. Daggett drew first. I saw him. So did everybody else. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Is Daggett dead?
Right through the heart.
I guess you'll be wanting me, Sheriff.
Well, man's dead, and you kill him. That's the law, Danny.
I know it. And I'm ready to go to jail.
I hate to arrest you, Danny.
All I'm worried about is Sorrel Jack. Who'll take care of him?
I'll try it, Danny, but I can't guarantee anything.
Thanks.
Well, come on. You're under arrest for murder.
In all the confusion, no one noticed a tall Indian who stood quietly at the edge of the crowd and watched everything. After the sheriff had taken Danny Walsh to jail, the Indian slipped away and mounted a paint horse. He rode for many miles before he stopped in a grove of trees and met a masked man.
Horse gone home, fella, home.
Hello, where have you been?
Come to bring news.
What kind of news?
Plenty bad. Boy with red hair. Ride Sorrel Jack. Shoot man in cafe.
You mean Danny Walsh? What were they fighting about?
Tonto not know.
That's strange. Danny Walsh isn't the kind of a boy to commit murder.
Tonto see him.
Did the sheriff arrest him? What happened to Sorrel Jack, the wild horse?
Tonto not find out.
There's something wrong there. I'd like to know what became of Sorrel Jack. That's right, Tonto. I'm here, Silver. Hey, big fella. Sorrel Jack comes from Wild Horse Mesa. That's where Silver was born.
That's right.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, stop.
But the Lone Ranger and Tonto were unable to find the wild horse Sorrel Jack. Several weeks went by, during which a jury tried and convicted Danny Walsh of murder and sentenced him to prison for life. Still, no one had seen the wild horse, although cowpunchers who rode the range brought back stories of a sorrel-colored stallion that roamed everywhere and evaded all attempts at capture. Then one day a delegation of ranchers visited the office of Sheriff Ashley.
It's getting to be serious, Sheriff. That wild sorrel's collecting all our Mustangs and roaming the prairie with a pack of Miller's heels.
I lost my best saddle horses only last week.
So we figure the galoot is just as much of a horse thief as the two-legged kind.
And we want to swear out a warrant for his arrest.
Have you gents any ideas just how I'll go about arresting Sorrel Jack?
We know where he and the pack hide out most of the time.
Where?
Up on Wild Horse Mesa. You might be able to run him down the gulch there and corral him.
All right, boys. You swear out a warrant for Sorrel Jack's arrest. And I'll appoint all of your deputies, and we'll try to serve it on him.
That's right.
The following morning, Sheriff Ashley and his posse set out for Wild Horse Mesa. When they arrived, they built a stout fence across one end of the blind canyon. This was the trap into which they hoped to drive Sorrel Jack and his pack of runaway Mustangs. When everything was in readiness, the men spread out to find the horses. As the sheriff waited at the canyon's entrance, he heard the rattle of loose stones on the trail behind him and was surprised to see his daughter Mary approaching.
What's up, sis? Can't you see I'm busy?
A letter came for you. It's from the penitentiary. I thought you ought to know.
Let me see it. This isn't such good news, sis.
What does it say?
It's from the warden of the penitentiary. Listen. Dear Sheriff, Danny Walsh escaped from my jail today. I don't know for sure, but I think he may head for your part of the range. Look for him, will you?
Pa, what'll you do?
I don't know. But you better ride back to town now, I'm busy.
But, Pa...
One job at a time. When I get this one done, I'll worry about that. Now, please go home, will you, sis?
All right, Pa. I'll go.
After his daughter had left, the sheriff was lost in thought for a few moments. Why did red-headed men and wild horses combine to make his life so miserable? A sudden sharp sound brought his attention to the trail that led from the mesa. It was the defiant whinny of a wild horse. Then the entire pack broke into view with Sorrel Jack at the head of it. They made a picture that held the sheriff frozen in his saddle. 16 hands high, the proud and lustrous coated Sorrel Jack led the way. His white flashing feet seemed hardly to touch the hard rock trail. He sensed some kind of battle and whinnied a challenge. Then he came plunging down the trail with the other horses at his heels. Suddenly, they stopped. Sorrel Jack had sighted the figure of a man seated on a horse and barring the way to freedom. With a loud snort, he chose a course that was exactly the opposite from that which his captors had planned. He began to climb the side of the steep draw that led back to the mesa. His shrewd brain seemed to sense that by now the men who had rounded up the cabby were at the bottom of the canyon. If he could regain the level top of the mesa, he'd be safe. The sheriff was suddenly galvanized into action. He whipped his Winchester from the saddle boot and aimed at Sorrel Jack's head. His first shot missed, so he took a more careful aim. But before he could squeeze the trigger, a man who had evidently been standing directly behind him spoke.
Don't shoot again, Sheriff. If you want Sorrel Jack, I'll get him for you.
A masked man. Who are you?
Someone who hates to see a brave horse die by a bullet.
Yes, so do I, but there's no other way. That devil has already figured out the trap we've set for him, and there isn't a horse that can hold up against him.
Yes, there is. Right there.
The white stallion? Well, he's mighty powerful looking, but I don't know.
I do. Here, Silver. I've got to catch Sorrel Jack. You understand, Silver? Ready, big boy? You ready, big fella? Come on, then. I'll Silver! Hi!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Struggling up the almost perpendicular side of a steep slope, Sorrel Jack, the outlaw horse, finally gained the mesa. He had left the pack of horses behind him. Now it was his own race for survival. He reached the edge of the tableland and paused for only a second, then broke into a long lope that carried him over the ground with lightning speed. But the Lone Ranger and Silver were right behind him. They topped the head of the gulch, and in another minute, Silver was plunging after the fleeing Sorrel.
Come on, Silver! Come on, big fella!
The gap between the two horses seemed hardly lessened when Sorrel Jack stopped abruptly. His wild eyes flashed for a moment as he saw the Lone Ranger and Silver bearing down on him. Then in desperation, he headed for the further edge of the table-like mesa. The Lone Ranger realized that the cornered outlaw might leap to his death, so he quickly swung his lariat and sent it spinning in a long, graceful arc toward the sorrel horse's head. The rope caught Sorrel Jack squarely. He screamed in fright and anger. He threw the weight of his body into a mighty lunge. The rope was taut, for it was already snubbed around the Lone Ranger's saddle. Sorrel Jack was far from subdued. He plunged and fought the restraining lariat. The masked man was preparing to circle the captured animal when he heard the sound of a whistle. It seemed to come from nowhere. Then slowly there appeared the figure of a man crawling over the edge of the mesa. He whistled again, sharp, penetrating. The effect on the outlaw horse was astounding. He stopped his fight for release, stood still, cocking his ears forward. The unknown man hurried to the side of Sorrel Jack. He patted the horse's neck and stroked it gently, whispering softly. The Lone Ranger advanced on Silver, slackening the rope.
Thanks. Thanks for saving his life. He might have jumped if you hadn't roped him.
If it hadn't been for my own horse, I'd never have gotten within roping distance.
I know. I saw the whole thing from those cane brakes down there. There now, steady, boy. Quiet down, Sorrel Jack.
You must be Danny Walsh.
I am. Danny Walsh, an escaped convict. And I know who you are.
Oh, you do?
You're the Lone Ranger. But that doesn't help me.
It might, Danny.
What do you mean?
I've been doing some investigating about the murder for which you were convicted.
It won't do any good. There were 40 or 50 witnesses who saw me shoot Paul Daggett.
Will you answer one question, Danny?
I can do that much if I know the answer.
Do you think you killed Paul Daggett?
No, I don't. I was shooting at him, and it was in self-defense. But the last 2 bullets, the ones that killed him, didn't come from my gun.
Do you know who fired them?
No. It might have been any one of the 50 men.
Yes, it might have been.
That's why I can't prove I'm innocent.
Now, look, Danny.
What?
That's the sheriff.
Well, I only busted out of jail to make sure Sorrel Jack was safe. I'll go back without an argument.
So you got that wild horse roped, eh?
I don't think he'll give you any more trouble, Sheriff.
You never can tell about the... Danny, where'd you come from?
Jail. I busted out.
I know.
I'll go quiet, Sheriff. If you'll promise to take care of Sorrel Jack.
There's none of us can handle him, Danny. That's why we're out here today. In fact, I have a warrant for Sorrel Jack's arrest. He's an outlaw.
Both of us are outlaws. That right, Sorrel Jack?
Well, we've got to get back to town. If you can handle this critter, Danny, get on him and let's ride.
Say, Sheriff, what became of that masked man who was here when we rode up?
Right. He's gone. I didn't notice when he left.
I always say you can't trust anybody that wears a mask.
I don't know. But I think this man's different.
If my opinion's worth anything, I'd trust him anywhere.
Well, come on, boys. Let's head back for town. Get a bag.
Not a bad day's work, Sheriff. You came out after one outlaw and you're bringing back 2.
And I've got a double reason for wishing I wasn't sheriff. Come on, boy.
After Sorrel Jack had been captured, it was an easy task to round up the other horses that had followed him. As they came back to the little town, Danny Walsh led the procession riding Sorrel Jack. The people who watched could hardly believe it. Danny Walsh, the boy who was supposed to be in prison, riding the outlaw horse himself, with no saddle and only the rope hackamore for a bridle. The horses were herded into a corral at the end of the street, and ranchmen began to claim their stock as soon as the gate was closed. A few minutes later, Sheriff Ashley beckoned to Danny. They crossed the street and entered the elite restaurant. The lawman intended to buy his prisoners lunch. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian friend Tonto reached another side of the little town and stopped beside a deserted stable.
Whoa, Silver, whoa, Silver, whoa, steady, big fella. Walk from here on, Tonto.
Where you go now?
To find the man I suspect of being the real cause of Paul Daggett's death.
Who's that man?
A gambler named Fred Poole. He was standing next to Danny the night Daggett was shot.
Why do you think that, Kimosabe?
Well, because I've learned from talking to some of the other men who were in the cafe that Poole brought Danny into the place.
How you know this man shoot him?
I don't, Tonto. I don't. But if he's guilty, he'll convict himself. Here we are. This is where he lives.
What do you want? A masked man and an Indian. Outlaws.
Maybe. Well, aren't you going to invite us in?
I don't know you.
Might be to your advantage.
What do you mean?
May we come in?
All right.
I thought you'd like to know that Danny Walsh broke out of jail.
Danny Walsh out of jail? When?
A few days ago.
But I thought that...
So did everybody else. I think Danny now knows who really killed Paul Daggett. The only way to get the information to Sheriff Ashley was to break jail.
You mean...
You know what I mean. He and the sheriff are talking it over right now. Down at the Elite Cafe.
But he can't do that. He was convicted and sentenced. He ought to be kept in jail.
They look real chummy sitting in the cafe. Another thing, the sheriff's buying his lunch. Now, as a taxpayer, you have a right to object to prisoners being treated that way.
Well, that's right. I have.
Thought you'd agree with me. Come along, Tonto.
Hey, wait a minute. Why did you tell me this? Whoever you are.
Why, I just thought you'd like to know.
What are you going to do with him, Pa?
Do with who?
You know very well who I'm talking about. Danny Walsh.
Oh, is he back in town?
Now, Pa, don't be that way. I saw you all ride in from Wild Horse Mesa, and I saw Danny riding Sorrel Jack. Where is he now?
Over in the elite lunchroom. As soon as he gets through eating, we'll go over to the jail.
Do you have to do it, Pa?
Now, look here, sis. I'm still sheriff, and there's only one thing I can do. Hold him for the authorities.
Oh, I didn't mean Danny. He'll have to go back to prison, of course. I meant Sorrel Jack.
I'm worried about that, too, sis. Nobody can handle that critter. I guess I'll run an ad in the paper and say I'll give him to any man who can handle him.
Danny can handle him.
I reckon he can. He's proved that. But Danny's an outlaw. Who's going to handle Danny?
I mean...
Now, here, sis, I don't know what you're thinking, but remember, Danny Walsh is an outlaw. And stay away from the elite restaurant.
May I go down to the corral and see Sorrel Jack?
Well, I guess there wouldn't be any harm in that. I'm going back to the lunchroom and pick up Danny.
Hi, Sheriff.
Are you through with your lunch, Danny?
All ready for one of the rooms in your special hotel, Sheriff.
Danny, you know that
I know you're only doing your duty, and I don't blame you a bit. Let's go.
How are you, Sheriff?
Hello, Fred.
Hello, Fred.
Sheriff, I'm a taxpayer in this county.
Nobody says you're not, Fred.
And as a taxpayer, I don't think you should be using part of my money to feed prisoners restaurant food.
Hey, Fred, I didn't...
That's the trouble. You never think.
Now, wait a minute.
Danny Walsh is a murderer. He's been tried and convicted. He should be eating bread and water in jail.
You're kind of letting off steam, aren't you, Fred?
That's a disgrace to law and order.
What's the idea, Fred?
I don't want to talk to jailbirds.
Suit yourself. The sheriff and I get along all right.
Yeah, I guess it does pay to be real friendly with the sheriff's daughter. Especially before you break the law.
Why, you...
Stay where you are. I got a gun, Walsh.
I don't care if you've got 6 of them. Duck, it's a gunfight. Not unless he can shoot better than that. Why, you dirty... Danny will kill him. Stop it. Stop the fight, Sheriff.
I'm not stopping anything except whoever interferes.
Now, this is where the police lunchroom gets a new front window.
Nice work, Danny. Come on outside now.
Yeah.
Look who's coming. The same masked man who captured the wild horse out on the mesa.
Whoa, Silver, whoa. Well, Sheriff, I see that it's happened.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Hasn't Fred Poole confessed that he was the one who really killed Paul Daggett?
No, and I'm not going to confess. Throw up your hands, all of you. You overlooked the possibility of a second gun, didn't you, Sheriff?
Well, I'll be a...
Don't move, any of you. I'm going to go back down this street, get my horse, and vamoose. And if it's any satisfaction to you, Sheriff, I am the one who killed Daggett. Killed him with the same revolver. He cheated me in a dice game.
You can't get away, Fred.
Oh, yes, I can. Remember, I'll drill the first one who moves.
No, you won't.
Shot the gun right out of his hand.
All right, arrest him, Sheriff. You've heard his confession.
I sure have. That Mr. Pooler's gone away for a long time.
Now, this puts Danny Walsh in the clear, doesn't it?
I'll write the governor tomorrow to give Danny a full pardon.
Does that mean I'm free now, Sheriff?
As far as I'm concerned, Danny.
Where's Mary?
Well, I think she's up at that corral talking to that outlaw friend of yours, Sorrel Jack.
Excuse me. Guess you won't have to worry about who's going to handle that sorrel after all, Sheriff.
Who's going to handle Danny, either?
Look, here comes Sorrel Jack.
Bet it's the first time that critter's ever carried two people at the same time.
But it won't be the last.
I got him for the red-headed Indian!
They'll make a real team, those two.
Say, what became of that masked man and his Indian friend?
There they go, heading the other way. Wonder who that fella is.
I thought by now you fellas would recognize the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yep, that's right. We sure owe him an awful lot.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The United States of America presents the Victory Theater. The Victory Theater brings you Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, Lieutenant James Stewart, Ruth Hussey, and Virginia Weidler in The Philadelphia Story. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking for the United States government, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great moment in the American theater. The opening night of a great new theater, dedicated to those principles for which free peoples are now fighting on the battlefields of the world. Dedicated above all to victory. Each Sunday night, a popular Columbia Network program will donate an extra performance in the service of the United States. Speaking for the sponsoring staff of our theater, which you've heard on Mondays at the same time for many years, and speaking for myself, we are highly honored that the government has asked us to produce this great program. We put this challenge with a four-star premiere, worthy of the star-spangled purpose behind the Victory Theater. Our play is Philip Barry's brilliant comedy, The Philadelphia Story, and our stars are the same famous quartet who played it on the screen: Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, James Stewart, and Ruth Hussey. Incidentally, Henry to use the borrow Jimmy Stewart from his picture studio. Tonight, he was assigned to us by Uncle Sam. As you know, he's now a lieutenant in the United States Army Air Forces. Before it reached the screen, the Philadelphia story ran for a year on Broadway with Miss Hudson as the star. Backstage one night, I tried to persuade the lady to let me make the picture. She was very gracious, but another producer made the picture. However, all things come to him who waits if he waits long enough. So tonight, I raised the curtain on the first act of the Philadelphia story, starring Cary Grant as C.K. Dexter Haven, Katharine Hepburn as Tracy Lord, Lieutenant James Stewart as Mike Connor, Ruth Hussey as Elizabeth Embry, and Virginia Wagler as Dinah.
And don't bother to come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just been listening to the end of An Ideal Marriage. That was Mr. C.K. Dexter Haven being invited out to his happy home, with Mrs. Tracy Lord Haven issuing the invitation. But all that was 2 years ago. Right now, Philadelphia society is seething with interest over the forthcoming second marriage of Tracy Lord. And the editor of the international magazine Spy is determined to spread it over 6 photographic pages of his scandal case. On the way to the editor's office are Spy's major writer and Spy's foremost photographer.
I'm not going to do it, Liz. I'm going to tell Sidney Kid very plainly and simply I'm a writer and no society snoop. I'm going to tell him just that.
Just that.
Let Kid fire me. I'll start writing short stories again. I'm going to tell him just that.
Just that.
Hello, Colonel. Morning, Miss Embry.
Mr. Kid, I don't think you're being fair to me.
No?
No. You're treating me like you treat all your other writers.
You really hate me, don't you, Colonel?
No. I don't like you very much, though.
You hate me, I trust, Miss Embry?
No, I can't afford to hate anybody. I'm only a photographer.
Your assignment will be Spy's most sensational achievement. Tracy Samantha Lord. Big game hunting in Africa, fox hunting in Pennsylvania. Well, I can see the layout now. The Philadelphia story. Who's with the portals of snobbish fox hunting? Oh, no. No hunter of foxes is Spy magazine. Anyway, presented for the first time, quote, a wedding day inside mainline society.
Or what the kitchen maid saw through the keyhole, unquote.
Go ahead, Connor. Writing's your job. I'm only the publisher.
All right, publisher. Take this. Quote, no hunter of buckshot in the rear is cagey, crafty Connor, unquote. Close paragraph.
Closed jobs. Closed bank accounts. But look, Mr. Kid, how could we possibly get inside the Lord of State, let alone the house?
Just a moment. Miss Corey?
Yes, sir.
Ask the gentleman to come in.
Yes.
You find Miss Embry. I haven't overlooked anything. Come in, please, Mr. Come in. I understand we understand each other.
Yes, Mr. Kid, quite.
Colonel, this gentleman has been employed in our Buenos Aires office. I believe he can help us with our problem. Sorry, please.
Tracy Lord's brother Gene is in the American Embassy down there. He's an old friend of mine. I'll introduce you to the Lords as intimate friends of Junius, dear old Junior. Now, this Tracy Samantha Lord, does she know you? You might say Miss Lord and I grew up together.
Yes, you might also say you were her first husband, Mr. C.K. Dexter Haven.
Yes, you might. Holy mackerel, what goes on here?
I remember your honeymoon very well. You and she on a little sailboat. True love, wasn't it?
Right. How did you know?
I was the only photographer whose camera you didn't smash. Oh, you were terribly nice about it. You threw it overboard.
Well, I had the strange idea that our honeymoon, excuse me, was our own private business.
Now, what are the plans, Haven? The wedding's Saturday. They should spend tomorrow night as guests of the Lord.
Oh, now, wait just a minute. Now, this is screwy here. Now, listen, Mr. Haven, why are you doing all this unless you... you want to get even with your ex-bride? I don't think there's anything further to discuss. I'll have a car pick them up at noon tomorrow in North Philadelphia. Why, that's it.
You don't like it. Take my handkerchief. There's a little spit in your eye. It shows.
Miss Dinah.
Ever heard of me, my sister?
Yes, Miss Dinah. She's in the sitting room making a list of the wedding gifts.
Tracy. Mother, how do you spell omelet? Oh, you. Why didn't you answer me? Omelet, Mother. Omelet? O-M-E-L-E-T. I thought that was another L. That's a funny wedding present. It's an omelet here. To the dish. Dinah, bring some of that junk off the table. Is this a present? It stinks. don't take speech, darling. If absolutely necessary, smells, but only if absolutely necessary. Mother, the cards on the presents have been changed again. There must be a ghost loose in the house. Maybe the ghost of bridegroom number 1. Steiner, don't talk about Dexter, or he was dead. He might just as well be for all Tracy shares. Right. If I never see Mr. C.K. Haven again, I'll be... Mother, look at that man. Isn't it awful? Who's friended? They're friends of our father. Wouldn't you know it? What are they, tap dancers or just musical comedy producers? It's hardly fair your father's interest in art. My eye, the art of putting up $100,000 to display the shapely legs of Tina Mara. That's what you two I give up, Mother. You just face the facts squarely as I did. And both might face the facts, but neither of us has proved to be a very great success in life. We just picked the wrong first husband, that's all. Don't just argue about it. You wanted me to take a stand, and I've taken it. The only stand a woman could take and keep her self-respect. Yes, Tracy, I know. Now I have my self-respect, and no husband. Instead of this, I really, you'll see. Let's forget about the past. We both deserve some happiness now, especially you. So, isn't George an angel? George is an angel. Is he handsome or is he not? George is handsome. I like Dexter better. Really? Why don't you postpone the wedding? Postpone it? Oh, that's smallpox. Don't put that idea in our head. What time is it? George isn't usually late. Oh, he's waiting for us at the stable. Waiting for us at the... Mother, if I don't choke her before Saturday, it would perform the wedding, wouldn't it? It would not. Be in the car when I get down, Donna. She's so mean about Dexter. He was rather mean to her, my dear. Did he really shock her? Dinah. Well, the papers were full of innuendo. Of what? Of innuendo. Cruelty and drunkenness, it said. Mother, why won't Tracy ask her own father to the wedding? Your sister has very different opinions about certain things. Don't you think it's stinking not to want father? Yes, darling. Between ourselves, I think it's good and stinking. He's all shiny. What are you talking about? Brand new riding breeches. See?
Hello there.
Well, who's that terribly attractive man?
Hello, darling.
Hello, George.
Well, how do you like me?
I adore you, but you look awful.
Awful?
You look like something right out of a shop window.
Tracy,
I know we'll rub a little dirt on those britches.
No, he's a new pet.
I guess if they're new, but they're not going to be.
I don't get it. When I was a coal miner, the idea was to get enough money to buy clean clothes, and now that I'm settled back...
What's that thing you were reading?
Was this? Oh, I was just flashing through it. It's about your spy.
Who takes it, your cook? I love it. It's got pictures with everything. And certainly has.
I just wanted to see if there was anything in here about the wedding.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought maybe you being one of the oldest families in Philadelphia and me getting very important myself. Luck, of course.
Let me have that thing.
What's the matter?
Look at this stuff. An average day in the life of a congressman. The congressman's wife. The kitchen, there is prepared one banana, slice, 2 sardines. All the filthy ideas coming to a private house with a camera. Get on that horse, George Kittredge.
Tracy, what would happen if I took it into my head someday to go into politics?
You'd be elected president.
No, I mean about publicity.
Not in my home. Get on that horse.
Hey, where is everybody? Hello, Dinah. Dinah, my dream girl.
What in the name of...
Well, hello, Tracy. How are you, Mother Lord?
Don't you know that tomorrow's the wedding?
Oh, no. Oh, that's right. So it is.
Go right back where you came from.
Now, Red, look. You don't think I miss your wedding, do you?
When did you arrive? Tell us all about Junior.
Well, Junior was fine.
Oh, he should be here.
And he's heartbroken. I suggested representing him as best man.
But I'm afraid George might prefer to have his best man sober. Oh, I wish he represents George.
That's a loyal little girl, Dinah. Oh, you like the people Junior did stand, though, I'm sure.
You haven't switched from liquor to dope by any chance, have you, Dexter? People do this, you say?
Yes, you don't have to know Macaulay Connor on Elizabeth Embry, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, then you'd better come along and be introduced. You see, they're great friends of Junior's.
Do they expect to stay here over the wedding? I think it's very clear indeed. I think it's clearer than that. I think it's paranoia. You're lying, Dexter. I can always tell.
And you, Red?
You went to work after the divorce, didn't you?
Yes, except for a brief interview and a couple of alcoholic sanitariums.
You took a job in South America. Who for?
A magazine.
And it wasn't by any chance Spy magazine.
You are a match of intuition.
And I don't suppose that Junior's his friend's a photographer. photographers by any chance, so I knew you were low, but I never thought you'd think things. After I telephoned Junior, I'm going to do things.
No, wait. I confess. You don't have to telephone Junior.
So, you confess?
No, you're slipping, Red. I used to be afraid of that book. The Withering Branch of the Goddess.
Oh, stop.
Now, look, Red, about this man Connor and,
I'll take care of them. Who do they think they are, dodging and unpeaceful people?
Junior doesn't even want them.
I want them out, and you too.
Yes, Your Majesty, but Fred, could I interest you in some small blackmail?
No. What do you mean, blackmail?
Well, it's an article, complete with snapshots, details, and insinuations, and it's ready for publication in Spies. It's about your father and Natasha in New York, you see?
About father and see tomorrow?
Oh, yes, Spies, they may be listening.
But they can't. Even if it's true, where did you get this stuff?
From one Sydney kid, the editor and publisher.
He's got to be stopped.
Well, he is, temporarily. That is, if you'll allow those two to send in a story on your wedding. And when Sid says a story, he means a story.
I'm going to be sick.
Yes, dear. An intimate day with the society bride. Well, it's tough, but that's the way it seems to be.
So I'm going to be examined, undressed, and generally humiliated at 15 cents a copy. And you're loving it.
Am I, Red?
All right, I'll give them an interview. I'll give them a picture of Tracy Lord that'll stand their hair on end.
Where's this room?
I forgot my compass.
Well, this would be the south-southwest corner by living room. Say, what's this guy hating us for?
You say Dexter Hayden?
Yeah, what kind of a name is that?
Macaulay Connors, no homespun bag, my head.
Yeah, well, just try calling him Macaulay.
I knew a plain Joe Smith once. He was only a certain object, so he was an absolute rat. Like, take your feet off the table.
Tell poor footman to call me for lunch, will you?
How do you do?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't tell me to get up. I'm Tracy Lord.
Oh, well, my name is...
It's so nice having you here. How did you meet Junior?
Fine. He left you on this...
You know, it's such a man, isn't it? Yes, isn't it? It's a pity that none of the male members of the family are going to be here to welcome you.
Oh, well, where's your father?
Darling, Papa, I do hope you'll stay for my wedding. We'd like you very much. I'm so glad that it occurred to you.
Your father's sex?
What a cunning little camera. I'm afraid I'm an awful nuisance with it. But you couldn't be. I hope you'll take note of the picture. You're a kind of writer, aren't you, Mr. Connor?
Sort of.
A book?
Yes, a book of a short story.
Under what name? I'm your subject.
My own. Macaulay Connor.
What's the Macaulay for?
Well, my father is just on my friend.
Of whom you have many, I'm sure. English history has always fascinated me. Cromwell, Robin Hood, Jack the Ripper. Where did he teach? I mean, your father.
Well, he taught me in high school in South Bend, Indiana.
South Bend. It sounds like dancing, doesn't it? You must have had a most happy childhood there.
Oh, it was terrific.
I'm so glad.
Well, I didn't mean it that way.
I'm so sorry. Why?
I don't know. Like a wherewithal, I guess.
But that doesn't always cause unhappiness, does it? Are either of you married?
No.
No, you mean you were, but now you're divorced. Oh, in fact, now surely you're not ashamed of it. Of course I'm not ashamed of it. Well, it was years ago. I was only a kid in Duluth.
Heavens, well, you never told me anything about this.
Well, you never asked me.
I didn't ask you, of course not.
Don't submit. Hardware.
You're the darndest girl.
I think I'm sweet. Duluth, that must be a lovely spot. It's wetter here, isn't it? Sort of, but occasionally we get the breezes. And this is your first visit in Philadelphia. It's a quaint old place, don't you think? Filled with relics. Tell me something. Are you two going together?
Well, no, please.
Odd question, I must say. I don't see why. I think it's very interesting. Don't you agree, Miss Imbre, that if a man says he loves a girl, he ought to marry her?
And she's a human?
Please, Mr. Connor, I asked this young lady a question. Well, that depends. I'll see what's keeping Mama. You're human, aren't you?
Who's doing the interviewing there?
You don't suppose she's caught on somehow?
Oh, no, she was born that way, but I've still got to get an interview.
Well, try the town library. You can probably dig up enough stuff to hang her whole family.
What can we say? Nisko.
Just leave it, please.
Excuse me, are you the librarian?
Yes. What does he wish?
Well, I'm looking for a local... What'd you say?
What does he wish?
I'm looking for a local biography of history.
If he will consult with my colleague over there.
Uh-huh. Dost thou have a washroom?
To the left.
Thank thee. Oh, you reading?
Look, I know this is a public library, but Oh.
Well, my book, huh? Well, couldn't you afford to buy a copy?
The bookstore didn't have one.
Oh, well, I'm sure you're doing the right thing now. You know what happens to girls like you when they read books like mine and begin to think. That's bad.
These stories are beautiful. Why, color, they're almost poetry.
Oh, don't kid yourself, they are.
I can't make you out at all now.
Really?
You talk so big and tough, and then you write like this. Quick as this.
Oh, I guess.
No, I believe you put the toughness on to save your skin.
Think so?
I know a little about that.
Really?
Quite a lot. Gee. Look, now, let's get out of here. Want a friend? No, Mother?
Oh, you really got something here.
Where?
Well, I mean, all this here. Garden, swimming pool. You could say a small yard on there.
Hey, what were we talking about?
Oh, my book.
Yeah, tell me something, will you? When you can do a thing like that, book, how can you possibly do anything else?
Well, you may not believe this, but there are people in this world that must earn their living.
Oh, heck that, Dexter. Look, stand by me, will you? I don't want to be alone with him.
Oh, certainly, if you like.
Thanks.
Hello there, Red.
Well, fancy seeing you here.
Well, what's this looking thing? Orange juice? Thanks, I love that.
Don't tell me you've forsaken your beloved whiskey and whiskey.
Oh, no. I just changed their color, that's all. I go in for the pale pastel shades now. How about you, Mr. Conner? You drink, don't you? Oh, a little, and you're a writer? Dear me. I thought all writers drank to excess and beat their wives.
Dexter, would you mind doing something for me?
Anything, what?
Get that heck out of here.
Oh, my dear Red, I couldn't do that. You need me too much.
Would you mind telling me just what it is you're hanging around for?
I think I must.
No. Please don't go, Mr. Conner.
No. Please don't go, Mr. Conner. As a writer, this ought to be right up your street.
Don't miss a word.
Well, I never saw you looking better, Red. You're getting that fine, tawny look.
Oh, don't talk about me, always goody.
Yes, it's astonishing what money can do for people, Mr. Conner. Not too much, you know, just more than enough. Now, take Tracy, for example. She even changed her shape. She was a dumpy little thing at one time.
Only as it happens, I'm not interested in myself for the moment.
Not interested in yourself? You're fascinated, Red. You're far and away your favorite person in the world. Of course, Mr. Conner, she's a girl who's generous to a fault, except to other people's faults. For instance, she never had any understanding of my deep and gorgeous thirst.
It was disgusting. It made you so unattractive.
Yes, a weakness, sure. And strange to her religion, Mr. Conner, she finds human imperfection unforgivable. And when I gradually discovered that my relationship to her was supposed to be not that of a loving husband and a good companion, but that of a kind of high priest to a goddess, well, then my drinks got deeper and more frequent.
I never considered you as that for myself.
You did without knowing it. And the night that you got drunk on champagne and climbed out on the roof and stood there in your nightshirt with your arms out to the moon, waving like a banshee.
I told you I never had the slightest recollection of doing anything like that.
I know. You drew a blank. You wanted to. Mr. Conner, what would you... Oh, where did he go?
He's gone. I hope he heard what you said, though. Make a wonderful story for Scott.
Yeah, it's too bad we can't supply photographs of you on the roof.
Dexter, what are you trying to make me out as?
Tracy, what do you fancy yourself as? When I read you were going to marry Kittredge, I couldn't believe it. That's why I'm here. How in the world can you even think of it?
Because he's everything you're not.
Oh, yes?
He's been poor, he's had to work, but he's had to fight for everything. And I love him as I never even began to love you.
Maybe so, but I doubt it. I think it's just a swing from me. But Kittredge is no great tower of strength, Tracy. He's just a tower.
You hardly know him.
Well, to hardly know him is to know him well. Kittredge This is nothing, you Red.
You bet he's for me. He's a great man and a good man. Already, he's of national importance.
Oh, you sound like Spy Magazine talking.
You seem quite contemptuous of me all of a sudden.
No, Red, not of you. I'm contemptuous of something inside you. Your so-called strength. Your prejudice against weakness. Your blank intolerance.
Is that all?
Well, that's the gist of it. Because you'll never be a first-class human being or a first-class woman until you learn to have some regard for human frailty. And to see your own footprints slip a little sometime. But your sense of divinity wouldn't allow that. You're a special class of the American female. The married maiden.
So help me, Dick. If you say another word, I'll...
Oh, I'm through, Ed. For the moment, I've had my say. Oh, look, the Tower of Strength. I suppose I should object to this, Susan. Now, that would be most objectionable. Well, any time either of you want my advice, we'll give you a ring. Thanks, do that, will you? Well, so long, Ed. Oh, here's a little wedding present. Sorry I hadn't any ribbon to tie it up with. Well, so long, Didry. So long. Should we open this, Tracy?
Go ahead. I must remember to send him a note along with the others.
Well,
what is it?
What would your friend consider the wedding present?
Why, it's a model of the True Love.
The what?
The True Love. A boat he designed and built practically. We sailed it down the coast of Maine and back the summer we were married. My, she was yaw.
Yaw? What's that mean?
It means, what does it mean? Easy to handle, quick to the helm, fast, bright. Everything about special. She'll keep developing drive on.
Less than 20 minutes ago, a great many of you heard Cecil Brown say, and I quote exactly, "In the Far East, American bombers brought new encouragement to the courageous Chinese. The Americans swooped down on Canton Aerodrome in South China and caught 60 Japanese aircraft smashed on the field. The bomb bays opened, and most of those Japanese aircraft are no more." I wonder if you feel that you had anything to do with what happened there. Well, if you're a worker, perhaps the planes you worked on were in that fight. Perhaps someone in your family or one of your friends was fighting there. But how about you, personally? Did you have anything to do with it? If you're buying government bonds, you did, because your dollars were fighting there and doing their utmost. Everybody can send dollars fighting. I was at the post office the other day, and it took my breath away to see the people crowd up to get their bonds. Rich man, poor man, bringing stamps and cash for bonds. They could almost see their money go marching. There was a satisfaction, a sense of belonging that just never comes to people that sit on the sidelines. And if you don't know that feeling, that glow, then you're missing something real. Maybe 10% of your income is tough, but do it. And if 10% is easy, make it more. Are we going to win this war? President Roosevelt says we can, we must, we will. Won't you say that too, and then make it real by starting to put 10% of all you earn into war bonds? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Story, starring Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, James Stewart, Ruth Hackey, and Virginia Whitelaw. On the eve of Tracy Lord's wedding, her ex-husband Preston is no comfort. No comfort either is Dinah, who rushes in with news of a new complication.
Tracy! Who came anyway? He's here right now. Who's here? Father!
On the terrace, Tracy Lord faces her father and mother. In her eyes, there's nothing but scorn.
Now, Tracy, remember, your uncle Willie's guest at Honors night. You mustn't be late.
I just saw that fiancé of yours, Tracy. He roared out of here on 2 wheels. Does he by any chance ever walk anywhere?
Funny life, I expect.
I have a feeling he'll take the ring tomorrow and go right through center with it.
He's certain idiot. Very amusing, I'm sure. Almost as amusing as the picture of you with your arm around Mother.
I find very unamusing the stupid, undignified spectacle we're making of ourselves. The benefit of those 2 newspaper people.
Girls in as much as you let us in for it in the first place.
Oh, do keep that note out of your voice, Tracy. It's most unattractive.
How does your dancer friend talk? Does she Tracy, you've got a heck of a nerve to come back here, your best head of the family manner, and strike attitudes and criticize my fiancé and give orders and mess things up generally. So I can't Well, actually, I don't know who to concern except the father.
That's very wise of you, Margaret. What most wives fail to realize is that their husband's philandering has nothing whatever to do with them.
Oh? Then what have they to do with?
Reluctance to grow old, I think. I suppose the best mainstay a man can have as he gets along in years is a daughter. The right kind of daughter.
How sweet.
Full of warmth. Full of foolish, unquestioning, uncritical affection.
None of which I've got.
None. You have a good mind, a pretty face. You have everything it takes to make a lovely woman patient. Except the one essential. An understanding heart. Without it, you might just as well be made of bronze.
That's an awful thing to say to anyone.
Indeed it is.
So, I'm to blame for Tita Mara, am I?
To some extent, I expect you are.
You coward.
No, it's better to be one than praise. And a perennial spinster, however many marriages.
But that's too much. What did you say I was?
You want me to repeat it?
A prig and you mean you think I'm some kind of a goddess or something?
Your ego wishes to call it that, yes. Come along, Margaret. Crazy,
Dancing up.
You know what time it is? It's time for four.
China's later than that. In China we'd be married by now. Oh, perhaps it's only yesterday.
Crazy, I don't understand you. What's the matter?
What's the matter with everybody?
Crazy.
You got that wrong. Pigs don't think. Nor censors. Nor goddesses of any variety.
South Bend, reporting for the I'm sorry, Donna, we're going home after this, eh? Oh, now you can't do that. You're bringing out an old friend of Junior's.
I wish old Junior's were here.
I'll get your wrapped up right back.
He'll wrap me up.
Oh, you.
Hello.
Hey, you look fine.
Hi, Peter. Fine.
Good. What was I saying? Oh, let's have another drink. Or with citric slang.
That's not what you were saying.
No, of course it was. What was I saying? Oh, I know. Why do you wish your brother was here? Does he like citrus?
Everybody likes citrus.
Everybody likes citrus. Everybody except C.K. Dexter.
C.K. Dexter.
Where is C.K. Dexter?
He didn't come home.
He's home, huh? I think I'll go and have a little talk with him.
Come on, Father, let's have some fun.
It's all right.
No, we're going to have just one more drink before.
Not you, I'm afraid, dear.
Why should you be afraid, George? You know wine never affects me, not in the slightest.
Hello, what's up? You are. Come on in. I bring you greetings. Have a bottle of champagne. Champagne is a great leveler. It makes you my equal. Oh, I wouldn't quite say that. Well, almost my equal. C.K. Dexter, I would like to talk to you. All right, well, let's go in the talking room. Now, don't tell me the party's over so soon. No, I just felt like talking to you. Well, that's nice. I wonder if I might borrow a drink. Certainly. Oh, it's a new gentleman. Yeah, sit down. Thank you. Excuse me. Huh? Oh, nothing. Listen, are you still in love with Tracy Lord? What? Or perhaps you consider that a very personal question. Not at all. Liz thinks you are. But of course, women like to romanticize about things. Yes, they do, don't they? You know, I can't understand how you can have been married to her and still know so little about her. Can't you? No, I can't. I have the hiccup. I wonder if I might have another drink. Thank you. You know, Tracy's so ordinary woman, and you said some things to her this afternoon that I resented. Well, I apologize, Mr. That's quite all right. But when a girl is like Tracy, she's one in a million. She's sort of like a goddess. No, you said that this afternoon. She's sort of like a queen. A radiant, glorious queen. And you can't treat her like that.
No, I suppose not. But then I imagine Kittredge appreciates all that.
Oh, Kittredge appreciates Kittredge. That fake man of the people, that 5-cent edition of Sydney Kid.
I always thought Kid himself was a 5-cent kid.
You know, Kid just using you like he uses everybody else. That guy's colossal. He's terrific. He's got everybody fooled.
Yes. No mean Machiavelli-ish, mining Sydney Kid. The world's his oyster with an R in every month.
That's not bad. When did I say that?
You didn't. I did.
Sorry. I suppose you've never heard of Kid's little arrangement in Kansas City, no? Or San Francisco. Well, let me tell you about the time he went to Boston. The true story of that little John was wrong.
Oh, yes? Hey, look here. What would happen to you if I used that stuff? Well, it might want you very much. You see, Kid is holding an article on Tracy's father, and this might stop him.
Oh, blackmail, huh? Well, look, you just use it. Use it with my blessing. I'm through anyway.
All right, now, come on. Sit down there.
I gotta go back to Tracy.
Not yet. Now, you dictate, I'll write. Now, shoot. Boston. Boston.
The time, May 1938. The place, Boston, in a hotel. Get it? You know, Tracy, champagne's funny stuff. I'm used to whiskey. Whiskey sort of a slap on the back. Champagne. It's mist before my eyes.
It was nice of you to bring me home. I have a little mist, too. Here's it. Dad? I'll tell you what. Let's have a quick swim to brighten us up. Dex and I always stand after parties.
Let's get some champagne.
Hello.
Hello.
You look fine.
I feel fine.
Did you enjoy the party?
Sure. The prettiest sight in the fine, pretty world is the privileged class enjoying its privilege.
You're a snob, Connor.
No doubt. A wash with champagne was Will Hugh Tracy's pleasure dome on the nuptial eve of Tracy's. Oh, now listen. You can't marry that guy.
George, I'm going to. Why not?
Well, I don't know. I thought of before it at first, but you just don't seem to match up.
Then the fault's with me.
Oh, maybe so, but all the same, you're quite a girl, Tracy.
You think?
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Professor. I don't think I'm exceptional.
Yeah, you are, though.
I know any number like me. You ought to get around more.
In the upper class? No, thanks, no.
What have classes to do with it? George comes from the so-called lower class. Dexter from the upper. I'll take the lower, thanks.
If you can't get a drawing room.
What do you mean by that?
My mistake.
You're insulting.
What?
Oh, don't apologize.
Well, who's apologizing?
I never knew such a man.
Tracy.
What do you want?
You're wonderful. There's a magnificence in you, Tracy.
No, I'm getting self-conscious. It's coming on. Mike,
Yeah, that's funny.
I don't know. So I guess it's late.
A magnificence that comes out of your eyes, your voice, the way you stand and the way you walk. You're lit from within, Tracy. You've got fires banged down. Heart fires and holocaust.
I don't think you're made of bronze, then.
No. You're made of flesh and blood. That's the blank, unholy surprise of it. You're the golden girl, Tracy. Full of life and warmth and delight. Well, what goes on? You got tears in your eyes.
Shut up. Oh, Mike, keep talking. Will you?
No, I've stopped.
Why? Has your mind taken hold again, dear Professor?
All right, now lay off the professor stuff, you got me?
Yes, Professor.
Really all I am to you, is it?
Of course, Professor.
You sure? Come here.
What are you, Professor?
Are you sure?
Yes, of course, I'm... Oh. Golly, move it.
Tracy.
Mr. Connor.
Let me tell you something, Tracy.
No, don't do it. Suddenly I got the shake.
Is there anything I can offer?
No, it mustn't be. It can't.
Would it be inconvenient?
Terribly. Anyway, I know it isn't. Oh, Mike, we're out of our minds.
Right into our hearts.
That ought to have music.
Yes, that's right. Tracy, you're so loud.
Oh, this is my instinct was melting away. What is it? Have I got feet of clay or something? Mike, it's not part of the plan. It's like over the lawn and in the bush. It'll be lovely now.
Tracy, you're tremendous.
Touch me in your
Hello, Mac. Well, it's you, Mr. Dexter. Any prowlers around? No prowlers, sir. Can I get in this way? If you can always go in the front, sir. Yes, well, thanks, Mac. Good night. Good night, sir. Hey. That you, Haven? Well, hello, Kittredge. Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm a friend of the Sanders, didn't you know? Just dropped into a chat. I don't try to be funny. I asked you a question. I could ask you the same question. Well, I telephoned Tracy and I phoned with Nancy. I was worried, so I walked over from the gatehouse. I was worried, too. About what? Well, what do you think of this fellow Connor? Or do you? Now, listen, if you're trying to insinuate... Oh, my dear chap, I wouldn't insinuate anything on the... Oh. Listen, what was that? Oh, that? Oh, well, come on. I'll walk around the house and tell you all about it. Something's going on here and I'm saying. So you. Why, it's that Connor. What you doing with Tracy? I'll calm yourself, Jeff. He's carrying in his arms. He's carrying Tracy.
Don't stop, Mikey. She's crooning.
Right here? Okay. Now, what is that? He's not hurt, is he, Connor?
Not wounded, sire, but dead.
Oh, it seems the managed to hit the water the wine hit her. Now, look here. Yes, a likely story, Connor. What do you say? I said a likely story. Take her into the house. Now, listen, if you think that she'll be down directly, yes, if you want. I want.
Hello, Dexter.
Hello, George.
Hello, Mike.
Second door to the right, Connor. Mind you don't wait time out. I'll be right back directly.
Mikey made a tray. Did you know?
Oh, this is horrible. Yes. How are the mighty fallen? But if I know Tracy, she won't remember much of this. For the second time in her life, she had drawn quite a tidy blank. Oh, you don't believe it, do you? Believe what? Well, the implications of what you saw, let us say. Well, what else am I to believe? That's entirely up to you. I've got eyes, I've got imagination, haven't I? I don't know. Have you? Oh, so you pretend not to believe it? Yes, I pretend not to. And you don't know women? That's possible. And you're a fool. Well, that's quite possible. Now, you won't be too hard on it, will you? I'll make up my own mind what I'll do. Well, we're all only human, you know. All of you with your sophisticated ideas. Yes, ain't it awful? I'm back. What do you want to go about? Why, you loaf. Take care of this Tracy. Hey, listen, Hagen. This is my affair. What right have you? A husband. Now, till tomorrow. You can go now, Kittredge. I'll handle the rest of it, too. I'll speak to you tomorrow, Hagen. Sure. Well, hey, Connor, come on, wake up. Come on. How do you feel? Now, look, if you think... I know. I'm sorry, but I thought I'd better hit you before he did. He's in better shape than I am. Oh, yeah. Well, you'll do. Is there anything wrong, sir? No, not a thing, Mac. Just as quiet as a church. Who's that lying there? That's Mr. Connor, Mac. Oh, doggone. I thought it might have been Mr. Kittredge. Oh, well, now, we can't have everything, Mac. Good night. Good night. If you started buying war bonds, perhaps you haven't figured that what you're doing for your country is working out to your own best interests, too. But it is. And there's nothing unpatriotic about the fact that these bonds are a gilt-edged investment, too, as Mrs. Brown here knows. Do you mind Mrs. Brown revealing your personal affairs?
No, I don't. Our income is $35 a week. It's quite a sacrifice to put 10% of that into war bonds, but I told my husband that we'll save quite a bit of money.
Indeed, you will. That's been carefully figured. 10% of $35 is $3.50 a week. 50 cents a day. If you buy stamps and bonds at that rate for 5 years, you'll have bonds worth at maturity over $1,200. That'll buy you the finest car you ever drove when the war is won.
And this is one of the safest investments in the world, isn't it?
Yes. These bonds are backed by the entire resources of the United States government. You're going to get back $4 cash for every $3 you put in.
That's a lot.
Yes, but there are a few people who are thinking up reasons to excuse themselves for not buying these bonds. If you're one of them, your soldiers ask you to stop figuring why you can't buy them and start to find out how you can. Put 10% of your pay every payday into war bonds. Set your mind on victory and buy United States war bonds starting now. Our producer, Mr. DeMille. Curtain rises on the third act of the Philadelphia Story. The wedding day has gone bright and fair. The events of the wedding eve are a thing of the past. Particularly for Tracy. She can't remember anything. She can't think of anything. Without propping her eyes open with her fingers, she can't even see anything. To comfort her in this predicament comes the little old comforter, Dinah.
How do you feel, Tracy? Oh, fine. You look horrible. I know. Tracy, I hate you to get married and go away. I'll miss you, darling. I'll miss all of you. You know, I had the funniest dream about you last night. I dreamed I got up and went over to the window. And guess what I dreamed I saw coming out of the woods? I haven't the faintest idea. A skunk? Well, sort of. It was Mr. Connor. Mr. Connor? Yes. With his both arms full of something. And guess what it turned out to be? What? You. Me, Mr. Connor, was carrying you. Wasn't it funny? It looked sort of like you were coming from the pool. The pool. I'm going crazy. I'm standing here solidly on my own two hands and going crazy. Then what? The next little while, I opened my door. And there he was in the hall, still coming along with you. Puffing like a steam engine. His wind can't be very good. Then what? Well, then he... Yes, I couldn't possibly. Then he just fell right into your room with you, and that scared me. So I got up and went to your door and peeked in to make sure you were all right. And guess what? What? You were. He was gone by then. Gone? Of course he was gone. He was never there. I know, Tracy. But I should certainly hope you did. It was just a dream. I guess. Tracy, Dexter says so, too. Dexter? Tell me, Lord, you've ever seen it. You told Dexter. Oh. Hello.
I'm testing the air. I like that, but it isn't like me. Oh, hello, Donna.
How do you do, Mr. Connor? Did you have a good sleep?
Wonderful, wonderful. You?
Marvelous. Have you ever seen a handsomer day?
Never. What is such a bag?
I got it for nothing for being a good girl.
Well, Dinah, how are you?
Don't worry. I'm going. Why should you? Well, I guess you must have things you wish to discuss. Only remember, it's getting late. She's always trying to make situations.
Well,
what's the matter with your skin?
What did the children?
Hello, what happened?
Well, I guess I stuck it out too far.
Into a door in the dark?
Yes, that's it. Well, Tracy, what about you? You all right?
Me? Oh, of course. Why shouldn't I be? I had a simply wonderful evening. I hope you enjoyed it, too.
The last part of it?
Really? Why, especially the last?
Tracy, you asking me?
Oh, you mean the twin? We did twin. And so forth, didn't we?
Dead? Tracy,
Right.
What can I say to you? Tell me, Don.
Not anything. Don't say anything, and especially not darling.
Then you're going through with it, huh?
So with what?
With the wedding.
Why shouldn't I?
Well, you said last night.
Oh, I said a lot of things last night, it seems.
Okay, no doubt. Also, no regrets about last night, huh?
Why should I have?
Well,
you don't know what I mean. I'm asking you. Tell me straight out. Tell me the reason why I should have. No, don't. Don't tell me anything.
Doctor's orders.
What is it?
Just the juice of a few flowers. It's a type of stinger. Removes the sting.
Oh, Dex, don't say that.
Why not, Ed?
Nothing will, nothing ever can. Oh, Dex, I've done the most terrible thing to you.
Me? Oh, I doubt that. I doubt it very much.
Dex, what am I going to do?
Why, yes, you, darling. Where do I come into it anymore? Aren't you confusing me with someone else? A fellow named Stickford or something?
George, I've got to tell him.
Tell him what, darling?
I've got to tell him.
Yeah, you got to tell him. You got to tell him, I suppose. He hadn't brains at all. He'd have realized by now what a fool he made of himself.
When?
Last night.
Was he here, too?
Sure.
Good. Sorry, why didn't you sell tickets? something, Dex? Say anything.
No, you do.
Oh, Dex, I'm such an unholy mess of a girl.
No, that's no good. That's not even conversation.
But never in my life. Not if I live to be 100 will I ever forget how you tried to stand me on my feet again today.
Go on, you're in great shape. Tell me, what do you think of our wedding present? I like my present to be acknowledged, you know.
It was beautiful. And sweet.
Yes, she was quite above the true lovers. No, she was young.
She was all right. I wasn't, was I?
Not very. You were good at the bright work, though.
I made her shine.
I designed another one now along more practical lines.
What do you call her?
I thought the true love second.
Second, if you call anybody that, I promise you I'll blow you and Dad out of the water. I tell you what you can call her if you like.
What now?
In fond remembrance of me, the easy virtue.
Oh, now, shut up, Red. I can't have you think things like that about yourself.
What am I supposed to think when I... Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Oh, well, no, that sounds very hopeful, Red. That sounds just fine.
Stand up here. Let me see your bed. Mother, George will be right over. Here, I forgot. There's a note he sent you this morning. No. Good morning, Miss Nora. Hello, Miss Ingrid. Good morning. By the way, Dexter, Mr. Sidney Swin telephoned. I was to tell you that you win. What on earth does that mean?
Fine. Well, I have a feeling it won't be so hard for me to resign now.
Will be worn tighter this winter.
Well, Red, I'm afraid this is the deadline.
So is this. Listen, everybody, it's from George. My dear Tracy, I want you to know that you will always be my friend, but your conduct last night was so shocking to my ideas of womanhood that my attitude toward you and the prospect of a happy and beautiful life together has been changed materially. Oh, yes, George. Come and listen.
What of all these people?
It's only a letter from a friend. They're my friend, too. Here's the last of it. Your breach of common decency certainly entitles me to a full explanation before going through with our proposed marriage. In the light of day, I am sure that you will agree with me. Yes, George, I quite agree with you.
That's all you have to say?
What else?
On the very eve of your wedding, an affair with another man. Oh, now, wait just a minute. Cedric, it may interest you to know that this so-called affair consisted of exactly 2 kisses on a rather late swim.
Thanks, Mike, but there's no need to defend.
After which I deposited Tracy in the room and promptly returned down here to you two, which doubtless you remember. Doubtless, without a doubt. You mean to say that with all of us to it? I do.
Why? Was I so unattractive, so distant, so forbidding, or something that you...
Well, this is fine talk, too.
I'm asking a question.
You were extremely attractive, but you were also a little worse or better for wine, and there are rules about that.
Thank you, Mike. I think men are wonderful. The little dears.
Then if it hadn't been for the drink last night, all this might not have happened.
Apparently, nothing did. What made you think it had?
But I'm not going to quibble, Tracy. Let bygones be bygones. Now, what do you say?
Yes. And goodbye, George.
I don't understand.
Please, goodbye. You're too good for me, George. You're 100 times too good.
But
And I'd make you most unhappy, most. That is, I do my best to.
All right. Possibly it's just as well. Yes, I thought you'd finally come to that conclusion. I have a feeling you had more to do with this than anyone. Possibly, but you were a great help. You and your rotten class. Oh, class my eye. You're on your way out, all of you. And good riddance. Well, there goes George.
Oh, now, take it on.
Well,
Shut that door. Shut the door. Did you see him out there? That wagger of faces.
My, they look solemn.
What in the name of all that's holy am I to do?
Tracy.
Yes, Mike.
Now, look, I got you into this thing. I'll get you out of it. Will you marry me, Tracy?
No, Mike. Thanks, but... No. Because I don't think Liz would like it, and I'm not sure you would, and I'm even a little doubtful about myself. But I am beholden to you, Mike. I'm most beholden.
But they're in there. They're waiting.
Mike, don't get too conventional all at once, will you? So your reaction.
Come on, cheer up, Red. It'll be all right. You can come out of Janet before.
Thank you, Mother. Before my dear, your father makes a very simple announcement.
Is there anything special you want me to say, Tracy?
No, I'll say it. Whatever it is, I'll say it. I won't be got out of anything anymore, thanks. Tell him to stop the music.
Tracy.
Yes, what can I say?
Just open that door and go ahead. I'll pounce.
Ladies and gentlemen,
gentlemen. 2 years ago, I did you out of a wedding in this house by 11 to Maryland.
2 years ago, you were invited to a wedding in this house, and then I did you out of it by eloping to Maryland.
Right. Which was very bad manners.
Which was very bad manners.
But I hope to make it up to you by going through with it now as originally planned.
But I hope to make it up to you by going beautifully through with it now, as originally and most beautifully planned.
Oh, just a minute.
Just a minute.
That's all.
That's all. Yes, are you sure?
Not the least, but I'll risk it, will you?
No, Dad. You didn't do it just to soften the blow.
No, Tracy.
You're going to save my face.
Oh, it's a nice little face.
Oh, yes, I'll be young. Now, I promise to be
You can be whatever you like. Show my redhead. Now, you're all set.
All set.
Now, will you be best man, Mike? Honor, she can.
Made on a list.
Picture of honor, remember, Joe?
Oh, how did this ever happen?
Well, come on, let's get in there. See you soon, Red.
See you soon, Dad.
Tracy, darling.
I love you, Father.
I love you too, Tracy.
Never in my life have I been so full of love before.
Come along, come along.
How do I look?
Life is sweet. Life is God.
And you know how I feel.
How?
Like a human being.
All America applauds the Philadelphia story. And Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, James Stewart, and Ruth Hussey. Each contributed time and talent to this radio effort to help win the war. As we look out on the world tonight, we find that the war has indeed reached a crisis. Lieutenant Stewart, what's your personal slant on our part in the war?
Well, sir, in the Army, we'd like to see everyone stop criticizing our allies in England. So the next time, stop before you talk and ask yourself, what have I done that gives me the right to criticize people who fought for 3 years and bravely in England? You wouldn't
have to bring that up, Jimmy, if everyone realized that above all, the enemy wants to see our side divided. And now, Cary Grant.
Well, C.B., if I could visit everyone listening tonight, I'd want a conviction of this one thing. That we've all got to win this war together. And by we, I mean the Russians, the Chinese, the English, and the Americans. You know, a very wise American, Benjamin Franklin, once said, we must all hang together, or assuredly we shall all hang separately.
As true today as it was 160 years ago. Now, here's Katharine Hepburn.
I think I would like to ask every mother if she's heard of the crime of Lidice. That's the village in Czechoslovakia where every man was killed by the Nazis. I would ask her to imagine a knock at her door tonight. A knock and a door crashing in. A father and his sons dragged out to be shot. The girl and the mother scattered in cruel concentration camps, never to see each other again. I would say to that mother, if our side doesn't win this war, you can cross out the name of Lidice and write in the name of Middletown, USA.
That crime will be remembered, Katharine. Miss Ruth Hussey.
It must be clear by now to all Americans that you can't compromise with the men responsible for Lidice. I've heard people say that it would be better off if we could make peace with Hitler now. Isn't it plain by now that we must win or surrender? And if we surrender, isn't it plain what we can expect?
There can be no compromise. It is just one long fight, one united fight, shoulder to shoulder with each other and with our valiant allies. But at the end of the road, there's something worth fighting for. A world where you and your family can live in peace and freedom.
Yes, C.B., the world we knew before and will know again. By the way, what is the Victory Theater planning for next week?
Next week's Victory Theater will come from New York, Cary. And one of the Columbia Network's most popular programs will take over for the evening. It's
Hit Parade, with Barry Wood, Joan Edwards, Mark Warner's orchestra, and the Hit Paraders in the leading popular song hits of the week. The same show millions enjoy every Saturday night.
It's been a very great privilege for me to have a part on the first Victory Theater program, Mr. Linnell. Good night, sir.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
The United States government joins me in inviting you to listen again next Monday night when the Victory Theater presents the Hit Parade with Barry Wood, Joan Edwards, Mark Warner's orchestra, and the Hit Paraders. This is Uncle Reed saying good night to you from Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, the Victory Theater is your theater, a rallying place where you can meet with your fellow Americans and with the government each Monday night. We shall place certain true facts about the war before you each week. We shall ask you to do something about those facts. And on what you do may depend the safety of your home and the lives of those you love. The United States government thanks the Columbia Broadcasting System and all who contributed their services to tonight's Victory Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Nicholas Joy as Seth, Janet Beecher as Margaret, Gail Gordon as George, and Leo Cleary, Charles Steele, Norman Field, Verna Felton, Bruce Payne, and Sandra Cole. Our music tonight was directed by Louis Gilbert. Your announcer has been John M. Kennedy. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to The Victory Kitchen, the podcast all about American food rationing during World War II. I'm your host, Sarah Creviston Lee, author, historian, and vintage foodie. I'll be exploring the logistics of food rationing, featuring wartime cookbooks and recipes, and highlighting real home front experiences. We're going to be learning exactly what our grandmothers had to do to get their food to fight for victory. Hello, welcome back to another episode of The Victory Kitchen. This is episode number 14, You Are What You Eat. But first I wanted to tell you quickly about a couple things. The week before Thanksgiving, I co-hosted a wartime recipe swap on Instagram with my friend Sarah. Her handle is at vintage_facade. So for 5 days, we made Thanksgiving recipes from wartime and posted about them and shared all the recipes, including a bunch of extras. And we used the hashtag Victory Kitchen Thanksgiving. We had so much fun doing that we decided to do it again for Christmas. So we will have a Christmas wartime recipe swap. It will be December 14th through the 16th. And it will be 3 days of Christmas sweets, cookies, cakes, and candy. We'll be posting using the hashtag Victory Kitchen Christmas. So if you want to join us, come on over to Instagram and follow me at Victory Kitchen Podcast and Sarah at vintage_facade. Okay, so for today's episode, we are going to be talking about another favorite topic of mine. I know I have a lot, but it is menu planning. I think I am just so fascinated with wartime menu planning because I'm so bad at it, I guess. I'd like to be better, and I'd like to learn more about menu planning just, for my own family's sake, saving money on food and stuff like that. So in wartime, menu planning was a way to help provide proper nutrition. And we've talked a little bit about why nutrition was so important in the last 2 episodes. But was that all a menu needed to do? No. It needed to save health. It needed to save money. It needed to save food. And most of all, save time. Now, these are aspects to menu planning that we still use today. These are the reasons why people menu plan. And I really like how one cookbook has a specific meal planner's creed. This comes from the Modern Family Cookbook by Meta Givens. And I'll actually be talking a lot about this cookbook later in the episode. But I wanted to read this Meal Planner's Creed first. It says, the Meal Planner's Creed. The health of my family is in my care. Therefore, I will spare no effort in planning the right kinds of food in the right amounts. Spending the food dollar for maximum value is my job. Therefore, I will choose among the variously priced foods in order to save money without sacrificing health. My family's enjoyment of food is my responsibility. Therefore, I will increase their pleasure by planning for variety, for flavorful dishes, for attractive color, for appetizing combinations. My family's health, security, and pleasure depend on my skill in planning meals. Therefore, I will treat my job with the respect that is due it. All right, so that is the Meal Planner's Creed. I don't know about you, but it sounds like they're taking it really seriously. And that really was the case. It was so important to plan healthful meals for the family because what goes in is what comes out. So if we put in good food, then we'll have the energy and nutrition we need for our bodies to do what they need to do in wartime. But if not, then we won't have that energy and stamina that we need. So that's really what this is saying. I also think this is kind of a clue as to how our food culture, shifted during wartime, placing an emphasis on the attractiveness of food, of the color and texture and temperature varieties of food served. That really had a huge impact. And I think we see that even more in the 50s. Just the attractiveness of food was, half of the importance of the food itself. Not just eating, but seeing it and how beautiful it was. Because if you have, I don't know about you, I've had some pretty poor visuals of food that I've served my family that they're all pretty much the same color. Like I realized one time, all our food is orange today. I didn't plan that out thoroughly. And I even in my cooking, I can see how that affects how I feel about the end product. If I am making something and it only has yellows and oranges, I feel like it needs like a splash of green in there or something like that. So color really does play an important part of our appetite. In one of the Health for Victory meal planning guides, in particular the August 1943 issue, they have an analogy to building healthful menus that I really like. They say that building healthful menus is a lot like building a house. The foundation is milk and milk products, which are food group number 4. And remember, this is drawing from the wartime 7 food groups. The beams of the house are the meats and meat alternatives, which is group 5. The walls are made of bread and cereals, which is group 6. The roof is constructed from potatoes, other vegetables, and fruits, which is group 3. The windows are green and yellow vegetables, which is group 1. The doors and screens are oranges, tomatoes, grapefruit, which is group 2. And finally, the furnace, butter and margarine, group 7. It says in the book, there are a lot of parts to a house, and one single part doesn't mean much without the others. You have to start with a foundation. Yet a foundation alone won't give you protection, nor will walls alone or a roof alone make a sound, snug house. It's exactly the same in planning healthful menus. One food alone, or 3 or 5, won't build sound health. And remember this, most foods depend on each other to give us the greatest health value for any one food. That's why it takes all of the basic 7 food groups to build a balanced diet. Wow, I couldn't have put it better myself. This really is the nutrition view of wartime in a nutshell. And, I think these still apply today. We can't just go around eating carrots all day and say, I'm a really healthy person. Of course, carrots are great, but you need a whole bunch of other things to round out your diet. So I really love that. There were other basic tips that they gave for planning meals. One was the food value. That's the nutritional value that we've already talked about a lot. A second thing was the variety is the spice of meals. Texture, color, temperature. cooked or raw, the shape of it, the flavor, all of those things play an important part of eating a meal. Also, vitamin Z for zest. I found this tip very interesting because I never thought about it. What they're talking about is the atmosphere of the dinner table. Here's what it says in the book. You won't find it on a scientific list, but Z is one of the most important vitamins of all. Flavor, appearance, how things are served are part of it. So is the atmosphere of the dinner table, particularly laughter and pleasant conversation. It also says, don't skimp on eye appeal. A couple of lettuce leaves, a sprig of parsley, a few strips of green pepper garnishing the platter of a meatloaf often make all the difference between let's get this over with and what a grand dinner. It says to bring out your best china once in a while, put a posy or candles on the table, give a bit of glamour to everything you serve. It will enhance your reputation as a wonderful cook. Once again, we can see like this, them placing an emphasis on this wasn't just for, to make the food look pretty. It was for morale and I guess, to boost your reputation as a cook. One other tip that they give is that serving sizes should be based on the job. Whether they're a child or a teenager, pregnant or nursing mother, it's important to take those factors into consideration when planning meals. I don't know if you've given menu planning a try before or not, but it's hard. It's a really hard job. But in wartime, it was practically dizzying. You not only had to account for nutrition and, portion sizes, you also had to think about the ration points and how much money you had to spend. Oh, it was just so hard. And I think when they threw in this nutrition thing, like, hey, you need to feed your families really healthful meals and make it attractive on top of that, I think I would have just thrown up my hands and given up. But they did have some helps available to them. In many communities, classes were taught about how to menu plan, and they would give examples of meals and recipes. And I think at some of the classes, they even prepared some of these foods for them so they could see and try them out. There are newspaper articles with advice and tips, including a bunch of store ads that featured their own tips for menu planning because they were being helpful, but also with the hope that you would come and shop at their store. Many women's magazines featured menu plans from a few days to an entire month in some cases, depending on the magazine, and usually included most of the recipes that they talk about. And then, of course, there are cookbooks and pamphlets. Just like they usually had a section about nutrition, there was almost always a section teaching about menu planning. Now, as I was preparing for this episode, I was trying to figure out how was I going to go about talking about menu planning, because it is so complicated and it's just so different for everybody. And even in wartime, there are so many different ways to menu plan. So what I decided was that I was going to share with you 3 case studies for different types of menu planning. So you could see some examples from published cookbooks of ways that they actually taught women to menu plan. So first up is the Modern Family Cookbook by Meta Gibbons that I mentioned earlier in this episode. It was published in 1942. The interesting thing about this cookbook is that it includes menus planned for the entire year. I don't know about you, but this is kind of awesome. I think this was really neat that they just did all the work for you. So if you're someone that just, would give up in frustration at the idea of any menu planning, this would be a great book because as you go through it, it could teach you how to menu plan. It includes all the recipes for all the menus. So as you can imagine, it's a pretty thick book. Now in this book, they have what is called the diet pattern. The diet pattern is how they built each and every one of their menus. And this is their diet pattern. 1 is 1 quart of milk for each child and 1 pint for each adult, supplied by 3 quarts fresh milk and 2 cups evaporated milk, the approximate equivalent of 1 quart of fresh milk. Number 2 is 1 serving of citrus fruit or tomatoes or tomato juice. Number 3 is 1 other fruit, either fresh, canned, or dried. Number 4 is 1 green, preferably leafy or yellow vegetable, raw or cooked. Number 5 is 1 other vegetable, either fresh, canned, or dried, aside from potato. Number 6 is 1 serving of potato. Number 7 is whole grain or enriched cereal, bread, breakfast food, cake, etc. Number 8 is 1 serving of meat, fish, or cheese, liver or other meat, sundry, weekly. Number 9 is 1 egg daily if possible, otherwise at least 3 or 4 times weekly. And number 10, 3 to 5 tablespoons of butter or oleomargarine fortified with vitamin A. And then it has a little asterisk at the bottom saying that this diet pattern is in agreement with the standards set up by the Committee on Food and Nutrition of the National Research Council, which was organized to advise U.S. governmental agencies on nutrition problems connected with the National Defense Program. So they are kind of taking their own twist on the basic 7 food groups. And they use this pattern for all of their menus. So it has, the list, like I just read, of the diet pattern. It even has this handy little visual picture of a wheel, but instead it's not called the Basic 7. It says the Daily Diet Guide. And around the edge, meat, vegetables, potatoes, eggs, butter, bread, cereal, fruits, and milk. And then inside it tells you the different serving sizes. It also tells you the caloric requirements for different ages of children, boys and girls, and then a moderately active man and a moderately active woman. And it even has a table of the normal rate at which children should gain weight, the functions of vitamins, food sources of the vitamins, and it has this huge table of all of these foods and their units of calories. It's just got so much information on the nutrition value of foods, and even 100 calorie portions of 100 everyday foods. I kind of had to smile at this because there was a trend for a while. Was it in the 2000s? I can't remember now, but where different companies were making 100 calorie packs of snacks and foods and things like that. And so that's what this reminded me of. So to get 100 calories from an apple, you eat 1 large apple. If you want 100 calories from cornflakes, you eat 3/4 cup of cornflakes. So that's just really kind of an easy way to calculate your calories. It teaches why you use menus. It's just got a lot of different things in here. It's, like I said, it's a really thick book. Now, how they do the actual menus for the whole year is interesting. They don't date it. This is how they explain the dating system. The daily menus have been dated so they can be used year after year. The first Monday in January may fall on any date from the 1st to the 7th. So instead of dating the menus Monday, January 5th, Tuesday, January 6th, and so on, which would apply only to 1 year, a different system has been adopted. Dates appear only on the Monday menus and cover all the dates on which Mondays may fall. Thus, the first Monday in January is dated January 1 through 7. The second Monday, January 8 through 14, and so on. Special holiday meals are listed in a separate section, since most of them don't fall on the same day every year. They also include menus for children's parties, for birthdays, and for other great occasions. This book also teaches how to make substitutions and adjust the quantities, because not, every family size is the same. The menus were written for average activities and average appetites for a 5-member family, husband, wife, and 3 children. And it also encourages substitutions as needed. So the menus aren't considered hard and fast rules. They say, you may occasionally wish to substitute other foods for those in a given menu. Whether because strawberries give Susie the hives, or because pork chops are not the best meat buy on the day when they are suggested, or because you have less or even more to spend than usual. This can easily be done, but to keep the menu well balanced nutritionally, be sure to substitute something from the same class of food. That is, if you take out a fresh fruit, put another fresh fruit in, not a pudding. If you take out a leafy green vegetable, substitute another vegetable of the same type, such as cabbage for lettuce or spinach for broccoli. That way you won't be losing the, rounded nutrition of that meal. I really love this last paragraph. where they talk about how to get cooperation from the family. Because I was thinking this exact same thing when I was flipping through their menus. I was like, oh my, I don't know if my children will rebel or not if I start feeding this to them. They say, you can use the diet pattern and the menus together as the basis for a sort of educational game, which will teach every member of the family more about nutrition and how to choose foods. Help them to see how the food they eat and enjoy fits into the pattern of what they must eat to be healthy and strong. For if they do not cooperate with you by eating the food you provide, they will not be well fed, no matter how carefully you plan their diet. And one way of increasing their willingness to eat the right food is to interest them in its choice and the reasons behind it. I think I can vouch for this because anytime I've included my kids in, like you plan one dinner a week, they really get behind that because they're like, wow, I actually have a choice. And they really like having that power, to decide what we're going to be eating. I just really like that they call it, let's just make it a game for teaching your whole family. I mean, yeah, you could. If you want to learn menu planning by practice with most of the work done for you, this cookbook is a great teacher. So by using the menus and swapping things out for taste and preference within the same food categories, by the end of a year, you would be an expert in writing up a healthy menu in 1940s style. Another cookbook that's similar to this is called the Alice Bradley Menu Cookbook. The edition I have is from 1944, but fair warning, it is a much fancier cookbook, and I feel like they don't repeat things very often, so it's new stuff all the time. And some of the ingredients are kind of hard to find. So yeah, it's a very fun cookbook to have, but I think for just basic foods, the Modern Family Cookbook is definitely the way to go. One last thing that I'd like to mention that is really cool about the Modern Family Cookbook is that on the left, they say the meals and, the menu plans. Then they have the recipe number, not page number, but recipe number next to the things for you to make. And then on the right, in the right column, is the foods that you'll need to make that meal. And so from that, you can make your grocery list based on what you have at home and, what that you'll need because it's all listed right there. I think that's super handy. All right, so for our next case study, this is the Health for Victory Meal Planning Guides by Westinghouse. You hear me talk about these a lot because I am a huge fan. But what's different about these from the Modern Family Cookbook is that they use monthly menus. A new issue would come out each month, and it would have that month's menus in it. So it had a month's worth of menus for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the lunchbox with all the recipes included. Now, in the Modern Family Cookbook, I forgot to mention, they include breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No lunchbox recipes. But sometimes, like on Sundays, they would say breakfast, dinner, and supper. So dinner was the biggest meal of the day in the middle of the day, and then supper was a lighter meal. But in these Health for Victory meal planning guides, I like that they include the lunchbox as a separate menu. It also includes a market list for everything that you'll need for that month. So for each week, it has the things that you'll need to buy in a handy table. So on the left, it has the item, and then on the right, the amount that you'll need. And in one of the booklets, they give this little tip. It is suggested you take the order list and check it against your own supplies on hand, particularly staples such as salt, sugar, baking powder, enriched white flour. Amounts are for a family of 5. Increase or decrease amounts according to your needs. Figure ration points according to the current allowances. And then one of my most favorite things about these menus is that they have an advanced preparation outline listed by date. So these are things to do ahead of time to get meals on the table quickly for the next day. I think this is absolutely brilliant. For example, I'm looking at the December 1943 issue, and it says for December 25th, make coffee cake and bake it. Mix dry ingredients for soya cocoa. Casserole of turkey and spaghetti may be prepared and placed in covered dish in the refrigerator. Wash and clean the turnips. And then you're ready for December 26th. I'm curious what they had you do for December 24th. Oh, here we go. Let's read this. So to get ready for Christmas Day, it says, mix dry ingredients for spiced apple muffins. Clean turkey and get dressing well started. Make cranberry sauce. Mix dry ingredients for Amherst pudding. Okay, so I guess that's what we're having for Christmas Day. So I just think, I think this is the key to the success of these menus in these Health for Victory booklets, is they are showing you how to save time. A lot of these cookbooks say saving time is so important, but they don't really lay it out for you. Like, well, how do I do that? This one tells you exactly how. Now, this issue also has an important note. It says, beverages have been left out of these menus purposely, with the exception of buttermilk and cocoa, which either require special marketing or special preparation. If milk is rationed and difficult to get, adults should drink a minimum of 1 large glass a day, plus whole milk on cereal once a day, and 1 large serving of food which has milk as its main ingredient, which could also be evaporated milk. Children and expectant or nursing mothers should have a quart of milk a day. That is, they should drink milk at least twice a day, and in addition, use whole milk on cereal or other food at least once a day, and have at least 1 food in which milk is the main ingredient. Cream, soups, custards, puddings, for instance. I really love this because they talk about if milk is rationed and difficult to get. And if you remember from the milk rationing episode, that was the case for some people in the country. Remember, milk wasn't nationally rationed, but it was on a local basis. So I just really like that they acknowledge that for some people, milk is hard to get in 1943. And so if it is hard to get, this is the minimum of what you need to drink to have this nutrition. They also feature meatless menus and Jiffy meals, which are ready in 35 minutes. This December issue also has articles that focus on meeting meat problems and how to get the proper amount of protein. One article is called Soybeans Are Wartime Meat. So depending on the issue, they had a different focus for each one, which is why it was important to buy each one when it came out, because they had new information in each one. So when you have them as a whole, you've really got a great picture of wartime rationing. There are other similar sources in magazines like McCall's Ladies' Home Journal, Women's Home Companion, and the Farm Journal and Farmer's Wife magazines. Many of these cookbooks also featured, from a week or 2 weeks worth of menu suggestions, including holiday menus, though their main focus was mostly just recipes. I can't remember which magazine it is. It does include a whole month. I think it's maybe McCall's that has the whole month of menus. I'm a little fuzzy on this. I think it's just dinner ideas. It doesn't have, the breakfast, lunch, dinner. I could be wrong about that though. But if you have one of these magazines, you can flip to the food section and see, these menu ideas and recipes. All right, for our final case study, I'm going to be talking about one of my all-time favorite wartime cookbooks, and that is Thrifty Cooking for Wartime by Alice B. Winsmith. This was published in 1942, and it's a cookbook I've actually featured here in the podcast back in season 1. But today we're going to be studying it from the vantage point of the menu planning. Guess what? There's no menus at all. This book's primary function was to provide basic recipes with multiple variations. So depending on what you could afford, or what was in your cupboard, or what was available at the store, you could provide filling, healthful meals for your family. This had different benefits. Depending on what was being rationed or what you could get at the store, it could be frustrating trying to plan and cook from a set menu and trying to swap everything out. Or if a housewife preferred a less structured approach to menu planning, like me, this cookbook allowed for that, and it let you plan meals based around what you already had and can find at the store. So this book really provided a lot more freedom. Now, you would have to be kind of up on the nutrition aspect of things, because it talks a little bit about nutrition, but it doesn't show you a clear-cut guide how to provide that nutrition. So that's something you'd probably have to get from a different cookbook to make sure that you are providing everything your family needs in their meals. I wanted to read this section from the cookbook, Thrifty Ways for War Days, because it mentions quite a few interesting things. It says, this collection of economical recipes with their numerous variations will be found helpful in many ways during the period of war conservation. The hundreds of thrifty ideas for the use of leftovers and other materials at hand will prove to be a real inspiration in your problems of cooking and meal planning. There are ideas to fit every part of the country, and we must bear in mind that what would seem thrifty and economical to some might be a real extravagant to others. There may be meatless and wheatless days ahead, as there were in the last World War. In this book are many helpful suggestions that will make your meal planning easier while going through these experiences. After all, we owe it to our families to keep the home fire burning as comfortably as possible, while they are so willingly doing everything to protect it. Sugar rationing may present a problem to many, and all of us must cooperate. To meet this situation, many recipes call for honey, molasses, or maple sugar. In fact, any of the recipes calling for sugar in this book can be used with one or more of these substitutions, furnishing the sweet ingredient. Some spices will become more difficult to buy, so minimum amounts are used in the recipes. If you have plenty or live where you can easily obtain them, use more if it suits your taste. There is no reason why we shouldn't use what we have, but let's be thrifty and make everything go as far as possible. If some of the flavorings to which we are accustomed become more difficult to get, or the prices do not fit the budget, variations following the basic recipes offer suggestions for the use of grated fruit rinds and juices. If the flavor of almond is a favorite in your family, save your peach, plum, and apricot pits. When they are dry enough to handle, crack the pits and save the meats by spreading them out in a warm place to dry. Pound these to a pulp or run them through the food chopper using the smallest knife. The flavor will be an addition to anything you would flavor with almond, to any fruit cake or cookies. The children in the family will enjoy taking on this project of preservation. Keep the unused pits in a tightly covered container in a dry, warm place. It takes only a few for flavoring. With the prices of meat soaring and our budgets being stretched harder than ever, you will appreciate the many thrifty suggestions for using the less expensive cuts of meat. Nourishing and delicious dishes may be prepared from them, which may offer many changes in the menu. Remember, much of the meat is needed by our boys, and the use of some of these meat cuts that are less important for supplying the armed forces definitely helps in the conservation program. Don't throw away dry or stale bread, biscuits, crusts, or crumbs. There are many ideas here to help you use them in interesting and delicious ways. And so after that, it gives suggestions for how to use these breadcrumbs for other things. It also has helpful suggestions for leftover fat or drippings. And these are some of the many ways you can be thrifty in war days. So there is a lot of interesting stuff in there. I really like that she points out that what would seem thrifty and economical to some people in the country might be a real extravagance to others, because the country is huge and things grow differently in other places. So she mentions nuts, how in some areas nuts are plentiful, but maybe not so much in other parts of the country. Same thing with like citrus fruits. It might be super easy to get citrus fruits if you're in California or Florida, but in other parts of the country, it's more expensive, and you're dependent on when they ship them to your store. And quite a few times in this book, she makes reference to the First World War. And I really like that. I like that she talks about how there's much to be learned from the First World War and the rationing days from then. So as an example for one of these thrifty variations is for baking powder biscuits. I really like this one. Biscuits are just so versatile, and she points out so many different ways to use them. So she has the basic biscuit recipe, and then the thrifty changes are cheese biscuits, cranberry biscuits, date or raisin biscuits, drop biscuits, fried biscuits, nut biscuits. Then you can do rye, whole wheat, or bran biscuits, scones, soda biscuits, so replacing soda instead of the baking powder, and then using buttermilk or sour milk in place of the milk. Southern corn biscuits, shortcake, and you can do that sweet or savory. For desserts, you can serve it with fruit. And then the two last suggestions are to use biscuits as a top for a meat or chicken pie. and for pigs in blankets. So you can cut the biscuits, like you roll them, cut them into squares, wrap them around a cooked lynx sausage or a hot dog, or she calls them wieners, and then you bake them. And you can serve it with or without white sauce, leftover gravy, or hot tomato juice. So all of those different ways to enjoy biscuits. And that's what this cookbook is full of. All of these thrifty changes to use just what you have on hand. So all of these cookbooks have different approaches to planning meals, but they do have things in common. Nutrition, thrift, eating seasonally, reducing waste, saving time, and morale. Now, it doesn't help to just talk about menu planning. You really have to take a look at them. So I will have pictures from these cookbooks of the menus on my website, victorykitchenpodcast.com, for you to take a look at. Now, when I was planning this episode, I was feeling a little bit lost just because it can be a really big topic to talk about meal planning in general. But when we're talking about wartime menu planning and just all the different ways that you could do it, it was just a little daunting. So I went on Instagram and I asked my followers what they wanted to know about wartime menu planning. So I wanted to go over some of the things that they were curious about. Kimberly wanted to know how to stretch ration points. And this is a huge topic all by itself. But, you know, most wartime menus planned for stretching rationed items. They incorporated, less fats or stretching the fats that you had by, rendering fat from meats that you cooked. They used less white sugar, and instead in the recipes, they suggest using brown sugar, honey, molasses, and maple syrup. There are lots of recipes for stretching meat. A lot of times you're adding things to the meat to make it go further. So like breadcrumbs or even crushed cereal or oatmeal. There's lots of different ways to do that. Also, they always talk about canning your own fruits and vegetables, soups and meats. All of these things were pretty much a given in any wartime cookbook that you encounter. There are some exceptions where the cookbook authors or publishers just pretty much ignored that there was a war going on, or at least they don't make any mention of it in the cookbook. So it's hard to tell if they have wartime meal planning in mind when they wrote the cookbook. So that's an interesting aspect. I think the Alice Bradley Menu Cookbook, this is one of those cookbooks. They do make mention of the war at the beginning, but when you're looking at these menus, some of the items, I'm like, what is that? It's very fancy and very complicated menus. So I think this book, they just kind of put that at the beginning, like, oh yeah, there's a war going on. Here's a few little tips for you. But, the rest of the cookbook, you just kind of have to figure it out for yourself. All right, next, Kara wanted to know how to plan meals for children in wartime. Most menus that I've studied were generally for a family of 4, 2 adults and 2 children, or a family of 5, 2 adults and 3 children. Most of the time, they just tell you to adjust the portions according to the children's appetites. They don't really give you a specific thing, except in the Modern Family Cookbook by Meta Given. That's where she actually lays out, like I mentioned before, how many calories a growing child needs. And many times, if you look at like children's lunchbox menus, the portions are really just smaller versions of what the adults would be eating. So if you're planning for children, looking at wartime menus, you're considering just smaller portions for them and larger portions for you as an adult. In other cookbooks from wartime that talk about children's needs, most of the time they just emphasize that they need more milk. They need to have a quart of milk a day. And that's about the most they talk about besides the standard nutrition needs. Some wartime cookbooks talk about making baby food like purees, but those are kind of hard to come by. And commercially prepared baby food was also available at the time. So for busy moms, you just like today, you could go out and get a jar, some jars of baby food. All right, next, Sarah wanted to know about budget-friendly and using limited groceries on hand kind of tips. Now, I happened to run across in the year-round edition of the Health for Victory Meal Planning Guide, they have a little section called Divide Your Food Dollar This Way to include all the basic 7. And it says, of course, it's not practical to lay down hard and fast rules. Rising costs, seasonal variations, methods of buying, for milk particularly, and the size and makeup of your family will make a difference. However, keep as close to these proportions as you can, and you'll spend your money for health as well as food. And then it goes on to list how much of your budget should go towards the different food groups. So 20 cents or more for milk and milk products. 30 cents or more for fruits and vegetables, 25 cents or less for meats, poultry, fish, and eggs, 15 cents or less for breads and cereals, 10 cents or less for fats and sweets. So the fats including butter, fortified margarine, shortening, salad oil, and salt pork. And then in another section in the same book, it has a section called Now, when some foods are scarce, what then? Here are some other ideas that may help. Then it says, more often than not, there will be an alternate food or ingredient that will do nicely. You may have to change your plan a little, but it can be done easily with a little imagination. Be sure the alternate food is taken from the same basic 7 food group as the original. It's always possible. Otherwise, you may not get what you need. So it goes and has this handy table that lists the food like meat, shortening, milk, citrus fruits. And then it tells you you can use these other things as alternatives. Or on another part of the table, it says you can extend it this way. It won't do much good for me to read all of this. It's a lot of information. So I will also have a picture of this on my blog that you can look at on ways that they suggested to stretch your foods. Now, when I was reading about the different prices, how much you should spend for each food group, you're probably thinking, those prices don't mean anything to me now. No, they don't. And so the only way that we can really make use of that is if we do the calculation to incorporate inflation over time in for today's food dollars. And I will have that calculation on my blog. I think I've talked about it before. I'm a big advocate of this because a lot of people are like, oh, things were so cheap back then. And if you just look at the number, it doesn't really mean anything now. You really have to factor in inflation and, make sense of it for today. So this calculation, I'm not a math person by any means, but it is very handy for historical purposes, kind of getting a rough idea of what things really cost in today's dollar back then. So I will have that calculation for you so you can kind of do the math if you'd like to figure out, how much of your budget that they suggest you use from the 1940s anyway. When it comes to using limited groceries on hand, the cookbook that I have, Thrifty Cooking for Wartime, is really a great resource for that because it doesn't use any menus like we talked about. And it's really just using what you've got, just looking at these basic recipes and then, using what's in your pantry to dress it up in a different way. So I guess what that whole idea is just keep your cooking plain and simple. And then you can make it different by using what you've got on hand. This is a practice I know I could be better at. There's lots of things lurking in the backs of our cupboards that we could use to dress up our meals. Because I think maybe 40% of what's in my cupboards are condiments. And, I don't know why, but they can really go a long way to, spicing up our foods. Okay, so Gina wanted to know about portion size and if soup was served with most dinners. There was a very fun conversation going on Instagram about the portion sizes, because this is a huge pet peeve of mine when it comes to ice cream, as probably a lot of you have already read about on my Instagram account. And wartime portions were definitely smaller. Just in that time period in general, portion sizes were much smaller as compared to today. And you can find evidence of this just by looking at dishes. The dinner plates back then were much smaller. The coffee cups were much smaller. Today, like, coffee cups are like mini boats. I mean, they're huge, and our dinner plates are massive. They're like serving trays. So it's just a very different food culture now. So when it comes to preparing wartime recipes, this is something I've been learning most recently, is when you go to bake something in a pan, it will turn out very different if you're using a modern sized pan. If they just say use a medium sized dish, it's really hard to know, in the 1940s what that meant, unless you have an original dish to compare it to from that time. And so I have made things in like a modern sized bread loaf pan, and it was too big. I do have a smaller loaf pan, and when I've made it in that, it turns out much better. Like, the size looks more like it's supposed to. So this is something I just never thought I'd encounter. I mean, serving size is one thing, but like when you're baking something or cooking something in a dish, it can change, just because our dishes are so different now. So I think if you really like to get a good sense of, portion sizes in this time, invest in some inexpensive dishes from the 1930s or 40s and eat off them and just see how different it is. I recently acquired some sherbet cups, and they are the perfect size for ice cream in my opinion, because it's just so small, and I really love that. I love that it limits the portion. All right, I could go on about this for a long time, so let's move on. The other question she had is soup served with most dinners? What I found in wartime meals is that soup was usually a lunchtime menu item. Dinner usually featured a main meat dish or a casserole. There were exceptions, of course. I found in like fuller menus with a lot more options that sometimes they do include soup. And I found that in the Alice Bradley menu cookbook, she has soups pretty often in the dinner menus. But in other wartime cookbooks, I usually only encounter soups for lunchtimes. Okay, so Kelsey wanted to know, how did they grocery plan? So grocery planning was a very tricky affair. Not only did they have to plan around their local grocery store sales, they also had to plan how to spend their ration points. Then you add in menu planning, and it was a surefire way of getting a headache. That's why we see so many resources that were made available to women to help them, like ready-made menu plans. Many grocery store ads listed popular food items and their ration values at that moment in time, which was a really nice way to get a quick view of what it would cost you in points before you get to the store. Newspapers would also have lists of rationed things and their point values for the coming 2 weeks. Amy wanted to know, how much of a role did international cuisine like Indian food play? Now, this American food, this is going to be different than British food. The British had Indian influences for quite a bit longer, so the curries were definitely more part of their cuisine than in America. In general, international cuisine played a small part in mainstream American cookbooks. I found references for lots of British and French cuisine. Then there's some Chinese, some Spanish. I even found some for Norwegian, Irish, Italian, and Russian foods, though I am a little suspicious that a lot of this was Americanized recipes. Now, there are some cookbooks from wartime that are in the international niche already, like the United Nations Recipes for War Ration Cooking or American Women's Voluntary Service Cookbook. They feature recipes from other chapters of the WVS. Then there's the wartime edition of the Russian Cookbook for American Homes. And then Cooking Without Cans by Betty Wason. She traveled abroad extensively, so she includes a lot of international recipes. Then there's Herbs for the Kitchen by Irma Goodrich Mazza. And she was married to an Italian man, and so her whole cookbook is about her journey of learning how to use herbs in the kitchen, because her husband grew up with lots and lots of herbs and flavors and she did not. So she had a steep learning curve for cooking for her husband. And so that's actually a pretty delightful book to read. So these are international already in their intent. So those are the best types of cookbooks to look out for if you'd like to try some American geared international wartime cooking. Sydney said that she would love to see their tips for repurposing leftovers into new meals. And just by chance, the cookbook feature for this episode has a page dedicated to this topic. So I will have a picture of that on my blog for you to look at. "1940s Lance wanted to know how to get started with wartime menu planning. If you want to get started learning how to menu plan like they did in World War II, I'd say the best way would be to buy a wartime cookbook with menus, like the Modern Family Cookbook by Meta Givens, if you really want to dive in deep, or a Health for Victory meal planning guide. I'd say these meal planning guides are the most affordable way to kind of get into wartime cooking. You know, right now they run between like $6 and $20 depending. So they're really affordable option, and they've got lots of great information. They're all different. So, I mean, they're all fun. I love them all. Since these have the menus and the recipes already in them, you would be all set to dive right in. Now, if you're not quite ready to commit to that level, head on over to my history website. That's www.history-preserved.com and click on the tab that says Wartime Menu Challenge. Was it last year? I think it was last year. I tried out one full menu each month for 6 months, and this was way harder than I ever thought it would be. But each month I also provided a free download of a week's worth of menus and the recipes from different wartime resources. So this is, like I said, it's free and you can download these PDFs, and I'll have a link for that on my podcast blog so that it'll be easy to find. I wanted to thank my followers on Instagram for responding to my question and telling me what they wanted to know about wartime menu planning. I hope I answered your question, and if not, you can definitely get in touch with me on Instagram, and I can help you get that question answered. Today's cookbook feature is A Guide to Wartime Cooking, prepared by Meredith Moulton Redhead, PhD, and Edith Elliott Swank, MS. And this was a cookbook published for the H.J. Heinz Company out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1943. Now, in this cookbook, the contents include some introductory things like talking about your biggest job is food. We need well-balanced meals. And then it's got a really cool page with pictures called their 9-point plan for wartime eating. I'm definitely going to have a picture of this on my website because it is really cool to look at. Then they've got menus and recipes. And what's cool about this cookbook is that it's arranged according to shift, working shift. So daytime shift, first night shift, late night shift. Then it has the lunchbox section. They talk about how to plan the lunchbox meal, a master plan for lunchbox meals, pointers on preparation, packing the perfect box. Then it has sandwich filling recipes, tips on food management, uses of leftover foods, and then it encourages you to join the fat salvage program. This is just a really unique book. I don't think I've encountered any other book that has the recipes organized according to work shift times. So just a neat concept. And I also love the fact that they have a heavy focus on the wartime lunchbox. So this was definitely a cookbook to help out housewives to make sure that you're getting the people who are working these shifts the right nutrition, or even nutrition for yourself if you're working one of these shifts. In the section, Your Biggest Job is Food, it says, "We know you women have a big job running your homes today. We know too that you are doing it well. And you don't look on this job as something to make much fuss about either. It's just part of your everyday work. A few years ago, you made the short pay that came home on payday go as far as you could. You learned to manage with the money, not to buy the kind of food you wanted, but the kind of food you could afford. There wasn't much variety to the meals you served, and the family hoped they'd never have to eat that way again. Well, the times have changed. The pay envelope is bigger, much bigger, but you have food problems still, for you can't buy everything you want today any more than several years ago. Now there are rationing and substitutes, priorities and lend-lease needs. Food must be conserved this way so our fighting forces may be fed, our allies spared greater suffering and want. So again you will manage, just as you did when money was scarce. We hope we can help you a little. We know you women all have different problems. Some of your men work at night. Some are fussy about their food. Some have trouble adjusting to nighttime eating. Some sleep poorly in the daylight. Others are disturbed by the school children coming home for odd-time meals. But your biggest job, the job all women must face alike these days, is managing the food supply. Shopping under the point ration program, using substitutes when essential foods are scarce, planning meals your family still will thrive on, packing a lunch pail that will keep your man strong and healthy, wide awake on his job. We hope this little book will help you in that important part of your daily work." I really like this introduction. I like that it makes reference, it doesn't say it directly, but it's kind of making reference to the harder times of the Depression. That they had hard times with food before, they just bought what they could afford. And now, but even with bigger pay envelopes, they're still having to be careful about food because of wartime shortages. So the fact that they're, appealing to that, I think says a lot. It's, what a lot of people worried about. Now, of course, it's a Heinz cookbook. So any of the products that you could buy that was Heinz is featured in this book. It has pictures of generic sugar, and it just says sugar on it, and honey, because I don't think they offered those things. But for the tomato juice, there is a Heinz tomato juice can. Now, I wanted to try one of the menus, but life got in the way. So I ended up just trying 2 recipes like usual. But they've got some really yummy looking recipes in here, like peanut butter French toast, spice fingers, that sounds good, frothy hot cocoa, and then they have this fish with fluffy sauce. That just sounds really funny. But what I tried was this thing called cheese rice loaf with tomato sauce. And this is a dinner menu for the late night shift. So the whole menu includes cheese rice loaf with tomato sauce, glazed carrots, mixed green salad, and then for dessert, peanut honey apple crisp. So the rice loaf and the apple crisp are the 2 recipes that I made. I was a little suspicious of this cheese rice loaf with tomato sauce recipe just because, the name leaves a lot to be desired. But I gave it a go because it looked pretty simple. It just has 3/4 cup uncooked rice, a 1/2 pound, this is so much cheese, of American cheddar cheese grated, 2 eggs slightly beaten, 1 tablespoon milk, 1 teaspoon salt, 1/4 teaspoon pepper, fine dry breadcrumbs, and then 1 can of condensed cream of tomato soup, Heinz brand, of course, undiluted. So you don't add the water to it. And then parsley. So what you do, you cook the rice in salted boiling water until tender. Then you drain the rice and rinse it with hot water. I thought that was interesting. Then you add grated cheese, the beaten eggs, milk, and the seasonings. And this is where it got really interesting. You put this mixture into a well-greased loaf pan, which has been sprinkled with fine dry breadcrumbs. That's really cool. Instead of, like some cakes, they have you dust it with flour, but this was with dry breadcrumbs. And I was curious about why that was. You bake it in a moderate oven, 350 degrees, for 1 hour. Then you unmold. You heat the cream of tomato soup, and you serve over the cheese rice loaf and sprinkle with chopped parsley. This serves 6 people. So what I ended up doing was I used some just regular long grain rice. I did not salt the water because it has a whole teaspoon of salt, a whole stinking teaspoon of salt in this recipe. And it's got the cheese. I thought that was going to be way too much salt. So I left that out. I cooked it in my rice cooker because I seem to always burn the rice when I cook it on the stovetop. I didn't want to risk that. So did it in my rice cooker. I did not rinse it with hot water because I was using it right away and it was already hot. So I added the grated cheese. Now, I was a little short on cheddar cheese. I probably only had like 1/3 of a pound or 1/4 pound. Yeah, I think more of a 1/4 pound. So I ended up adding in the other cheeses I had. I had some Munster and I had some pepper jack. So I mixed those together. I'm always a big fan of mixing up cheeses anyway, to have just a different flavor profile going on. And so that's just what I used. I did everything else like it said. And then I put it in this, I used my smallest loaf pan. That's as close to wartime sizes as I can get. And then I actually baked it at 375 for just half an hour because it's already hot and you're just kind of melting the cheese. So I'm not sure why they say to cook it for an hour, but here's another thing. I also covered it with foil. And I think this is very important because from my experience of cooking wartime loaves, they don't usually have you cover it. And then a lot of times it ends up dried out. So I didn't want to risk that. So I did cover it because I do not like crusty cheese rice. So I don't know. You might like it, but that's just what I did. And then when I took it out of the oven, I flipped it over onto a dish and it slowly unmolded itself. And I did run a knife around the edge just to make sure it was free. And it came out. And then I was just amazed. It had this beautiful, like ready-made, very fine crust from the breadcrumbs on it. And I just thought, this is brilliant. It looks so pretty and cute. I put the parsley on top and it just looked so good. I did try it with some tomato soup. I didn't have condensed cream of tomato. I just had regular, I did have Campbell's tomato soup, not Heinz. Sorry, Heinz. And we'd had it for lunch, so it's already diluted with water. But I wasn't a fan of the flavors together. The tomato, I actually thought it tasted great plain. And let me tell you, it is so good and cheesy. I think it would make an awesome gluten-free mac and cheese recipe without any mac. It was just really good. I even heated some up for leftovers the next day for lunch, and it was still just as tasty and very filling. So I give this one a big thumbs up. And yeah, definitely, it was a little on the salty side. So if you're not wanting that much salt, you can definitely cut down the salt. Just maybe 3/4 of a teaspoon or half a teaspoon. So very yummy. All right, the second recipe was peanut honey apple crisp. This involves 6 medium cooking apples, so about 2.5 pounds, 1/4 cup of honey, 1/2 cup flour, 1/4 cup brown sugar, 1/4 teaspoon salt, 3 tablespoons butter, and 3 tablespoons peanut butter. So the peanut butter is replacing some of the fat in this recipe. You peel and slice apples into a shallow buttered baking dish. You pour honey over the apples. Then you mix the flour, sugar, salt together and cut in the butter and peanut butter until it's all crumbly. No oats. Once again, I really like oats in my apple crisp, but a lot of wartime recipes don't have oats in the apple crisp. You sprinkle the topping evenly over the apples. Then you bake in a moderate 375 degree Fahrenheit oven for 30 minutes or until the apples are done. Or soft, I guess is what they mean. Serve warm or cold with milk or cream, and this also serves 6. This was a very straightforward recipe. I was a little curious about how the honey would taste with the apples. I felt that was a lot of honey, but it ended up being a perfect balance with the peanut butter topping. I never thought 3 tablespoons of peanut butter would taste so intensely of peanut butter. It is, you can't get around it. It's just kind of in your face, or I should say in your mouth, peanut butter. If you're a peanut butter fan, this is definitely the recipe for you. I like peanut butter, but I am a bigger fan of just plain old apple crisp. So I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it was very tasty. I did enjoy eating it, but I think you definitely need a glass of milk to go with it. But overall, like, the flavors all together work really well. And the peanut butter actually covers up any remaining honey flavor there is. So the honey worked really well. I was pleasantly surprised. And the next day it thickened up quite a bit. So it's still really, really tasty. I will have these recipes on my blog, victorykitchenpodcast.com, for you to check out and hopefully make them. And if you do make any of the recipes I've talked about on my podcast, please do, post about it and tag me. I love to see when people try out these fun wartime recipes. Today's story highlight comes from How America Lives. This was a series run in the Ladies' Home Journal that started in February of 1940. Each month, a new American family was featured, covering how they raised their children, what their home life was like, their jobs, community activities, and they even had a breakdown of their budget. The intent of the series was to give readers of the magazine a true cross-section of America. They featured families from all across the country and all kinds of economic backgrounds. In 1941, they even published a book full of these family stories called How America Lives. And I have a copy of this book, and I read it cover to cover. It was completely fascinating. During the war, special emphasis was placed on wartime jobs or service activities, which may not come as a surprise. I mean, if you look at any of these wartime Ladies' Home Journal magazines, they are just chock full of, wartime ads and stories about soldiers or nurses or, things of that sort. So it doesn't really come as a surprise that the families that they focused on, they really made a special emphasis on their wartime activities. The writing of these family stories may not be perfect, especially if we analyze it from a modern perspective, but they do offer a really valuable inside look at families' lives in the 1940s. In November of 1944, they featured a very famous family indeed, the Roosevelts. That's right, I'm talking about President Franklin D. and his wife Eleanor Roosevelt. I thought it would be really fun to learn a little bit more about the Roosevelts while they were in the White House, especially because this was a presidential year for our elections. So I just thought it was appropriate. The article has some pictures of FDR and Eleanor at home in the White House. The article talks about home life in the White House, including family activities, grandchildren and them having guests, what community/national work Mrs. Roosevelt participated in, besides any assistance she gives her husband in his work. They even talk about the Roosevelts' budget. I found this completely fascinating. And if you want to know how a president spent his salary, $75,000 salary in 1940, This is how you find out. It's from this article. And I will actually have a picture of this article on my blog, so you can read the whole thing and get more inside, details. But I wanted to focus on the specific section that talked about menus. It says, each morning, for those who are up and inclined to be about, a thoroughgoing bacon and egg breakfast is served in the family dining room at 8:30. But this doesn't mean Mrs. Roosevelt's day is just beginning. Often she's up at 6, has gone for a brisk canter in the park, had a dip in the swimming pool the Roosevelts have had built at the White House, opened her basket of mail and answered personally a good half of it by the time she appears at the table. Immediately after breakfast, she goes into her daily half hour with Mrs. Nesbit, the Hyde Park neighbor whom she installed as housekeeper in 1933. Guest schedules, seating plans, invitation lists are made out in this interval. Mrs. Roosevelt checks leftovers with the cook, makes sure there is Pedigree, the family favorite, if any of the children are expected, figures out the president's strict diet schedule, and then makes up the menus for the day. If she's about to start on a long trip, she writes out menus for 2 and 3 weeks in advance. A careful record is kept of all company dinners, so no official menu is ever duplicated. I want to take a quick little break here and tell you that I looked up Pedigree because I wasn't familiar with it. It's a traditional British breakfast dish made from curried rice, smoked fish, boiled eggs, parsley, and lemon juice. The article continues, the whole family likes simple foods. Given a choice, the boys invariably say emphatically, no made-up dishes, meaning they want a big bowl of soup, plain roast beef or a steak, and some fresh fruit for dessert. None of them eats pie. Rich pastry desserts appear only at company dinners, and then you can count the Roosevelts at the table by the number of untouched dessert plates. I can't even imagine that. I also wanted to briefly go over the part of the budget that concerns food. So the title of this section was called, Does $75,000 a year cover U.S. President's White House expenses? It says, the food bill for all White House guests, including the Roosevelt children, grandchildren, and Harry Hopkins, not to mention the thousands of people called in for conference or who sip tea and delegations, comes out of the president's own salary, state occasions excepted, when protocol dictates who the guests shall be. No president can hope to spend less than $50,000 a year out of his own pocket for White House food, entertaining, clothing, and charitable donations. He foots all food bills for White House servants, 3 meals a day, 6 days a week for a staff of 23. This is custom. Figure it out with the high cost of groceries in Washington, and it ain't hay. Wow, that's a lot of things I didn't realize. All of that comes out of the president's salary. That's really good to know. I don't know if that's still the case. I can't imagine why it would have changed much. I think for it to change, Congress would have to vote on it. Another last little tidbit that I thought was really fascinating was, it says, China is smashed to smithereens. Broken or chipped china is always smashed to smithereens to prevent it from getting into commercial hands via the ash heap and sold as a souvenir or copied in quantity and palmed off as genuine. So each president chooses their own china. And so I guess this is what they're referring to is, that current president's china, if it ends up in a whole complete condition in the ash heap just because of a chip, it could be stolen and sold or copied, which they don't want. This stuck out to me because when I was in my late teens, I was a volunteer at the President Benjamin Harrison home in Indianapolis, and they had pieces of his original White House china, which I just thought was so fascinating. It was really beautiful china. So just a really interesting little tidbit. I hope you enjoyed this look into the Roosevelt's life in the White House during the war. And like I said before, I will have a copy of this article at my blog for you to read and to learn more details about President Roosevelt and his wife while they were in the White House during World War II. Well, that's it for today's episode. If you or your family have American homefront stories, I would love to be able to share them on my podcast. To share your story, go to victorykitchenpodcast.com and click on Share a Homefront Story. We have lots of fun on Instagram. I share pictures of the food I make for this podcast, and share behind the scenes and little things that I found in my research. So come on over and give me a follow. My handle is Victory Kitchen Podcast, and I would love your support, which keeps this podcast going. To do so, go to anchor.fm/Sarah Creviston Lee and click on support. Thanks so much for listening, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye.
We are now at war. There are but two alternatives, total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin, presenting a radio series adapted from Mr. Miller's book, You Can't Do Business with Hitler, Episode 3. No American goods wanted.
This is Douglas Miller speaking. December 9th, 1941 will go down in history as the date on which Adolf Hitler declared war on the United States. History, in one sense, will be wrong. Actually, Adolf Hitler launched an undeclared war against us as early as 1934. Yes, I said 1934, 7 years ago. This was not a shooting war, but the Nazis used every weapon at their command except shooting to destroy our government, divide our people, steal our military secrets, and cripple our standard of living. These weapons were sabotage, propaganda, the fifth column, espionage, and last but not least, the weapon of international trade. Nazi officials in Berlin were busy scheming to destroy America's prosperity. Now let's get down to the cases. The case of James Dennison, typical of thousands of others. Dennison was an American businessman who in 1937 was trying to sell the products of American labor to Germany and the rest of the world. One day he came to see me at my office in Berlin.
Doug, I'm in a terrible jam and you have to help.
Oh? Well, what's wrong?
Well, I've been shipping tallow from New York and selling it to the Germans. I have a whole shipload of tallow at Hamburg and the German authorities won't permit me to unload it.
Why not, for heaven's sake?
Well, let me explain. You see, this is beef tallow. The Germans use beef tallow to make soap, but it could be used to make oleomargarine.
Oh, I see. You've run into the Nazi regulation that forbids Germans to eat food grown in America.
That's it. And even though my tallow is used for soap, the Nazis insist that since it's remotely possible that someone might use it to make oleomargarine, it must be called food. I tell you, Doug, this whole mess is driving me crazy.
Haven't you a contract with the Nazis?
Contract? You know what they think of a contract.
Yes, the proverbial scrap of paper. Well, all I can do, Tim, is to get in touch with the Nazi Party bigwigs and try to talk them into giving you a break. In the meantime, you just sit tight. Wilder? Oh, how do you do, Herr Luftwaffe?
Heil Hitler.
Want to be sitting?
Nein, I prefer to stand.
Oh. Well, now, you're familiar with the case of Mr. Dennison, Herr Luftwaffe?
Quite familiar.
Good. Now, Mr. Dennison wishes to appeal the ruling that forbids him to unload his cargo.
Impossible. Herr Dennison's behavior has been little short of criminal.
Oh, come now, Herr Luftwaffe. How is it you suddenly label criminal something you've approved of for some time? Furthermore, Dennison has a contract.
The contract violates National Socialistic principles, and any such contract is invalid.
Oh, really? Well, why then did your Nazi officials in the Ministry of Economics sign it?
Because Herr Dennison deliberately deceived them.
Oh, now that's sheer nonsense. Will you please explain precisely what National Socialistic principle Mr. Dennison has violated?
The eternally sacred principle that German blood be completely and forever linked with holy German soil.
Is there something unholy, then, about Dennison's beef tallow?
Yeah, it is edible. It comes from America. No true Aryan German can eat food grown anywhere but in Germany.
All right. I won't argue that point. But the tallow is to be made into soap. Defining it as food seems to me the thinnest kind of technicality and one with no other purpose than to evade your contract obligation.
That remark is insulting, Herr Miller.
But Mr. Dennison can't understand.
No one expects him to understand. He is mercenary and grasping and intent solely upon making money. How can he understand ideals or ethics or sacred principles? for what is most holy to the German people. However, ignorance is immaterial. The fellow will not be permitted in Germany, and that is final. Heil Hitler. Herr Reporter, wait. Herr Reporter.
Oh, the pompous young madman. He actually believes all that rot.
The case of James Dennison is only one of hundreds of similar cases. Germany was out to dominate the trade markets of the world. All of her satellite neighbors and her military victims were to cooperate with the Nazis in not only refusing American goods, but also in driving America out of the other trade markets of the world. The Nazis preferred to see Germans do without rather than purchase our manufactured goods. This harsh regulation was very hard on many Germans. I recall one very pathetic example. A German friend of mine, a kindly, gentle old doctor, who had bought an American-made automobile before Hitler came to power and consequently before the restrictions were enforced. I called on my friend one day and discovered him was in his car.
Oh, Herr Miller, I'm so glad you've come to see us. You're just the one to help us. Father, now you have nothing to worry about. Herr Miller's an American, and all Americans are experts with problems mechanical.
Well, you flatter me, Colin.
I think the trouble is in this thing here, Herr Miller.
Oh, the carburetor.
Yeah, the carburetor.
Well, I'm afraid it's beyond repair, Doctor. You see this crack right across the face here?
But there must be some way to fix it.
No, I'm sorry. The only thing you can do is to buy a new one.
Buy a new one? But that is impossible.
Oh, Father, does that mean we have to...
Yeah, Karen. Our automobile is useless to us now.
Doctor, you mean you must junk a $1,000 car for lack of a $10 part?
Yeah, American parts cannot be bought anywhere in Germany. The government forbids importing American parts. And nowhere else can I get the right kind of, what you call it, the carburetor?
If you knew how we saved our money to buy an automobile, Herr Miller, so that the head doctor could be able to call on us patients.
And I've had it only a year.
Father, perhaps if you talk to the party leader?
I already know what he will say. That I am unpatriotic. Then because I can't use the automobile, he will take it from me for scrap, Herr Miller. Imagine.
Scrap?
Yeah, to make bombs and cannons.
Father, how will you be able to call now on all your patients? You have so many.
I don't know. Since Hitler, everything is in gush.
Now, Papa, be careful.
This automobile, Herr Miller, what a fine, useful thing it is you Americans have made. Useful to a doctor and useful to the patient who waits for the doctor. When delay means suffering and haste means healing. But scrap. To make something like this now into things to kill me. I've lived too long, Herr Miller. Times like these are not for me.
Herr Miller, as the representative of the Ministry of Economics, I must tell you that you have been misinformed. Our regulations do not forbid Americans from selling automobile parts in Germany.
But none have been sold since Hitler came to power.
Yeah, that's true.
And Germans owning American-made cars now find it impossible to obtain parts.
Most regrettable.
Well, why then don't the American manufacturers take advantage of their opportunity to sell parts here?
Well, because they refuse to agree to the terms we offer. That's why, Herr Miller.
Oh, I see. Well, may I ask what the terms are?
We can't offer cash, of course.
But I'm sure our manufacturers would accept a reasonable barter deal.
On the contrary, we offer them barter, they refuse. We will buy $100,000 worth of automobile parts for $100,000 worth of German goods. Yes. In addition, they will buy an extra $1 million worth of goods and pay for them in cash. Do you call that reasonable?
Asking them to invest $1 million cash merely to sell $100,000 worth of goods?
Tell me that. We feel it is a privilege for foreigners to do business here, no matter what the terms.
But these terms are so preposterous, Herr Goldreiter. I may say so. They seem to me as merely one way of saying that you won't take our manufactured goods under any circumstances.
You may interpret the terms any way you like, Herr Miller. But since you refuse our service, I feel terribly sorry for the poor Germans who will now be unable to obtain parts for their American automobiles. Perhaps in the future the fools will know enough to buy German products. Heil Hitler.
American businessmen learned that except for certain war materials, neither the Nazis nor the helpless victims of the New Order would buy products made in the United States. Now, I've been trying to show to what length the Nazis carried their trade war against America, to show they would never buy our surplus food nor our surplus manufactured goods. Nazi propagandists have proven this very same point, not by intent, but because of a blunder. On a certain day in March 1941, in the New York offices of the German-American Commerce Bulletin, located at number 10 East 40th Street, one of the editors was glancing over the most recently published copy of the magazine when...
God be him! Wait! Wait! Come here at once! Oh, imbecile! Wait!
I'm coming. What is the matter?
Matter? Eat! Swine lunet! I thought I told you to cut out that article face. What?
Cut it out? Oh, nice. I did not understand.
You did not understand. You did not understand. You do not understand anything. We are ruined. Completely ruined.
But why? I have done nothing.
Nothing, he said. This fine put a contradiction in the magazine, and he says he has done nothing. Wait. Will you please turn the magazine to page 3?
I have to do something else.
I know, I'm not a fool. It is my own article on page 3 that I want.
All right. I am finding it. Ah, here it is.
Good. Now read what I have written.
Yeah. Germany, with more than 100 million people, could easily buy from the United States each year 3 to 4 billion bales of cotton and a great variety of finished products.
Go on.
If reasonable and normal trade relations could once more be established between both countries.
Now, read your article on page 12.
Yeah, but it is not my article. It is Eric Neumann.
I know, but it is the one I told you not to print. Read.
Yeah. Eric Neumann writes, all the Germans wish to do is to make ourselves independent of the outside world in the domains of foodstuffs and industrial materials. All other products...
Here! Now, do you see what you have done? On page 3, we tell the Americans Germany wants their cotton and wheat and lard and meat and fruit and finished products. And on page 12, we tell them just the opposite. That we don't want their foodstuffs and manufactured food. You fool.
Oh, but that article is by Eric Neumann, Secretary of State in the German Ministry of Economics. It tells how he plans to take the American trade market away from them. It's the truth.
The truth? Why? We are not supposed to tell the truth.
But Eric Neumann is a high official.
But he wrote that article for Germans to read, not for Americans. I told you not to print.
But I thought...
You thought. There's something. We are not supposed to. We are only to obey.
You can't do business with Hitler.
You have been listening to episode 3 in a radio series entitled You Can't Do Business with Hitler. This series is based upon the actual experiences of Douglas Miller, who was for 15 years commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin. Listen to the next episode in this series, which is entitled 2 for Me and 1 for You, and gives you the real inside story on a much-discussed subject, not the barter method. This program was prepared and directed by Frank Telford and brought to you by the Office for Emergency Management in Washington.
John, what your dramatic story this evening? Why, we got hold of some new information about the underground newspaper that had circulated among the conquered peoples of Europe. And it led to a passing parade story about the one in Belgium. It's called La Libre Belgique. And in one way, it's the greatest newspaper in the world.
And Meredith has arranged a special musical score for it, I see. What else have we got from the musical side of things tonight, Meredith?
Well, we're starting out with the Sousa March tonight. And while it is by no means the best known, it is, oddly enough, the favorite of every musician who ever played with Sousa himself. It's called The Freelance.
And incidentally, there's a small-sized yarn about this number that Meredith didn't tell you. It seems that when John Philip Sousa toured the land many a year ago, the first flute player in his band was a skinny kid of 17 just out of high school, who later gave up flute playing and became an orchestra conductor. He never lost his affection for the great bandmaster, though. And no matter what kind of program he was conducting, he would sooner or later work in a Sousa march. And the flute player's name, of course, was Meredith Wilson.
Department of Lost Music. Another of those songs we've been featuring this summer, which John and Meredith have been selecting because, although according to musical experts they should have been hits, for unknown reasons they never had a chance.
In 1940, a highly successful musical comedy began its run on Broadway. It was called Pal Joey. Its music and book were written by Rodgers and Hart, two of the top songwriters of the country. And of all the numbers in the show, the one that the cast liked best, the one that the critics liked best, and that the writers liked best, was one called I Could Write a Book About the Way You Look, a very sweet, gentle melody. This number was triumphantly presented to the country at large, was played sporadically by a few big orchestras, and then suddenly folded and was forgotten. Compared to many another Rodgers and Hart tune, it was a failure. But no one knows why. It remains a mystery, and as such we play it on our collection of lost music.
write a book about the way you walk and whisper and look. I could write a preface on how we met, so the world would never forget. And the plain and simple secret of the plot is just to tell them that I love you a lot. Then the world discovers as my book ends how to make true lovers.
Potential song hit is taken out of the library of lost music and given a fresh start in life. Which brings us to our business department for a few moments as Harlow brings his message from the Johnson people.
No program of better car maintenance is complete if it overlooks the paint job. Even if your car sits idle for days at a time, that finish needs looking after. Smashed bugs and road grime cause deterioration if they're not removed. And a rough finish is a finish that collects more dirt and grime. So give your car a finish that's satin smooth, that sparkles like new, with the easy-to-use double-purpose polish, Johnson's Car New. You may already know that Car New both cleans and polishes in one application. But most people don't really appreciate how easy the job is until they try Car New themselves on their own cars. Car New is a liquid polish. You rub it on, let it dry, wipe it off. Then, if you want to give added protection to that showroom shine and save on car washings, you can apply a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax, or the regular Johnson's Wax. Tie a string around your finger now as a reminder to buy a package of Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. And here is one of the amazing tales on which John Nesbitt's reputation as a leading storyteller of radio and screen has been based. Tonight, it is the story of a tiny newspaper.
Yes, a tiny newspaper. Small enough to fit into a loaf of bread or be tucked into a peasant's wooden shoe. For to be seen with a copy of it meant prison, and to have anything to do with the publishing of it meant death. Yet the name of the newspaper means life. La Libre Belgique, free Belgium, live Belgium. Tonight, this newspaper is 27 years, 5 months, and 3 weeks old, which means that it was first published on February 1st, 1915. 1915. Belgium conquered by the Germans, hostages shot against walls, newspaper editors hanging from public gallows. Belgium lost, crushed, destroyed. The German armies victorious, unbeatable, triumphant. Then, as now. No one breathed in Belgium but what a German spy looked on. Whenever 3 men talked together, one of them was a spy. Yet, on the morning of February 1st, a pretty Belgian girl appeared at the office of the German governor, left him a perfumed pink envelope, Quite flattered and fancying that it might be a love letter, the Governor General opened it. It wasn't a love letter. Inside was a little newspaper, Volume 1, Number 1, La Libre Belgique, Free Belgium, Live Belgium. A newspaper that cried out complete loathing for the Germans, blistering contempt for them, gave the facts about their military reverses, gave the news of America's growing sympathy, cried out in every sentence that Germany would one day be destroyed, that Belgium would one day live again. Who was writing the newspaper? Where was it being printed? To the German secret police, this became a nightmare. For every single week, a copy would be delivered to the Governor General himself. He would find it under his desk blotter, stuck into his overcoat pocket, lying on the seat of his car. And week after week, month after month, it went out to 200,000 Belgian people. Every wind began to distribute it. And wherever it found a reader, a man took up hope. In 1916, the Germans employed a celebrated detective from Berlin to discover the hidden press. He analyzed the paper of a copy of La Libre Belgique under the microscope, found fragments of coal dust on it, followed the trail to a cellar far below the streets of Brussels, captured the editor and staff, took them up into the sunlight and shot them, then carefully smashed the press to fragments, melted down every morsel of type. The German governor wired Berlin of his triumph. He called a banquet of officers to celebrate. And at the table, he received an official envelope from Berlin, a message of imperial congratulations. But the envelope had been tampered with a little, and folded around the message was a newspaper. The next edition of La Libre Belgique. It had not missed an issue. Week by week, month by month, it went on. 1916 passed. 12 times the Germans caught the printers and editors. 12 times the shots rang out that ended their lives. 12 times the newspaper sprang up again. The Governor General actually had a nervous breakdown, was sent back to Germany as a completely defeated man. And by 1917, every man and woman in Belgium had read La Libre Belgique. The paper was now being printed in a funeral parlor. Its press was hidden behind a pile of empty coffins. The paper and machinery were smuggled to the editor inside of caskets that were delivered during fake funerals. The sound of the press was drowned out by volunteers who would gather to sing melancholy hymns in the funeral chapel. The 23rd editor was Victor Jourdain. He was an old man, but he could smile, for La Libre Belgique was now being published in the best hiding place it ever had. Yet, for the first time, a traitor appeared in the Belgian ranks. The Germans were given a tip. They raided the funeral parlor and leveled it to the ground. In a few hours, Victor Jourdain was dead, and so was La Libre Belgique. That morning, its regular issue did not appear, and its last editor lay dead. That night, the new military governor went to the opera. Lying on his seat in the royal box was a picture of the Belgian flag. The picture was printed on the front page of a newspaper, La Libre Belgique, issue number 143, still wet from the press. There was also on the first page an editorial, and to the undying mortification of the German governor, it was signed by the name of Victor Jourdain, the man who at this moment was dead. Who printed the paper now? The Germans would never know until they were driven back in defeat. But it was the wife of Victor Jourdain who had secretly received the copy from her husband as he lay dying, who had taken it to the last hidden printing press of the underground newspaper, there set it up and printed the entire edition with her own hands. That editorial is one of the bravest pieces of newspaper writing ever printed. And it reads, "You came and took our lands, and laid waste our homes, and called yourselves our masters. But the time will come when we will drive you out again. We will never stop fighting you so long as a single invader remains on our soil." 2 weeks after the Nazi conquerors rode into Belgium in the year 1940, they discovered that an underground newspaper was rousing Belgium to its lost faith, a paper called La Libre Belgique. It goes on tonight Despite all the Nazi Gestapo officers in the land, despite the new punishment of torture before death, despite princely rewards offered by the helpless conquerors. 100 of these secret newspapers are published over Europe now. 100 secret broadcasts weekly to back them up. The Axis conquerors are so nervous over how they receive the news that even this program, innocent as it is, and the words I am speaking at this moment, are being carefully taken down somewhere by Axis translators and examined to see if this story hides a secret code. But there is no secret here. The news is that America now labors for you, men of Belgium, editors of La Libre Belgique, wherever you are, editors of all the other hidden papers, wherever you are. America works day and night. The armies are growing. The sacrifices are just beginning. That the hour will come when the flags of every free people will fly over their own soil again. Libre Belgique. Free Belgium. Live Belgium. Live men of courage everywhere.
And here we turn from the somber things of world history to the typically American chapters of our own happy history of peace that Meredith Willson tells in music. And Meredith himself can explain it best.
Thank you, Harlow. Ladies and gentlemen, when we put together popular tunes, old-fashioned ragtime, and even a touch of swing into the group we call America Sings, we occasionally get a strange reaction. Something like, well, what do you mean calling that tune a folk song of tomorrow? Why, I heard it on a jukebox. This makes old Wilson chuckle nastily and go right on playing them. A jukebox, you know, is a little part of America after all. Not elegant, but part of what we know. So were Model T Fords and flannel nightgowns and band concerts in the park. Holly Wolly Doodle and Oh Susanna might have sounded pretty trite in their time, but we call them folk songs today. So it really may be that many a dance tune or bit of ragtime will end up in years to come as part of the folk music of America. Songs, if you please, like these.
Take it serious. No. Life's too mysterious.
Oh, you work, you save, you worry so.
But you can't take your dough when you go.
Don't keep repeating it's the berries.
The strongest oak must fall. The sweet things in life too, you were just loaned. So how can you lose what you've never owned?
Life's just full of cherries.
So live and laugh at it all. tenderly kissed me. Goodbye to dreams that were divine. No matter where I go, my heart will be with you. No matter where you are, I'll always worship you. And so farewell to arms that caressed me. Farewell to arms, farewell to
racetrack 5 miles long, oh, do-da-day. I come down here with my hat caved in, do-da, do-da. I go back home with my pocket full of tin, oh, do-da-day. Gonna run all night, gonna run all day. I bet my money on a bobtail nag, somebody's dead on the bay.
Nesbitt has a very interesting announcement to make in just a moment. But first, I'd like to give you one simple sentence that's worth repeating over and over again. To take better care of your things, try waxing them. Replacements and repairs will become much more difficult before we get through with this war. It's just downright common sense to make things last. Keep them clean, protect them against wear. Dust and dirt, you know, wear things out more than anything else. That's why I say take better care of your things by waxing them. Give your floors, furniture, and woodwork a protective shield of genuine Johnson's wax. Protect all wood, leather, and enamel surfaces with this same wax polish. Every application of Johnson's wax gives not only greater protection, but brings out all the natural beauty of the finish. Floors that are regularly waxed grow lovelier every year, and they never need expensive refinishing. There are 100 extra labor-saving uses in your home for genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy from your dealer in one of three forms: paste, liquid, or cream.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have some old, worn-out phonograph records in your home, will you give them to the authorized representatives of the Records for Our Fighting Men Committee, the American Legion or Legion Auxiliary or the Girl Scouts, who are planning to call at your house any day now? The proceeds of this record drive will be used to purchase thousands of brand new records for our armed forces everywhere. No one is in more desperate need of music and relaxation than a fighting man. Your old records will help bring it to you. Our time is up, so until with Meredith Wilson, Connie Haynes, Bob Carroll, and Harlow Wilcox, we join you again a week from tonight. This is John Nesbitt bidding a very good evening to you all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and industry, this is Harlow Wilcox, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago, WMAQ.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Are those waiting on the trail ahead? Oh, Silver!
The territorial prison was only a few years old, well built and strongly guarded. No one had ever escaped from its high stone walls, although several men had been killed in desperate and fruitless attempts. This knowledge was in Lew Russell's mind as he and Pete, another prisoner, were being led across the yard by an armed and surly guard.
Keep moving, you two. This ain't no picnic.
Russell glanced up at a dark and overcast sky, then spoke to his companion in the tight-lipped undertone that is common to prisoners the world over.
Storm blowing up. That'll help.
Yeah.
Remember now, there'll be a jar of Mexican pottery in the corner of the room. The gun's in that. You shove me.
I got you.
Cut the gab. You hombres asked to see the warden. The only talking you'll do is to him. Pop! Open up, Bill.
What's this?
Warden's orders. They asked to see him.
All right.
Who is it?
Cell guard and 2 prisoners.
You men wanted to see me. All right. What is it?
Well, Warden, you see, we figured...
Make it short. I haven't time to listen to a long story.
My partner and I have been cellmates for 3 months.
No, Lou, you got it wrong. It's like this.
You clumsy convicts.
Gee,
Open that jar. Get up, Russell.
I don't know what to say.
Guard, use the lash. Stand up, you.
Yeah, I'll stand up.
He's got a gun.
And I can use it. Keep your hands up, both of you.
Nice work, Lou.
Now get this and get it straight. The 4 of us are going to walk out of here, see?
You won't get away with it, Russell.
Yes, I will. You and this whip swinger go first. Pete and I'll be right behind you. When we get to the outer gate, tell the guard to open it up. Understand?
Yes, but
get going.
Can...
Start talking, Warden.
I unlock this door, Bill, and walk across the yard with us.
Yes, sir.
These men are... Well, there's some government officers waiting for them outside the gate. Open it up.
Yes, sir. Guess we ought to thank you, Warden, for everything you've done.
Yes,
Say, what's wrong here?
Use your gun. These men are escaping.
Run for it, Pete.
No, you don't, Bob.
Over this way, Pete. The horses are here.
I think I'll wing one of them guards.
I hope it's the one with the whip. Here are horses. Come on.
I'd like to stick around and plug one of them varmints.
We haven't time for that. Let's ride.
Get up there.
Come on, boy. Get up there.
A few minutes later, and not far from the stone prison, a masked man and his Indian friend were resting their horses in a small grove of trees.
That sounded like gunfire, Tonto.
Maybe men hunt.
There's no hunting in that direction. It might be a... Somebody's headed this way. We'll stay out of sight.
Whoa, steady there. I think we've lost him, Pete.
Sure we have. Those guards can't hit anything they can't reach with a whip.
Then this is where I'll turn north.
North? Where to?
A little town called Classen.
Why go back there?
It's the nearest thing I've got to home.
Oh, now, Lou, don't be loco. You were the best sheriff that town ever had. What did they do for you?
Not much.
They railroaded you into the pen on a fake charge of cattle rustling. Is that your idea, not much?
That's why I'm going back. I gotta prove I was framed.
Don't forget you're not a free citizen now, son. You're an escaped convict. Now, let's head out west and start clean.
No, Pete. I'm going back to Classen.
You're crazy.
Maybe. Well, then, I guess this is where we say so long.
How do you figure?
You're going out west, aren't you?
Listen, you sidewinder, I can't be put off that easy. You're loco enough to go back to Classen? Well, I'm loco, too.
Thanks, Pete.
What are we waiting for? Let's hightail it.
Get up there.
Get along,
Come on, get up.
Tonto, those men have just broken out of prison.
You think they speak truth?
I don't know.
These men not go away.
That's what puzzles me. They could leave the country and be free. Yet one of them insists upon going back to the town where he was convicted of a crime.
Me not savvy.
Neither do I. But anyone who will gamble freedom against prison to prove he's right may need help. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
Steady, big fella. Steady, Silver. Steady, boy.
Where we go now?
Same trail they're on, to Classen. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The little town of Classen nestled snugly at the north end of Blue River Valley. In many respects, it was similar to other towns of the range country. The single exception was a large wooden building on one side of Main Street. This was the courthouse, the seat of justice in Classen County. It contained the room in which only a year ago a jury of angry ranchers had demanded that Sheriff Russell forfeit his badge. Attorney Dan Cummings had defended Russell at that time. And now, although it was well past midnight, he nervously paced the floor of his small office.
I should have heard something by this time. Maybe. Who is it?
John Carter.
Oh, just a minute.
I was just heading for home when I got your message. What is it you want, Cummings?
Oh, come in, John. Come in. Sit down.
Have much time, Dan. Ethel's going to meet me at the livery stable. She's driving in from the ranch.
What I have to say won't take long. I'm glad you mentioned Ethel. I'm thinking about her.
I guess you've been thinking about my daughter for several years, Dan. Is that what you want to say?
She's still in love with Lou Russell, isn't she? Won't consider me as long as he's in jail.
It might be that way.
Well, Lou's getting out of jail. He's probably on his way here now.
What? Well, Lou Russell was sentenced to 5 years.
I arranged a jailbreak. Should be here tonight.
What's the idea?
I'm Lou's friend, and we're both in love with Ethel. My only interest is her happiness. If she wants Lou, I'll give him to her.
Well, I'll be darned. I've heard of things like this, but I never saw it happen before.
You'll tell Ethel?
Sure I will. By the way, Dan, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
This Murdoch fellow who holds a mortgage on my ranch. I want to talk to him.
Murdoch? Well, he's very seldom in town.
You're his lawyer, aren't you?
Why do you want to see him?
Curiosity, for one thing. Here's a man who holds a mortgage on most every ranch in the valley. And yet nobody but you has ever seen him.
Well, Mr. Murdoch doesn't like people. I handle all his business.
I hear he's kind of a queer critter. Wears a big black beard and dark glasses.
That's right.
Another thing. I've got to have an extension on that mortgage. That cattle rustling last year put me way behind.
I'll talk to Mr. Murdoch.
Sure would appreciate it.
I'll talk to Murdoch, and you talk to Ethel.
Fair enough. Good night, Dan.
Good night, Carter.
Whoa, Silver. Whoa.
Yeah, this is Classen, Tonto. We'll wait here by the courthouse until we see what those two men do.
They stopped by Longman's place.
I think it's the lawyer's office.
We follow him?
No. As long as the street's dark, it's best to wait here and see what happens. Who is it?
Lou Russell.
Lou, you made it. I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, we made it all right. This is Pete, Dan.
Glad to know you, Pete. How are you? Did you have any trouble with the guns planted in the warden's office?
Everything lined up just like we planned it.
Oh, the guards. Did you have to?
No, we didn't kill anybody.
Oh, I'm glad of that. But it isn't over yet, Lou. They'll be after you.
I know it. That's why I have to work fast.
Work?
Prove that I was framed into that stretch. Isn't that why I busted out of jail?
Yes, of course, but it'll take time.
No, it won't. The first person I want to see is an hombre who showed up here just after I left.
Who's that?
I hear he wears a black beard, dark glasses, and goes by the name of Murdoch.
Murdoch? Who told you about him?
I did. Law didn't get around to picking me up till about a month after they framed Lou. I saw this Murdoch hombre a couple of times. Not up close.
Who is he, Dan?
Murdoch's just a man who came in here from the east and bought up some spreads.
Yeah. Bought him up after the ranchers went broke on account of the rustling they blamed on Lou.
Well, there's no law against buying property.
Ain't it kind of funny this Murdoch got so many bargains?
Well, he's a shrewd businessman. I handled some of the deals for him.
Then you know him?
Yes, fairly well. But I don't think he'll be able to help you very much.
Well, I want to talk to him anyway. Where can I find him?
Well, Lou, why don't you and Pete forget all this and head out west somewhere? You can start clean.
That isn't the reason I busted out of jail, Dan. I respect the law and what it means. I'm going right back to that jail just as soon as I clear up this mess.
Ethel knows about your break. I told her father earlier this evening.
I'm grateful for everything you've done, Dan. But right now, I want to find this Murdoch. Where is he?
Well, he may not be in town.
Then we'll tail him. Come on, Pete.
Now, wait. I'll try to find him. He may be at the hotel or the bar. Now, it wouldn't be good for you to show yourself in either of those places.
I'll chance it. I'm sure if I find him, I'll find out who was behind my frame-up.
All right, Lou. If you're bound to talk to Murdoch, I'll bring him here to the office.
Good. But hurry it up, Dan. Like as not, there's a posse on my trail right this minute.
Yes, I'll be right back.
Say, Lou, are you real sure of this fella Cummings?
What do you mean?
Well, didn't he say he handled some deals for Murdoch?
Well, you're crazy. Dan Cummings is the best friend I've got.
Maybe.
We wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for Dan.
Well, don't get riled. I was just thinking. That's all.
hardly believe it, Father. Why would Dan Cummings help Lou Russell to break out of jail?
Because he's in love with you.
That doesn't make sense. I'm going to stop at Dan's office right now.
Now, Ethel, you better leave well enough alone.
Whoa, boys, whoa. Lou's really here. I'm going to see.
Wait a minute, Ethel. See that man across the street?
Yes.
I think that's Mr. Murdoch, and I want to talk to him.
All right. You do that while I go into Dan's office.
Murdoch! Oh, Murdoch! That's funny. He's looking right at me, but... Murdoch!
Who's there?
Lou!
Ethel, Mr. Carter.
Hello, Lou.
I thought I heard someone call Murdoch.
Well, he's standing right over there, but he won't answer me.
I want to see him, too. Is that you, Murdoch? Listen, if
Watch out, Lou. He's got a gun.
So have I.
Father, the team. I can't hold it.
There's more than one of them, Lou. Over on your left. Look out.
There's too many, Pete. The horses. Come on, this way.
I'll keep going, Lou. I don't think...
Oh, Pete.
Run for it, Lou. I can't.
That gunfight has roused the whole town.
Look, man on his way.
Yes, one of the men we trailed, and he's wounded, Tonto. Help him. Put him on your horse and meet me along the river south of town.
And where you go?
I'll catch that runaway team. Come on, Silver!
Well, Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Ethel Carter's team of young ponies were badly frightened by the gunfire. They raced headlong down the river road with a light buckboard careening behind them. Ethel and her father clung desperately to the wagon.
What can we do?
Nothing but hope. If I could only get...
Bridge, down at the bend. We'll never make it.
But at that same instant, not far behind the runaway team that was lunging through the night with ever-increasing speed, the Lone Ranger was urging his great white stallion forward.
Come on, Silver! Come on, boy!
Slowly but surely, the masked man in silver drew alongside the team of wild and frightened ponies, and the straining, tossing buckboard to which John Carter and his daughter clung precariously. They held on tightly, although they knew that at any moment the light wagon would be smashed into a million pieces. As he drew abreast of the racing team, the Lone Ranger paused for just a moment, then leaped to the plunging back of one of the ponies.
Whoa, boy, whoa, steady, back, whoa, whoa!
His firm and steady hand brought the horses to a standstill.
There now, boys, it's all over. Everything's all right.
Never saw such riding in my life. You saved our lives.
100 yards and we would have hit the bridge.
Steady. They'll be all right now, after they rest a few minutes.
I don't know how to thank you, stranger.
Thanks aren't necessary. I'm glad I could help.
At least you let me... Mask? You're wearing a mask.
A masked man and a white horse.
An outlaw. It was you who fired those shots at Lou.
No, I didn't fire the shots, but I saw everything that happened.
I don't understand it.
I think I do, Father.
Will you answer some questions?
If we can.
The name of the man who walked out of the lawyer's office just before the shooting is...
Lou Russell. He used to be the sheriff here, but...
He was convicted of cattle rustling and sent to the penitentiary. He escaped from there this afternoon.
How did you know all that?
Who's Mr. Murdoch?
He's the one who started that gunfight. I guess it was him. I don't rightly know.
You've never seen him?
Only from a distance, like tonight. He's a queer-looking bird. Dark glasses and black beard.
Thanks.
Here, Silver.
Steady, big fella. I think your pony is arrested now. Be gentle, too, after that long run.
Lou, I just remembered. Maybe he was
No,
killed.
he wasn't killed. He may be badly hurt.
Let's drive back to town, Father, as quick as we can.
You might not find him there. And if you don't, I can assure you he'll get the best of care.
But how will we know?
I'll let you know just as soon as I can. Come on, Silver.
Oh, who do you suppose?
I'm awfully mixed up about a lot of things that have happened tonight. But I'm sure of one thing.
What's that?
That man we just talked to. He saved our lives, and he rides a white horse named Silver.
Well?
There's only one answer. He's the Lone Ranger.
Whoa, Silver, whoa, whoa, steady, big fella. Tonto, where are you?
Tonto here.
Now, where's Lou Russell, the man who was hurt? You bring him here?
Tonto bring him. Tonto fix wound. Him sleep now.
Where?
Under cottonwood. There.
Oh, how is he, Tonto?
Him pull through all right.
Good. All we have to do now is find out what's back of all this. The other man who was with Russell, where's he?
Him dead.
Oh, it's too bad.
After shooting stopped, how to hear people in town talk.
What did they say? Do they know what caused it?
Everybody talk plenty much. Then lawyer friend of Russell say him see masked man right way. Him say you shoot.
So Russell's lawyer thinks I did the shooting.
Ah.
How about Murdoch?
Who you mean?
Man with dark glasses and a heavy beard.
Me not see him.
Oh, I thought I might have the solution to this. If Russell's lawyer was there, I'm wrong.
What we do now?
You're going to ride, Tonto. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
Steady, big boy. Tonto, you ride to the ranch house with the girl who was driving the runaway wagon. I think her name is Carter. Tell her Lou Russell is all right. I think you can leave him here safely.
Where you go?
I'm going to find out something about the man named Murdoch. Meet me back here, Kimosabe. Come on, Silver.
Come on, Silver. Oh. Hello.
Means
an instant. He was here, but he's gone now.
Well, you're up. You must feel much better.
Outside of a crease in my scalp and a left arm that's not much good. Who are you?
Tonto and I picked you up after the gun battle and brought you here.
Oh, but then it's you I have to thank. Well, how about Pete? Where's he?
I guess you mean your partner. He's killed.
Pete dead? Why?
Do you have any idea who Murdoch is?
That's the hombre who started blasting me. I never saw him before.
Very strange. I can't find a trace of him.
You can't? Well, now, say, mister, before you do any more for me, maybe you better know that I'm an escaped convict.
I know all about it. I've also investigated the charges that sent you to jail. The evidence was all circumstantial.
Yeah, letters from people I didn't know who were supposed to be buying stolen cattle from me.
What's your lawyer's name, Lou?
Cummings. Dan Cummings. He's about the best friend I've got. He arranged the jailbreak.
Oh, he did. And the young lady, Miss Carter.
Well, Ethel didn't know about it. I only saw her a second before the shooting started.
Now, tell me, is your friend Dan Cummings by any chance in love with Miss Carter, too?
Dan and Ethel? Oh, no. I guess maybe he used to be kind of crazy about her, but, well, when we got engaged, Dan forgot it.
I see.
And Dan's the one who helped me.
Oh, Scout, fellow.
Hello.
Tonto bring plenty news.
What is it, Kimosabe?
Crowd and class and big. Everybody talk. Lawmen make posse.
You mean they're after us?
Wagon that runway come in town. Carter man strapped to seat dead. Note in wagon say girl kidnapped. We'll bring her back when lawmen catch Russell and masked man.
Ethel's father murdered, and she's been kidnapped. It's that Murdoch. It must be. He's doing this because I got away, and you helped me.
It looks that way.
But why would he murder John Carter?
I don't know. Unless Carter got close enough to recognize Murdoch.
What do you mean?
Maybe nothing. You're familiar with this country around here, aren't you, Russell?
Like the palm of my hand.
Have you any idea where a kidnapper would choose a hideout?
There's several spots.
Come on, we'll ride double on Silver. We can stop at the Carter Ranch and pick up a horse for you.
Right.
Here, Silver. Steady, boy, steady. Come on, Lou. First to the Carter Ranch, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
After securing a mount for Lou Russell, the three horsemen spent hours scouring the hills and broken country for trace of the man who kidnapped Ethel Carter. Finally...
How much further is it to the old mine?
Just around the end of the trail here. There it is. You can see the old tools here. Whoa,
Silver,
whoa. Looks like we're headed at last.
I think you're right. Stay back. He can't hit us if we don't go any further.
Let me line the gun sight on that little wreck.
No, we can't risk shooting at the shack. The girl may be inside.
Yes, that's right.
Tonto, can you climb up one of these drawers and circle back of him?
Tonto, go.
Now, if we can keep him interested by shooting in front of the place.
Well, that's simple.
That's it, Lou. Another one ought to give Tonto time to get there.
Don't seem like he's going to make it.
Hey, you!
Tonto's got him. He's coming out of the shack with his hands up. Come on.
Ethel, is she all right?
Fairly in tight. Me hold gun on outlaw.
Good work, Tonto.
I'll see if Ethel's all right.
You outlaws ain't going to get away with this.
That's very funny, coming from a kidnapper.
The boss will take care of you, and I'll...
Better keep those hands up.
All right. So you beat me to the draw.
Throw down that gun. Throw it down. Keep him covered, Tonto. Who is he, do you know?
No, Tonto not known.
Here's Ethel. She's not hurt.
Oh, I knew you'd come. I prayed you would.
Glad you're safe, Miss Carter. Lou, who is this man? Do you know him?
Sure, I know him. It's Squint Davis, liveryman down at the barn.
This job isn't his idea. Who's your boss, Squint?
I ain't talking.
There are ways to make you talk. I don't think they'll be necessary. Miss Carter.
Yes?
Your father was killed when you were kidnapped, wasn't he?
Yes, he was murdered.
Did you recognize the man?
I I don't think so. You see, our wagon was attacked from the rear.
Naturally, you couldn't see anyone. But I think we have a good enough case to take to the sheriff. Maybe he can make Squint talk.
That's where you're barking up the wrong tree.
Oh, do you think so?
Yeah, 'cause the boss has already got warrants sworn out for you three critters. And the sheriff does what the boss says.
I think it's time to go to Classen and find out who the boss really is. Can you manage him, Tonto?
With gun and back, him right good.
You and Ethel can use your horse, Lou.
Sure.
Come on, then. There's no time to lose.
Quiet, please.
Be quiet. Let the sheriff talk.
All I want you men to do is listen to lawyer Dan Cummings. Go ahead, Dan.
The sheriff has sworn you all in as deputies, and I'm sure we'll run down the outlaws that have been doing all the murdering and kidnapping around here. I want to tell you one more thing. Mr. Murdoch, one of our wealthiest citizens, has authorized me to say that he'll personally pay a $500 bounty on each of the three crooks. Lou Russell, an escaped convict, a masked man who rides a white horse, and an Indian. How does that sound?
Just one thing I'd like to know, Dan Cummings.
All right, what is it?
Who is this Mr. Murdoch? We've heard about him, but nobody's ever seen him.
Mr. Murdoch is very retiring. As a matter of fact, he's sitting over in my office right now.
Tell him to come over and show himself. Make that bounty offer in person.
Better go over and get him, Dan. You know how pride gets sad and why.
Yeah, maybe it would be better. I'll be right back.
It's the first time I ever heard of men arguing about who was going to pay bounty money. What do you care?
We just want to see Mr. Murdoch, that's all. Ain't that right, boy?
All right. Here he comes now.
He has got a black beard at that.
Fellow citizens, I can assure you that everything my attorney, Dan Cummings, has told you is the truth. I'll pay...
Just a minute. Whoa, Silver, steady, boy. Whoa.
If that outlaw's got nerve enough to show up here, I'll...
Don't draw, Sheriff. I've got you covered.
You haven't got me! Oh, my hand!
Your hand isn't hurt.
Shot the gun right out of his hand.
Don't anyone else try to slap leather. I want to show all of you something. Come here, Mr. Murdoch.
Oh, now you
Come here. Pay close attention, everybody. Here you have Mr. Murdoch, a man who pays $500 for outlaw bounties. And here you have Mr. Dan Cummings, a thief, a murderer, and a man who betrayed his best friend. Yes, he's a man who was behind the cattle rustling last year. He's a man who framed Sheriff Lou Russell, the man who murdered John Carter, kidnapped his daughter.
Let's string him out.
No, wait. No. We'll turn him over to the sheriff, and the law will take its course. You can handle him, can't you, Sheriff? Otto has another prisoner for you, too.
I'll handle the sidewinders all right.
And I'm sure if you asked the governor for a pardon for Lou Russell, you'd get it.
Sure I will.
Well, I guess you and Miss Carter have some plans, haven't you, Lou?
I'll say we have.
And I think our job is done, Tonto. Steady, Silver. Let's ride, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Who did you say he was, Ethel?
The Lone Ranger.
I didn't know him by that name, but he's sure a real man.
Oh, Silver!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Good morning, everyone. Monday, July 20th, the start of another week of war, and here's a roundup of the news of that war brought to you by NBC staff reporters here and overseas. First, for news of the fighting along the Russian front, we take you to Moscow.
This is Robert Magidov speaking from Moscow. The German threat to Rostov and Stalingrad continues to grow daily. Following their retreat from Voroshilovgrad, the Russians have made another withdrawal south of Milerovo. Hitler keeps bringing up reserves into this area, but also Soviet reinforcements have been coming up. And I learned last night that American tanks, Boston bombers, and Airacobras are doing their bit in this critical Don River battle. They are fighting side by side with the latest models of Soviet tanks and aircraft, but there are not enough of them as yet to offset the numerical superiority achieved by the Germans in this area. Right now, we have no information here as to the exact positions of both armies south of Milerovo, but the fact remains that severe engagements continue day and night, and that the Red Army is still on the retreat. In the Voronezh area, the Russians are improving their positions by leaps and bounds. The enemy is hastily throwing in reinforcements and is digging in even more feverishly, but to little purpose. The Red Army is steadily regaining territory and destroying German crossings. Some of them have even been recaptured and are used to reinforce Soviet troops fighting on the western bank of the Don. One such crossing was taken yesterday, depriving the Germans of their main and shortest route, along which their troops fighting just west of Voronezh were being reinforced. To the south of the city, where but several days ago it looked as if the Germans were about to make a breakthrough, the Red Army routed the 75th German Infantry Division and captured 3 settlements in 2 days. In another sector here, the 6th and 7th Hungarian Brigades, supported by 70 German tanks, tried to cut off and destroy the Soviet units fighting on the western bank of the Don, but were badly beaten. Goodbye from Moscow.
Domestic developments are reported now by Ray Henley of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, speaking from our nation's capital.
You may hear this week from President Roosevelt on what is now the biggest problem on the home battlefront, a threat that the forces which affect the cost of living may get completely out of hand. Official Washington believes the president is ready to ask for new laws intended to check the inflationary spiral at 3 points: wages, farm prices, and general commodity prices. Senator George W. Norris of Nebraska, sometimes a bellwether of administration moves, has come out for rigid, all-embracing wage and price control legislation. But most important is that the senator is ready to apply control to farm crops, even though Nebraska is one of our leading agricultural states. Norris broke with other members of the farm bloc who are seeking to prevent price stabilization at any figure below 110% of parity. The senator said he believes there is justification for such action, then added, but justification will not aid the program. It will serve only to hinder it. It is safe to say administration officials, figuratively hollow-eyed with concern over breakdown of price control, would stand up and cheer if a responsible labor leader followed Senator Norris and demanded curbs on wages. But whether or not that happens, many officials are certain today that shortly the president will take a stand on control of wages along with farm and other commodity prices. Rigid price control without legislative control of wages has been tried, and the Price Administration says it has failed to check the cost of living. It seems certain that a fight now will be made to check the spiral with chocks put under both the commodity price and wage bandwagons and under the farmer's price cart too. To most of official Washington, it is clear that only further leadership from the President will point the way to effective controls, and it is indicated that only a forceful, specific call to action at this critical stage will fill the bill. The House may approve before nightfall the new war tax bill, with greatly increased levies upon all of us. There is a formidable number of members who wish to make some changes, but the chances are that these changes will be written in the Senate. And that is all from Washington.
In just a moment, we go to the land down under. Right now, a note from Santiago, Chile. Resentment against the Axis continues unabated in Chile, according to this report, which is not yet broken with Germany, Italy, and Japan. Yesterday, 8,000 persons attended a mass meeting in a Santiago theater. And now, to NBC's reporters stationed with General MacArthur's headquarters in Australia, we take you across the Pacific for the report of Martin Agronsky.
Down, you will review by Martin Agronsky.
This is Martin Agronsky with General MacArthur's headquarters. Today again on this front, headquarters reports all quiet. For the 8th consecutive day, the Japs have failed to raid any of our bases. This is almost the longest consecutive period of Jap inactivity on this front since the conquest of Java. For the rest of the world, we turn our eyes here toward Russia. The reports from London and Washington of Jap troop movements in Manchukuo, north toward the Russian frontier, coupled with a Jap strengthening of their bases in the Aleutians, added again to the enemy's inactivity here in the Southwest Pacific, inevitably incline observers here to look to the north, toward Siberia, in the attempt to decide where the next Axis blow will fall. There seems little doubt from all the surface indications of the Jap movements in this theater, and certainly from any careful study of Jap activity on this front for the past 2 months, but what you might call the center of gravity of the Jap forces in the Pacific area has shifted north in the direction of the Aleutians. All these indications, combined as they are with a generally held opinion that the Japs only await a real German breakthrough in Russia to strike the Soviet in the rear, contribute to the popular belief that a Russo-Japanese war must be expected in the near future. It is a belief that the majority of observers on this front share. However, though all the surface indications seem to prove them wrong, there is one small section of extremely able and well-informed military analysts here who see a Jap attack on Russia as only a still far distant possibility. It is their opinion that the main Jap effort for the moment is, and for some time will remain, one of consolidation. They argue, and with logic, that the Japs are completely satisfied with the terrible damage Hitler is daily inflicting on the Red Army, and see no reason to strain their own military strength by moving against Russia until the Soviets are more surely on the road to defeat. Furthermore, there seems reason to believe that the Red Far Eastern Army has real strength, a fact which the Japs recognize much more than more distant armchair strategists seem to. It's the conclusion of these analysts that the Japs may reckon that to attack Siberia now would mean the opening of a second Pacific front that could be of more advantage to the Allies than to themselves. If their analysis is correct, the Pacific would seem to offer a front where the democracies might think of taking the initiative themselves for a change. This is Martin Agronsky, signing off now from somewhere in Australia.
From the vitally important Middle Eastern theater of war, Grant Parr now reports direct from Cairo.
Hello, New York. This is Grant Parr speaking from Cairo, Egypt. The Royal Air Force, which for several weeks has delighted in breaking its own operational records and German tanks, broke some of both yesterday. The new record was set by the heaviest raid ever staged on an Axis aerodrome in the Middle East. Low-flying fighter bombers broke the tanks by scoring 6 direct hits. The big aerodrome raid was launched against Bravo landing ground, which is only a few miles behind the Alamein front. British light bombers, fighter bombers, and fighters flew swooped down in droves upon the expanse of flat sand which was literally covered with enemy aircraft. The Allied pilots held their sticks firmly, for a strong wind whipped across the waste below and periodically obscured the targets with clouds of dust. But the airmen pointed for the grounded planes and waited the right moment. The light bombers let go first. Then the fighter bombers dived in and blasted away, too. They had to hurry, for better game was on hand. A flight of huge Junkers troop transports and Stuka dive bombers were heading in to land, all unsuspecting of their peril. The fighter bomber pilots pulled the sticks back into their stomachs and zoomed their craft to fighting altitude. The waiting fighters dived. 4 big transports were caught in the smoky webs of machine gun fire, drove their way into the sand like boxcars dropped from the sky. One sway-winged Stuka, looking for all the world like some horrible dragonfly, was hit and twisted off to its own destruction. The diversion over, 4 fighter bombers went into bombs. Finally, they roared up, banked, turned, came in again with guns blazing. The grounded aircraft wilted under the barrage, and pieces of fabric, metal, and wood flew from disintegrating hulks. The whole thing was over in a few minutes. At least a third of the enemy machines standing on the field were damaged or destroyed. The enemy tanks were attacked in the southern sector of the front. Of the 6 hit, 1 burst into flames. A gun trailer and other vehicles were destroyed. There was little ground fighting yesterday, but British troops held the circular front, which curves halfway around the bulk of the Axis forces. In the last 10 days, our forces have captured 6,000 Axis prisoners. This is Grant Parr in Cairo, returning you to New York.
Now next to London to hear from John McVane.
This is London. The RAF last night attacked northwest Germany with big 4-engine bombers. The main target was the submarine yachts at Begesack, 10 miles northwest of Bremen. 3 bombers are missing. Representatives of 600,000 British miners met today at Blackpool, the English seaside resort. Mr. Will Lauder, president of the Mine Workers' Federation, said, "We have resolved that we will not be destroyed, and we shall produce the coal the nation needs to restore liberty and to continue freedom's march." He paid tribute to the Russian sacrifice of blood, and he spoke of the miners of Leditsa, saying, "For that foul carnage of Leditsa, for the butchery of Russian workers, for the suffering and the toil that fascism has imposed, we not merely bow our heads in silence, but renew our pledge to wipe out the slayers. These assassins of liberty must pay the penalty." While their representatives are meeting, 1,000 miners in one English colliery are on strike in a wage dispute. Some of the British air experts believe that the Germans are going to increase their hit-and-run daylight raids on Britain in the next few weeks. The raids are usually made by single fighter bombers, which dart out of the clouds to drop bombs or machine gun a coast town. Yesterday, one of these raiders attacked an East Anglian town, bombed a working-class district, and machine-gunned a street. 5 people were killed. Last night, 2 German fighters shot down a Dover barrage balloon. The London Daily Herald notes that similar raids were carried out every day last week. There are thought to be 2 reasons for this type of raid. The need to convince the German people that the RAF's daylight blows against such targets as Danzig, Lübeck, and the Ruhr are being repaid, and secondly, German nervousness about Britain's possible second front preparations. Many of the day raiders are equipped with powerful cameras to bring back records of things that seem suspicious to the pilot. You remember that in the summer and fall of 1940, when the Germans were preparing to invade England, the RAF found big concentrations of invasion barges and other invasion preparations in the ports of France and the Low Countries. These were bombed by day and night. Presumably the German planes that come over here are looking for similar signs that they are about to be attacked. For a long time now, the RAF has been hitting the Germans harder than they can hit back, both in daylight and at night. But if the Germans found second front preparations underway, they'd probably be forced to shift squadrons of fighters and bombers from the Eastern Front to Western Europe. And once again, big air battles, this time over the continent, might signal to the world that an invasion was about to begin. This is John McVane in London, returning you to the National Broadcasting Company in New York.
This has been a roundup of the news by Robert Magadoff in Moscow, Ray Henley of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette in Washington, Martin Negronsky in Australia, Grant Parr in Cairo, and John McVane in London. For the latest news, keep tuned to this station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.